Reincarnation of the Strongest Sword God audiobook by Kevin. Chapter 481, Flowing Water Acceleration. Fifth Ghost and Sixth Ghost immediately detected the sudden change in Shi Feng, and the two ghosts promptly distanced themselves from their target. As experts of God's domain, their perception of danger was far superior to ordinary players. On the other hand, the dazed players watching Shi Feng's battle were confused by the two ghosts' actions. There were no visible changes to Shi Feng's outer appearance, and neither were there any changes to his attributes. So why did Fifth Ghost and Sixth Ghost suddenly choose to back away from him? Was it just my imagination? Fifth Ghost somewhat doubted his own senses. He could not understand why Shi Feng would suddenly undergo such a drastic change. Originally, the pressure Fifth Ghost felt from Shi Feng was that of a tiger. However, in the blink of an eye, Shi Feng had transformed into a violent dragon. Moreover, it was a violent dragon with extremely sharp fangs and claws. Let alone them, even ordinary people would know to distance themselves from Shi Feng upon sensing such a radical difference. "Since you guys aren't going to take action, then don't mind if I do," Shi Feng said as he revealed a meaningful smile. He then raised his sword and slowly approached his two opponents. The refinement realm could be said to be what differentiated a true top-tier expert from an ordinary expert. As for players who set foot into the refinement realm, not one of them was not an expert who could single-handedly turn the tides of a battle. Once players entered the refinement realm, they would be able to exert the minimum amount of strength to achieve the maximum effect. This was especially notable when players were attacking or dodging, despite the opponent's speed greatly surpassing their own. Players in the refinement realm could easily dodge their opponent's attack, using the simplest of movements. Not only could they dodge with greater efficiency, but they could also take the opportunity to better detect their enemy's weaknesses, to give their enemy a fatal blow. Due to this reason, the refinement realm became the dividing line for true experts. Meanwhile, there was an even higher realm above refinement, and that was the flowing water realm. Through detailed observation of the opponent, players could place themselves in their opponent's position in order to understand their opponent's every action. They could then anticipate their opponent's next action, or even multiple subsequent actions, and make the most appropriate response. In other words, before their opponent had even taken action, players in the flowing water realm could have already known what their opponents were going to do next and carried out appropriate countermeasures. Compared to responding only after the opponent had begun taking action, players would have a lot more time to react and perform swifter and more precise actions. For Shi Feng, who had already seen through the coordinated attacks of Fifth Ghost and Sixth Ghost, it was very easy for him to dodge and react to his two opponents' attacks. When Shi Feng slowly approached Fifth Ghost and Sixth Ghost, the two ghosts unconsciously began backing away as well. Looking at this scene where one side was advancing while the other was retreating, the surrounding spectators were stupefied. In particular, the underworld guard's jaws nearly fell to the ground upon witnessing this scene. The seven ghosts were underworld's most formidable weapons. Yet the two ghosts before them were actually displaying cowardice right now. How could this be any more inconceivable? Meanwhile, Shi Feng also wore a helpless expression on his face as he took in this situation. He promptly fished a bottle of Haunted from his bag and drank it. He then used Windblade on Fifth Ghost, his body transforming into an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng appeared in front of Fifth Ghost and swung the abyssal blade at the other swordsman. Shi Feng's slash was unimaginably fast. The spectating crowd only saw a flash of black light. They could not make out Shi Feng's sword at all. So fast. Fifth Ghost was greatly alarmed. It was definitely impossible for him to dodge Shi Feng's attack. However, with his godlike reaction speed, Fifth Ghost still managed to react before Shi Feng's sword landed on his body, instinctively using triple cut to block this fleeting sword. Dang! Sparks scattered into the surroundings. At the moment of imminent peril, Fifth Ghost succeeded in blocking Shi Feng's attack with the sword in his hand. As a result of the impact, however, Fifth Ghost was forced to retreat numerous steps before he could stabilize his body. His entire hand also numbed from the impact. How could this be? This is triple cut. Fifth Ghost and Sixth Ghost both looked at Shi Feng with horror-filled expressions, as they were extremely familiar with Shi Feng's previous attack. Triple Cut was an advanced technique that they had trained in bitterly in order to grasp. At this moment, however, Shi Feng had actually effortlessly used that technique against them. How could they not be shocked? So there's such an effect as well. Shi Feng looked at the abyssal blade in his hand, similarly surprised. Just now, he had taken advantage of the pressure Fifth Ghost and Sixth Ghost had placed on him to enter the flowing water realm. However, he had not expected that. After he entered the flowing water realm, his attack would also receive such a boost. Originally, he had relied on eliminating excess actions in order to increase the speed of his attacks. At this moment, however, maybe because his control over his body had received a huge improvement, the instant he attacked, he was able to apply all his physical power into that single slash. As a result, not only were there no excess movements in his attack, but his attack had also received a huge acceleration, which allowed his sword to reach its maximum speed in the shortest amount of time possible. Taking Fifth Ghost as example, if the initial acceleration of Fifth Ghost's sword was counted as 100 and his sword's maximum speed as 20, then from the moment he started swinging his sword, he would need 0.2 seconds for his sword reach its maximum speed. As for Shi Feng, his current initial acceleration would be 200. If his maximum speed was similarly 20, then he required only 0.1 second to reach his maximum speed. Hence, his sword could reach his target much faster than Fifth Ghost's. However, this was assuming both sides possessed the same maximum speed. In reality, as Shi Feng's attributes were much higher, his maximum speed was a lot higher than Fifth Ghost's and Sixth Ghost's. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng could not help but grow excited. Hoping to find the feeling from before, Shi Feng stepped forward and launched a fierce assault on Fifth Ghost once more. Streaks of black light suddenly appeared before, promptly disappearing. Fifth Ghost was forced to go all out to defend against the attacks. However, no matter how hard he tried to defend himself, the attacks were simply too overwhelming, forcing him into a constant retreat. Seeing this situation, Sixth Ghost hurriedly charged forward to aid his companion. Immediately, he used Triple Cut, slashing his saber at Shi Feng's back. Originally, with Shi Feng's speed, it had simply been impossible for him to block the attack. However, Sixth Ghost suddenly saw a streak of black light emerge behind Shi Feng, the black light deflecting his attack completely. Just what is going on here? Sixth Ghost looked at Shi Feng's calm expression in abject horror. At the beginning of the fight, Shi Feng had been desperately trying to defend against his saber. Now, however, Shi Feng could effortlessly block his attacks without even turning his head around. During the brief moment, Sixth Ghost was in a daze. A streak of black light penetrated Fifth Ghost's defenses, piercing right through the swordsman's heart. A critical damage of over -3,000 points promptly appeared above his head as the massive impact sent his body flying backwards. Because of the impact, Fifth Ghost's defense crumbled, allowing several more streaks of black light to land on his body. In the blink of an eye, Fifth Ghost's HP reached 0. At Fifth Ghost's death, the equipment on his body and the items in his bag dropped and scattered across the ground around him. This scene stupefied everyone present. How was the thing in Shi Feng's hand a sword? That was practically a laser gun, with just a few shots. Fifth Ghost died without even being able to resist. Only now did Sixth Ghost finally react. Although he wished to help, he was already too late. Right then, Shi Feng used void steps and disappeared once more. "Don't think that you can easily do me in," Sixth Ghost bellowed as he used Whirlwind Slash, sweeping his battle saber around himself. In the next moment, however, a streak of black light shot at Sixth Ghost's weapon. Boom! Sixth Ghost's battle saber was abruptly stopped cold. Immediately after, another streak of black light pierced Sixth Ghost's body, instantly ending the berserker's life. Once more, equipment and items were scattered across the ground. The members of the underworld guards shivered and paled at the sight of Fifth Ghost's and Sixth Ghost's bodies lying on the ground. They promptly turned around and fled. As underworld guards, they knew full well just how powerful the two ghosts were. Working together, The two of them could easily annihilate 4 or 5 underworld guard parties. Meanwhile, the fact that Shi Feng succeeded in defeating the 2 ghosts all by himself showed that he was also fully capable of annihilating their 2 parties. If they did not escape, only death awaited them. Want to escape? Too late. Shi Feng immediately changed the aura of space to the aura of wind, increasing his movement speed greatly. He caught up with the fleeing underworld guards in no time, and just like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, he practically killed each underworld guard with just 1 hit. In the blink of an eye, the 10 remaining underworld guards were turned into a pile of corpses, their equipment and the items inside their bags scattering all over the ground around their corpses. Chapter 482. The Strength of a Single Man. This haunted really is frightening. It is actually able to force a red name to drop every single piece of equipment they are wearing. Underworld should be shedding tears right about now. Shi Feng's heart was filled with joy when he looked at the ground littered with items. Killing the elite members of a guild would not cause any significant damages to said guild, as these elite members only had advanced equipment. Such equipment could be easily replaced. The equipment of experts, on the other hand, was different. Every single expert was an accumulation of a guild's top-tier equipment. Meanwhile, behind every piece of top-tier equipment was the sacrifice of a large number of players. Being able to steal a piece of top-tier equipment from a guild was the equivalent of slicing a piece of flesh off, said guild. The underworld guard parties had a total of 12 members. Of them, 10 were mostly geared in level 25, secret silver equipment, mixed with a few pieces of level 20 fine gold and even dark gold equipment. As for 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost, their equipment was only slightly inferior to that of core members of Zero Wing. The majority of their equipment consisted of level 25 fine gold equipment, and even the most inferior pieces were level 20 dark gold equipment. Now, however, these 12 players were left with not a single piece of equipment on their bodies, thanks to Shi Feng. In addition, the 12 had also dropped plenty of items from their bags. Among them were plenty of haunted potions, as well as the good quality equipment such as level 20 secret silver and fine gold equipment they had harvested from other players. Making a rough estimate, Shi Feng had earned more than 100 gold just from killing these 12 players. Split this advanced equipment among yourselves. Don't forget to leave some for your dead companions. Shi Feng only collected the top-tier equipment and haunted potions for himself, leaving the remainder for the team. He then disappeared into the dense forest in search of other underworld guard parties. "So cool, is that person really our guild leader?" a female summoner asked as she watched Shi Feng's departing figure, her gaze carrying a seductive charm. It should be before, when that person named him Black Flame, he did not deny it. Moreover, he has even willingly left behind so much good equipment for us. Other than our guild leader, I doubt there would be anybody who would do such a thing. The ranger team leader nodded in reply, his heart filled with an indescribable sense of excitement. It really is great to be a member of Zero Wing, the others could not help but exclaim. Despite the ongoing war between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile, as the leader of a guild, Shi Feng had actually taken the initiative to enter such a dangerous location all by himself. He had even rushed to their rescue at the first sign of trouble. With such a guild leader, even if they fell back to level 0 as a result of battling Overwhelming Smile, they would still do so willingly. Although Guild Leader has left all this good equipment to us, I suggest that after we set aside several pieces for those who died, we should place the remainder in the Guild's warehouse. Now that we are waging a war against Overwhelming Smile, the Guild's expenditure is very large. We can't take advantage of the Guild at such a crucial period, the ranger said. The others promptly nodded in agreement. Currently, Shi Feng was searching for treasure chests in the Watch Cemetery while waiting for space movement's cooldown to end and news to appear in the Guild channel. Space movement had a 5-minute cooldown. As he did not wish to waste time during this period, he had started hunting for treasure. Shi Feng could not be more familiar with the Watch Cemetery. He had visited this place many times in search of treasure in his previous life. Moreover, in the past, many treasure chest locations had been published on the official forums. Back then, as treasure chests that had already been found would not reappear at the same location, nobody actually cared about keeping these locations a secret. Instead, they actively publicized and showed off their discoveries. As a result, their actions would now benefit Shi Feng. There were plenty of secrets in God's domain. In reality, Shi Feng had just taken a casual glance at these treasure chest locations back then. He had not paid any particular attention to them. Even if his memory was very good, he could only vaguely remember these locations now. After all, nobody knew that they would reincarnate into their past lives. However, due to the improvement of Shi Feng's brain activity, even his memory had received a huge boost. The things he could only vaguely remember before were now as clear as the sun at noon to him. Hence, his search for treasure chests became a very easy task. It was as if he was looking at a treasure map while treasure hunting. After just a brief search, Shi Feng had already discovered a bronze treasure chest, obtaining more than 3 silver coins and a level 25 mysterious iron weapon from it. The number of treasure chests in this area is too little, while the number of players is too high. Many of the treasure chests should have already been discovered by someone else. It seems that I can only try my luck somewhere else, Shi Feng muttered as he collected the items inside the bronze treasure chest. Currently, level 25 mysterious iron weapons were still in high demand. He then took a look at the system map. As I recall, there should be plenty of high-quality treasure chests located in the inner regions of the Watch Cemetery, following which Shi Feng dashed directly towards the inner region of the Watch Cemetery. For a couple of hours, Shi Feng searched for treasure while killing any underworld guard parties that dared show themselves. During this period, Shi Feng had opened more than 30 treasure chests. Among them, 14 were bronze treasure chests, 16 were mysterious iron treasure chests, and 6 were secret silver treasure chests. He had also killed 11 underworld guard parties. Overall, he had gained a frightening harvest. Although these underworld guard parties did not have experts like 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost, they still contributed plenty of top-tier equipment to Shi Feng's harvest. After all, these underworld guards normally killed many players, so they had accumulated quite a lot of good stuff, both on their bodies and in their bags. Now, however, all these items belonged to Shi Feng. In other words, these underworld guards had just carried out free labor for Shi Feng. Just the number of top-tier equipment Shi Feng obtained exceeded 100 pieces, not to mention advanced equipment. Shi Feng's harvest had instantly made up for much of the losses Zero Wing suffered before, inside the guild residence of Overwhelming Smile. 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost died. How is this possible? Feng Xuanyang's eyes widened in shock upon reading the report he just received. He could not at all accept this matter as real. 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost were Underworld's most formidable weapons. Now, not only had both of them lost all their equipment, but they could not even log back into the game right now. Just how was he supposed to report this incident to the higher-ups? This black flame is simply too vicious. Seated to the side, Yulin, who was garbed in a set of alluring purple robes that placed her exquisite figure on full display, knitted her brows tightly, a gloomy expression currently on her face. Contrary to expectations, Yulin was not particularly concerned about this piece of news. Compared to 5th Ghost's and 6th Ghost's deaths, she was more concerned about the number of deaths in the underworld guard parties. Currently, statistics showed that more than 80 underworld guards had already died. As of this time, Underworld had sent over 200 underworld guards to Overwhelming Smile, and close to half had died. Practically all the underworld guard parties posted at the Watch Cemetery were dead by now. This loss was already well over the limit they could endure. Even if they emptied Overwhelming Smile's entire guild warehouse, they would not be able to make up for the loss in top-tier and advanced equipment. Aside from that, there was also the loss of levels, as well as the fact that all those killed by Shi Feng were unable to log back into God's domain for a long period of time. Just how did he manage such a feat? Yulin muttered in confusion. The underworld guard parties were clearly scattered far apart from each other, making it extremely difficult to catch them all. Yet Shi Feng had only used a few short hours to wipe out nearly every underworld guard party within the Watch Cemetery. While Feng Xuanyang and Yulin were feeling depressed, Information regarding Shi Feng's feat spread like wildfire throughout White River City. Players who received this piece of news were thoroughly amazed. 1 hit per person. Shi Feng had actually managed to suppress a powerful guild all by himself, slaughtering Overwhelming Smile to the point where it had no choice but to recall all its members from the treasured land known as the Watch Cemetery. This was simply too frightening. For a time, Zero Wing was once more the topic of conversation in the entire White River City. Chapter 483, Everlasting War. Chapter 483, Everlasting War. Although the fight in Watch Cemetery had not been on a large scale, it had dealt a massive blow to Overwhelming Smile. This was not a matter of winning or losing. Instead, it was because Overwhelming Smile had conceded. This 1 point proved that Overwhelming Smile was inferior to Zero Wing. In addition, Shi Feng's stunning performance had calmed the rush to join Overwhelming Smile. Previously, they all had an optimistic view on Overwhelming Smile, believing that the guild was about to overtake the position of White River City's overlord. Now, however, the situation had taken a 180-degree turn. Needing only 1 hit per person, Shi Feng had wiped out all of Overwhelming Smile's experts within the Watch Cemetery. Without that hindrance, Zero Wing's Tier 1 experts were able to display their strength as they swiftly wiped out the normal members from Overwhelming Smile, forcing the guild to pull back from the treasured land known as the Watch Cemetery. The Watch Cemetery was White River City's most resource-rich level 20 to 30 map. Losing it would undoubtedly be detrimental to Overwhelming Smile's future development. Although Overwhelming Smile was wealthy, that wealth would be meaningless if they could not convert it into leveling resources. The sky slowly darkened as the setting sun gradually disappeared past the horizon. After a day's struggle, many players had begun to return to the city to rest and celebrate their day's harvest. Bars, restaurants, clubs, and many such establishments were already crowded. At this moment, in the rooftop dining room of a high-class restaurant, 2 female players feasted on delicacies as they enjoyed the view of White River City. Many male players present snuck glances at these 2 women. Of the 2 female players, one was petite and lovely, while still sporting stunning curves. The other was even more beautiful. Her face was so pure that it put flowers to shame and outshone the moon. Snow-white skin looked so delicate that it seemed as if it might break from the gentlest touch. Currently, although she wore a long aqua-blue mage robe trimmed in gold, the clothing failed to conceal her graceful body. These 2 were none other than Blue Bamboo and Thoughtful Rain, the pair that had originally planned to join Overwhelming Smile. "Blue, what did I tell you? Look how quickly Zero Wing suppressed Overwhelming Smile," Thoughtful Rain said as she glanced at Blue Bamboo, the gentle smile in her ink-black eyes intensifying. Previously, due to her refusal to join Overwhelming Smile, Blue Bamboo had pestered her ceaselessly, giving her a huge headache. Only now that Zero Wing had forced Overwhelming Smile to submit, did the girl finally relent. Overwhelming Smile is truly disappointing. To think that I thought so highly of it, it actually dared to let me down. I don't want to join Overwhelming Smile anymore either. Blue Bamboo pouted, disappointed. I already told you that Zero Wing is far superior to Overwhelming Smile. After all, it was the first guild to own a guild residence in White River City. Not only that, it claimed the best residence available in White River City. It also has plenty of experts. Currently, the various guilds in White River City barely have any Tier 1 experts in their guilds. Yet, I hear that Zero Wing already has over 50. Zero Wing has long since taken the lead. Furthermore, its guild leader, Black Flame, is a titled expert. Thoughtful Rain's thin lips shifted slightly as she explained, smiling tenderly. Since that's the case, why don't we join Zero Wing? Blue Bamboo could not help but have expectations. Zero Wing's exam is very strict. I might be able to pass it, but I'm afraid that you... Thoughtful Rain shook her head after evaluating Blue Bamboo. Humph, who says my techniques are bad? I've only recently begun playing virtual reality games. After some time, I'll be more amazing than even Black Flame. Besides, Blue Bamboo's ink-black eyes suddenly shone as she revealed a meaningful smile, saying, "Rain, I know that you've encountered one of the higher-ups of Zero Wing before. His name was Shi Feng, I think. He gave you a permanent pass to the library. All of my classmates turned green with envy when I told them about that item. Since he gave you such a precious pass, he should be able to admit us into the guild without any issues with his position. I'm only acquaintances with him." "Blue, stop overthinking things," Thoughtful Rain hurriedly explained. "Besides, if he invites you into Zero Wing and you perform badly, what then? Others will question his ability to manage the guild. Are you my best friend or his? You're actually defending him, yet you claim that there is nothing going on between you two? I don't care. In any case, I want to join Zero Wing. I have always wanted a piece of level 25 fine gold equipment. With your felonious body, you just have to say the word, and he'll let me into the guild and smother us with fine gold equipment," Blue Bamboo stated as she swept a glance at Thoughtful Rain's graceful body. Her lips hooked up into a deep, suggestive smile. Thoughtful Rain was suddenly speechless. At this moment, a party of 6 suddenly appeared before the female duo. The leader of this party was a middle-aged man with a burly body, examining the two with world-weary eyes. None of the party could be underestimated, as the other 5 also gave off an air of danger. The party's stance alone left the surrounding witnesses breathless. Their levels were even more astonishing. Of these 6, the lowest-leveled player was level 26, while the leading middle-aged man was a level 27 Guardian Knight. "Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help but overhear that the both of you are familiar with the higher-ups of Zero Wing. I wonder if you can introduce us to them. If you do, this level 25 Morning Dew staff will be yours," the leading middle-aged man said, smiling warmly. He then retrieved a 2-handed staff made of pure white jade from his bag, placing the weapon on the table. Red gemstones were inlaid in the staff, and with a glance it was obvious that the staff was no ordinary weapon. "Wah, this is a secret silver staff. Its attributes are awesome." Blue Bamboo was immediately mesmerized by the Morning Dew staff. She then turned to Thoughtful Rain, saying, "Rain, we're heading over to Zero Wing anyway, so why don't we take them with us?" "I don't know. Why do you want to meet Zero Wing's higher-ups?" Thoughtful Rain only swept a glance over the Morning Dew staff before shifting her gaze back to the middle-aged man. She was no fool. Since they had offered a level 25 secret silver weapon as a token of appreciation, then they were definitely plotting something. She would not be a proper friend if she abruptly contacted Shi Feng without knowing their intentions. "Miss, please don't misunderstand. My name is Everlasting War. We seek the higher-ups of Zero Wing purely with the intention of conducting trade. This trade will only benefit, not harm, Zero Wing, so you can rest assured. If we really wanted to cause trouble for Zero Wing, we would have already done so. We wouldn't have to go through this much trouble," the middle-aged man explained. "All right, then. I'll contact him for you, but it will be up to him whether or not he meets with you." Thoughtful Rain nodded in agreement, feeling that Everlasting War's words sounded reasonable, following which Thoughtful Rain called up her friends' list and contacted Shi Feng Chapter 484 King. Currently, Shi Feng carefully scoured one of the dark, quiet tombs in Watch Cemetery's core region, while he explored. Shi Feng had received news from Aqua Rose about Overwhelming Smile withdrawing from the competition over the Watch Cemetery and shifting its focus to several other level 20 maps with fewer resources. The members of Overwhelming Smile had also begun to keep a low profile. With the threat of Overwhelming Smile gone, Shi Feng decided to transverse deep into Watch Cemetery's core. The tomb he currently explored was unique. It was a resting place for royalty. It was also known as a king's tomb. Locating this particular tomb had not been easy, as it had been built to prevent grave robbers from plundering the valuables buried with the dead. This place had been carefully hidden. It had been built inside a cave under a steep cliff. After its construction, the original path used to travel to this place had been destroyed. After several hundred years, vines had covered the cliff, making it even more difficult to notice the cave. In the past, a skilled assassin had accidentally discovered this location. Afterward, that assassin had led a powerful team to the king's tomb and successfully plundered the treasure inside. After claiming the treasure, he sold the item for over 1,000 gold, earning everyone's envy. Even so, in the god's domain of that time, the assassin had still taken a loss when he sold the item. Why had it been a loss? Although the item was utterly worthless to an independent player, to guilds it was priceless. Various large guilds would willingly spend 2,000 or 3,000 gold, much less 1,000. The treasure the assassin had found was a guild residence promotion order. All guild residences started out as a 1-star residence when established. If a guild wished to upgrade it to a 2-star residence, they needed to meet 2 requirements. First, a guild needed a sufficient amount of guild popularity. The second thing they needed was a 2-star guild residence promotion order. If a guild residence reached 2-star status, the guild could establish certain facilities that were unavailable to a 1-star residence. More importantly, a guild residence's private rooms would change. Guilds could only establish 1-star private rooms in a 1-star residence, whereas 2-star private rooms could be established in a 2-star residence. By resting for 24 hours in a 1-star private room, players could store up to 20% of the double EXP buff. In a 2-star private room, however, players could store up to 25% after 24 hours. In addition, a guild could establish a smithy inside a 2-star residence, allowing members to have their weapons and equipment repaired. Moreover, the repair fees as the guild's smithy were 10% cheaper than elsewhere. Repair fees were always expensive. Although there was only a 10% difference, players could still save a significant amount of money. Currently, Zero Wing's popularity had exceeded 5,000 points. It had met that requirement for the upgrade. Hence, now was the perfect time for Shi Feng to collect the promotion order. Danger awaited any player inside the king's tomb, as traps had been built throughout the crypt. Unfortunately, none of these traps proved to be useful against Shi Feng. He destroyed every trap he encountered with a single slash. "This should be it," Shi Feng muttered as he entered a majestic stone room, focusing on the tightly sealed white jade sarcophagus lined with gold that occupied the center of the room. Wetting his lips, he advanced towards the sarcophagus. When Shi Feng was only 20 yards away, the sarcophagus suddenly opened. Black smoke slithered out of the sarcophagus. Soon the black smoke coalesced into a youth in golden armor. The youth had a white cape draped over his shoulders and a golden crown adorning his head. More importantly, the youth carried the air of a king. Anyone who basked in his aura would tremble and submit body and soul. However, this youth's body was currently in a half-transparent, ethereal state. He was not a physical entity, but a ghost. To be precise, this youth was the ghost of a king, as expected of the king of a generation. Even in death, he still possesses such a powerful aura. If he were still alive, I'd have no hope of escaping with my life, Shi Feng muttered, after observing this ghost king with omniscient eyes. King of Ghosts, Monroe Bell, High Lord, level 30. HP, 4 million. 4 million. Being capable of receiving the title of king proved that Monroe Bell had been a Tier 3 class before he died. The pair of swords in Monroe's hands indicated that he had been a Tier 3 sword king, the equivalent of a great lord, during his lifetime. However, after Monroe Bell died, he had weakened significantly. Now, he was only as strong as a high lord. Even so, he would not be an easy challenge for Shi Feng. Immediately, Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his strength by 100%, HP by 300%, and defense 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 by 300%. Shi Feng then used the activatable skill of the 7 Luminaries Ring's aura of water, Life Bloom, recovering 20% of his HP every second for 40 seconds. During this period, it would be the equivalent of having a powerful healer healing him indefinitely. Graverauber received the Sword of Justice's retribution. Monroe Bell's pitch-black eyes locked onto Shi Feng, taking a step forward. The King of Ghosts dashed towards Shi Feng as he sent a flurry of sword thrusts at the intruder with his king's sword. The King of Ghosts' sword carried with it a majestic aura. The aura alone was enough to scare an ordinary player, much less the flurry of thrusts. Monroe Bell's attack was like a tsunami. He gave Shi Feng no opportunity to evade the strikes. Shi Feng immediately activated Purgatory Power, allowing his attack speed to soar. He then used Windblade and charged forward. Facing the countless oncoming sword thrusts, Shi Feng chose to face brutality with grace, and rather than confronting the attack head-on, he deflected the strikes to the side. However, despite the extreme speed of his swords and the fact that he was already in the flowing water realm, he could not keep up with the dozens of sword thrusts. As a result, he received multiple hits. Shi Feng was not courageous enough to face Monroe Bell directly. A High Lord far surpassed an ordinary lord. Monroe Bell suppressed Shi Feng completely in terms of strength and speed. Even if Shi Feng activated twofold Berserk, the result would be the same. Furthermore, Monroe Bell was not an ordinary High Lord. The King of Ghosts had been a bona fide sword king before he died. In terms of combat technique utilization, he was even stronger than ordinary experts. Hence, challenging the High Lord in a direct confrontation would only be detrimental to Shi Feng. If Shi Feng had not reached the flowing water realm, gaining insight into an opponent's actions, he would never have come here only to die. After all, level 30 was a dividing line in God's domain. Monroe Bell's attack power was also terrifying. Shi Feng had received close to minus 2,000 damage from a casual slash and more than minus 4,000 damage if the King of Ghosts struck him with a skill. If Shi Feng had not activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his defense significantly, Monroe Bell's normal attack could have dealt over minus 4,000 damage, whereas a skill would deal over minus 10,000. As Shi Feng received damage, Life Bloom displayed its impressive effects. After factoring in the passive effects of the aura of water, Life Bloom regenerated more than 8,000 HP every second, the amount of healing Shi Feng received surpassing the damage he received. While Shi Feng and the King of Ghosts fought an intense battle against each other, a figure had stealthily appeared beside the sarcophagus and proceeded to open the treasure chest within. This treasure chest did not have a level restriction, so anybody could open it. However, opening it required 20 seconds. During this period, the person opening the treasure chest must not receive any damage. Otherwise, they would have to start the opening process all over again. Meanwhile, the person currently opening the treasure chest was none other than Shi Feng's doppelganger. Although the doppelganger could not pick up any items, it could open the treasure chest. In the past, the 50-man team the assassin had led had similarly made various sacrifices to open the treasure chest before fleeing for their lives. Although Shi Feng was alone, he still chose to give the king's tomb a try. After all, not only did he possess the strength to resist a High Lord for a short time, but he also had his doppelganger. No one else would have a chance of completing the task by themselves. The moment the doppelganger opened the treasure chest, Shi Feng instantly swapped positions with it, having his doppelganger delay Monroe Bell while he looted the contents of the treasure chest. Monroe Bell was simply too powerful. Shi Feng's doppelganger barely lasted 3 seconds before it died. However, during those 3 seconds, Shi Feng had emptied the treasure chest. Seeing Monroe Bell charge towards him, Shi Feng hurriedly switched the aura of water to the aura of space before activating space movement and leaving the King's Tomb, Chapter 485, Number 1 Guild. Chapter 485, Number 1 Guild. Near one of the mass graves in Watch Cemetery's outer region, a tear in space suddenly appeared in midair. In the next moment, Shi Feng emerged. I finally escaped. Even after Shi Feng landed, he could still hear the King of Ghosts' angry roars. However, the tear in space had already closed. Even if Monroe Bell recovered his strength as a Tier 3 Sword King, he could not reach Shi Feng now. Now that I have the promotion order, it should be about time to make a trip back to White River City. Shi Feng's lips curled up slightly when he saw the glittering silver token in his bag. Originally, he had only intended to retrieve this guild residence promotion order after he reached level 30. However, he had not expected to set foot in the flowing water realm. Even though he was only level 26, he was already capable of delaying Monroe Bell, other than the promotion order. Shi Feng had obtained 3 items from the king's tomb. Of these 3 items, one was a fiery red 2-handed staff, one was an azure 2-handed greatsword, and the last was a silver stone tablet. Appraising these items with omniscient eyes, Shi Feng discovered that both the 2-handed staff and 2-handed sword were actually level 30 dark gold weapons. However, the silver tablet surprised Shi Feng far more than the 2 weapons. Shi Feng was very familiar with this silver tablet. Secret sword technique. The pattern engraved on this tablet is too vague and incomplete, and no information can be deciphered. However, some kind of divine power hides within this pattern. If one gathers all of the stone tablets, this vague and incomplete pattern can be restored. Current tablet count 1/6. The tablet for the secret sword technique. Shi Feng had accidentally obtained a part of it while he had completed the Blade Saint's legacy trial. Back then, he had suspected that the silver tablet was something extraordinary, so he had stored it in his warehouse. He never expected to obtain another piece so soon. Just what is this secret sword technique? Despite examining the tablet, Shi Feng could not find any differences between the tablet he had just obtained and the one he had found in the Origin Sword domain. The 2 pieces looked identical. Shi Feng even suspected that the piece he stored inside his warehouse had somehow grown legs and run to the king's tomb by itself. Forget it. Let's head back for now. Following which, Shi Feng retrieved a return scroll. However, just as he was about to start channeling D. Suddenly, Shi Feng's communicator rang. Thoughtful Rain, a girl he had only met once before, was contacting him. Is she looking to buy equipment? Shi Feng looked at Thoughtful Rain's name, feeling slightly surprised previously. When he had met Thoughtful Rain at White River City's library, the latter had expressed her interest in purchasing weapons and equipment from him. Shi Feng felt a sense of familiarity from Thoughtful Rain. Now that his brain activity had increased, he could recall even the smallest fragment of the past. Yet, even after his memories had refreshed, he still could not recall the girl. He only felt that she was familiar, but he did not know why. "Miss Rain, since you have contacted me, are you interested in purchasing some equipment?" Shi Feng asked pleasantly, smiling. "I'd like to, but today I'm contacting you because I have found a big business opportunity for you," Thoughtful Rain said, smiling sweetly. "A group of people just happened to overhear me when I spoke about our acquaintance. In the end, these people asked me to contact you for them. They hope to meet with you now. Do you have the time?" "Who are these people?" Shi Feng asked. "He says his name is Everlasting War. He's a level 27 Guardian Knight, and his companions are all level 26. From the looks of it, they seem quite powerful, and they have excellent equipment. I'm assuming that someone with significant financial power backs them," Thoughtful Rain said. "All right then, let's meet at Zero Wing's guild residence." Shi Feng nodded before disconnecting the call. He then activated the return scroll. Shi Feng had heard of Everlasting War before. That person had been a famous character in God's domain, having the title of Everlasting War God. He was also an Apex expert, and his fame was not the slightest bit inferior to Summer Sunshine's. In a direct confrontation, even Summer Sunshine would not be a match for Everlasting War. 20 seconds later, Shi Feng transformed into a streak of white light as he teleported back to White River City. The sky gradually darkened. A large number of players had returned to the city and people crowded the streets. Passing through the lively streets, Shi Feng soon arrived at the bank. He then stored all of the top-tier and advanced equipment he had obtained in the guild's warehouse. He also placed the level 30 Dark Gold Staff, the Roaring Blaze Staff, and the level 30 Dark Gold Greatsword, the Azure Heart, on full display in the guild's warehouse. For a time, the members of Zero Wing went into an uproar. The war between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile had significantly depleted the stock of equipment inside the guild's warehouse. Now, however, over 1,000 pieces of equipment had suddenly appeared. Aside from the large amount of advanced equipment, the stock of top-tier equipment had already exceeded 100 pieces. Beyond that, there were actually level 30 dark gold weapons inside the guild's warehouse. Currently, the players of various large guilds still struggled to obtain level 25 equipment. Bronze equipment was a challenge to obtain, much less mysterious iron. On the other hand, their guild had level 30 weapons. They were dark gold weapons to boot. They were definitely the best weapons in all of God's domain right now. However, shortly after everyone in the guild started spreading the news, Shi Feng had arrived at the Adventurers Association. He handed over the guild residence promotion order, officially promoting Zero Wing's residence to a 2-star residence. Star Moon Kingdom System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to own a 2-star guild residence, rewarding 30,000 guild popularity, 500 gold coins to the guild, and 1 guild smithy promotion order. White River City System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in White River City to own a 2-star guild residence, rewarding 10,000 guild popularity and 200 gold coins. The system announcement repeated 3 times, and every player in White River City heard it loud and clear. Damn, what is this crap? Our guild hasn't even obtained a guild residence yet already? Zero Wing has a 2-star guild residence? What's this 2-star residence thingy? Lots and lots of money. Suddenly, Star Moon Kingdom's official forums exploded with activity. Everyone discussed Zero Wing, and the various large guilds had also begun asking around about the benefits of a 2-star guild residence. Also, what was a guild smithy promotion order? However, the activity on Star Moon Kingdom's forums paled in comparison to White River City's. Zero Wing is simply too amazing. Overwhelming Smile has only managed to establish its guild residence after much difficulty, yet Zero Wing has already obtained a 2-star guild residence. I've just received news that Zero Wing's warehouse has received an influx of top-tier equipment. There are even level 30 dark gold weapons in there. Now Zero Wing's guild residence has been promoted to 2 stars. Zero Wing is simply overpowered. It seems that Zero Wing is still the true overlord of White River City. Although Overwhelming Smile is rich, it still cannot compete with Zero Wing. Now, even Overwhelming Smile's financial power in the game is no match for Zero Wing. We will have a better future if we join Zero Wing. That's not all. I've just made some inquiries and found out that guilds can establish a guild smithy inside a 2-star guild residence. The repair fees there are 10% cheaper than elsewhere. Meanwhile, that guild smithy promotion order can be used to promote a 1-star guild smithy into a 2-star guild smithy. The repair fees of a 2-star are even lower, 15% cheaper. You can save so much on repair fees alone. Other guilds have no chance against Zero Wing. All hail Zero Wing. I want to join Zero Wing. For a time, Zero Wing became the #1 guild in the hearts of White River City's players of White River City. Suddenly, White River City went into a frenzy as players tried to join Zero Wing. Chapter 486, Generous Benefits. In Chapter 486, Generous Benefits. Inside the Adventurers Association, Shi Feng was currently applying to establish a forge inside Zero Wing's guild residence. Sir, this is the model list for smithies. In addition, there is also a list of blacksmiths. You may choose any of the names listed there. The NPC at the counter smiled as she passed 2 lists to Shi Feng. In God's domain, buildings were not limited to a single model. There was a large variety of models available for players to choose from. Players could even design their own buildings, though designing one from scratch required a lot of time. If not for highlighting the uniqueness of one's own guild, most players would choose one of the hundreds of models that were already available. Promotion of buildings only required a promotion order. There was no need to spend any money. However, constructing a new building or reconstruction required a large sum. Depending on the size of the building, the materials required, and the building's function, the price of construction would vary. A guild smithy was extremely important. Shi Feng needed to decide carefully. Smithies were differentiated by 3 grades, ordinary, refined, and luxury. Though the price of each smithy was higher than the last, each grade was also more efficient. Ordinary smithies cost between 100 gold and 200 gold. Aside from repairing weapons and equipment, guild members could also sell their unwanted items to the NPCs at the smithy. Refined smithies cost between 300 gold to 500 gold. Aside from having all the functions of an ordinary smithy, refined smithies had a more refined and luxurious appearance. Refined smithies also had a weapon maintenance function. If a player left their weapon in the smithy's care, its durability consumption rate would drastically reduce for a period. At the same time, one could also hire intermediate blacksmiths if they had a refined smithy. One should not underestimate the function of blacksmiths. These blacksmith NPCs all possess different capabilities. For example, some blacksmiths might take less time than others to repair weapons and equipment. Other blacksmiths might produce stronger maintenance effects. Hence, hiring a powerful blacksmith was of utmost importance. Lastly, luxury smithies cost between 800 gold and 1,000 gold. Aside from having all the functions of a refined smithy, luxury smithies had a rest area that allowed guild members to accumulate the double EXP buff. However, 48 hours of rest was required to accumulate 20% of the buff. In addition, luxury smithies contained forging rooms. Moreover, these were advanced forging rooms which were far more effective than those at the Starstreak trading firm. One could also hire advanced blacksmiths. For the guild's future development, we'll get the most benefits from the best option. Let's choose this 1,000 gold model then. After looking through the model list, Shi Feng chose one of the largest luxury smithies available that allowed him to invite up to 10 blacksmiths. After deciding on the model, he began to choose his blacksmiths. Shi Feng had received 700 gold from the system reward alone. In addition, he also received over 300 gold for each dragon scale set equipment that sold at the Blackwing auction house. At this point, he had already sold more than 20 sets. Currently, Shi Feng had more than 8,000 gold on his person, making him wealthier than any single guild in Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, gold would continue to fill his bags as more sets of dragon scale set equipment sold. So he did not mind constructing the best smithy available. Following which, Shi Feng chose to hire 10 advanced blacksmiths. These 10 NPCs were the most skilled blacksmiths one could currently find. Their monthly wages ranged between 3 and 5 gold. After Shi Feng finished dealing with the smithy, he searched for a secluded location to adjust his appearance back to Ye Feng. He then hailed a horse carriage and returned to Zero Wing's guild residence. When Shi Feng arrived at the residence, he discovered a sea of players crowding the entrance, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. There were currently 2 berserkers in dragon scale set equipment standing guard and maintaining order at the residence's entrance. The fine gold rank glow from the sets thoroughly awed the players who had come to sign up for the guild. Is that a fine gold set equipment? I've seen it on the forums before. I think it's the dragon scale set equipment. Currently, a single set costs more than 300 gold. Zero Wing is just too rich. They actually bought 2 sets. Not just 2. I hear that Zero Wing's warehouse also has 1 set available for trade. As the crowd discussed Zero Wing's wealth with astonishment, the newly constructed smithy also attracted their attention. The smithy's construction was not as tedious as the guild halls. The smithy required much less time as it had fewer functions. As long as the guild paid the construction fees, the smithy could be completed in less than 10 minutes. Zero Wing's smithy was 3 stories tall. The smithy's luxury-grade appearance dazzled the onlookers, and many among the crowd even believed that they had arrived at the capital city's advanced smithy. The smithy was large enough to accommodate several hundred players, and it was even larger than an ordinary guild hall. This is my first time seeing such an extravagant smithy. Zero Wing isn't giving Overwhelming Smile any chance of survival. Zero Wing's smithy is almost the same size as Overwhelming Smile's guild hall. It's so much fancier than their guild hall, too. From what I heard from Zero Wing's guild members, this smithy even has a weapon maintenance function that reduces the durability consumption rate of a weapon for a certain amount of time. With this, who knows how much money we can save when grinding monsters and raiding dungeons. For this guild smithy alone, I'll do anything it takes to join Zero Wing. The independent players who had come to participate in Zero Wing's test watched the guild's transformation with reverence, their desire to join Zero Wing intensifying. Morale among Zero Wing's members soared when they saw the growing flood of players coming to join their guild. Now, whenever they strode down the streets with their six-winged emblem revealed, they would receive countless envious stares, standing a short distance away from the residence's entrance. Thoughtful Rain quickly noticed Shi Feng's arrival. Waving her hand, she shouted, "Ye Feng, we're over here." Shi Feng promptly walked over. Standing beside Thoughtful Rain was the expert who Shi Feng was extremely familiar with, Everlasting War. However, though Shi Feng knew about Everlasting War in the past, the reverse was not true. The 5 companions by his side were also outstanding experts. In the past, Shi Feng had lived in an entirely different world from them. He had failed to reach even the upper ranks of God's domain, much less the pyramid's peak. "Yi Feng, let me introduce you. This man is Everlasting War. He wishes to discuss business with you." Thoughtful Rain slowly introduced Everlasting War's party to Shi Feng. At this moment, Everlasting War was shocked after evaluating Shi Feng. The pressure he felt from Shi Feng was intense. He had not expected Zero Wing to possess another unfathomable expert besides Black Flame. "Hello, I am Ye Feng," Shi Feng said, smiling faintly at Everlasting War. "This place isn't suitable for a discussion. Why don't we head inside to chat?" Saying so, Shi Feng led the group into the rest area in the guild residence's smithy. The rest area was very elegant, even having beverages available for guild members. This rest area was no less impressive than the city's restaurants. "Wah! Is this really a smithy?" Trailing after Thoughtful Rain. Blue Bamboo's eyes shone brightly as she entered Zero Wing's residence. It was as if she had just stepped into an entirely different realm. Secretly, she said, "Rain, look, that's the weapon maintenance room. There are such high-quality weapons inside, even the blacksmiths are the rarely seen advanced blacksmiths. Rain, make sure you say something to Yi Feng later. With such awesome guild benefits, it would be a huge shame if we didn't join." Chapter 487, Dark Arena. Chapter 487, Dark Arena. Thoughtful, Rain glanced at Blue Bamboo's pleading look before examining her elegant surroundings. Indeed, no other guild could compete with Zero Wing, so it would not be a bad choice for them to join this guild. "Huh. I only met Ye Feng by chance. Our relationship isn't what you imagine. I can only try my best. Don't expect too much." Thoughtful Rain replied softly through their private chat. "Mm-hmm." Blue Bamboo nodded vigorously. Compared to Blue Bamboo's fascination, Everlasting War and his companions only considered Zero Wing's benefits and environment decent. However, compared to a small, unknown guild, the sudden emergence of a great expert like Shi Feng was what truly shocked them. Carefully observing his surroundings, Everlasting War suddenly realized that Zero Wing's members were actually quite powerful. They were much stronger than the members of other guilds. As the rumors had said, Zero Wing was the true overlord of White River City. A moment later, Shi Feng had led the group to one of the small rooms located in the rest area. The environment inside the room was excellent, and the pleasant aroma filling the air soothed everyone's tense spirits. Shi Feng had to admit that the luxury version of the smithy was worthy of the price. He had not spent 1,000 gold for nothing. "What would you like to talk about?" Shi Feng asked casually as he looked at Everlasting War. "Originally, I had hoped to ask Brother Ye Feng to introduce us to your guild leader, Black Flame. However, seeing as Brother Yi Feng possesses such strength and is one of the upper managers of Zero Wing, discussing this matter with you should have the same effect," Everlasting War said leisurely. "Truth be told, we are not players from Star Moon Kingdom. Rather, we are from the Beast Empire, the 8th strongest country in God's domain. As you can see, although we are independent players, our weapons and equipment are not the possessions of ordinary independent players. Indeed, the majority of your party's equipment consists of level 25 fine gold equipment. The level 25 shield and weapon in your hands are even dark gold rank, something extremely rare throughout God's domain. There are not many guilds in Star Moon Kingdom capable of obtaining those items." Shi Feng nodded in agreement. He could not help but admit that there was a massive difference regarding resources between the empires and kingdoms of God's domain, not to mention the difference between Star Moon Kingdom and the current 8th strongest country in God's domain, the Beast Empire. Their weapons and equipment are all level 25 fine gold and dark gold rank. How is this possible? Lu Bamboo looked at Everlasting War's party, her eyes widening with surprise. Lu Bamboo knew that Everlasting War was very powerful. She could tell that just by looking at his level all this time, however. Lu Bamboo had thought that the fine gold and dark gold rank glow effect surrounding Everlasting War's body originated from level 20 weapons and equipment. She never considered that he had level 25 weapons and equipment. Level 25 fine gold equipment was a luxury to any guild, much less dark gold rank by the side. Thoughtful Rain was also shocked. Only now did she understand why this party did not mind giving them a level 25 secret silver staff. It turned out that these players were all using level 25 fine gold and dark gold ranked weapons and equipment. Is this the gap between a kingdom and empire? Thoughtful Rain was greatly confused. Upon seeing the shock on Blue Bamboo's and Thoughtful Rain's faces, Everlasting War's companions felt proud even though they had long since gotten used to the shocked expressions of White River City's players. You're mistaken. Although there is indeed a gap, it is not as large as you imagine. Moreover, they are no ordinary independent players. Someone has sponsored them, Shi Feng explained. In God's domain, both players in kingdoms and in empires face similar difficulties when leveling up. However, since empires mirrored the major cities in the real world, claiming the players who lived in said cities upon character creation, empires had far more players within their borders. As a result of the astounding player population of an empire, the competition in an empire was far more intense than in a kingdom. The intense competition, in turn, gave birth to greater motivation, which resulted in empire players improving their techniques faster. Naturally, the levels and equipment of empire players were slightly better than kingdom players. As for Everlasting War's party, even in empires, they were far above ordinary players. So, how could the ordinary players of White River City possibly hope to compete with them? Shi Feng's declaration stunned Everlasting War's companions, shock coloring their expressions as they stared at Shi Feng's calm smile. Shi Feng's words were not incorrect in the least. It was as if he had seen through every detail about them. Brother Ye Feng is as amazing as expected. Someone has indeed sponsored our weapons and equipment. This is also why we have come in search of Guild Leader Black Flame. Everlasting War did not deny Shi Feng's statement. Slowly, he said. You might not know this, but a few days after God's domain launched, the various major corporations around the world began to invest in the game. In order to prevent an overly intense struggle, these corporations began hidden competitions with each other. These competitions take place in the Dark Arena. The various major corporations send their experts to face each other, taking the chance to probe the opponent's strength. The victors earn large amounts of gold, credits, rare materials, and other benefits that you cannot even begin to imagine. I have come here today with the purpose of inviting Guild Leader Black Flame to join our battle team. If our battle team wins, it will benefit a guild such as Zero Wing that lacks funding. Not only can you obtain a large sum of credits, but you can also obtain a large sum of gold coins and top-tier equipment that you cannot even imagine exists. Now, however, I want to invite Brother Ye Feng to join us instead. What are your thoughts on this? Although Everlasting War's voice was soft, it was sufficient to shock everyone present. This was a competition between the top 500 corporations around the world. This competition was several times more intense than the competition between first-rate guilds. The experts that were invited to participate were on an entirely different level. I understand. I can agree to your invite, but I have a request, Shi Feng calmly said. He had long since known about this dark arena. It was a gathering place for experts. However, the experts there were far more powerful than the experts one usually saw in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the financial power these people possess was several times greater than a first-rate guild's. If one could obtain consecutive victories in the Dark Arena, It was even possible to obtain more credits than what Underworld possessed. Take Everlasting War, for example. Originally, he had not been a professional virtual reality gamer before God's Domain came into existence. He had been a top-class professional bodyguard tasked with protecting world-class characters. He had undergone both specialized mental and physical training. Ordinary people could never hope to be a match for him. Only the price the Dark Arena had offered was very high. It was enough to tempt even Everlasting War to play God's Domain. In the end, Everlasting War had become the Everlasting War God of the Dark Arena, one of the apex existences of God's Domain. In the past, Shi Feng had been fortunate enough to witness some of the matches in the Dark Arena. However, he had never even come near to qualifying to participate. As this was a competition between major corporations, only those who were invited were allowed to participate in the Dark Arena. Request? Everlasting War could not help his surprise. He had not expected Shi Feng to maintain his composure. However, he decided to ask, "May I know what this request is?" Chapter 488, Young Genius. Chapter 488, Young Genius. Although Everlasting War had already spoken, his companions had frowned in response to Shi Feng's reply. They had never expected that Shi Feng would try to negotiate. Countless people yearned to join a competition of such level. Yet, even many of the experts on the God's Domain experts list had been rejected. They were already stooping pretty low by willingly inviting an unknown expert such as Shi Feng. Even world-renowned players fought to join the Dark Arena. Participating in the Dark Arena was already a supreme honor in and of itself. Not only could one win endless riches, but they could also receive the admiration of millions. It was even possible for one to become an international celebrity with a single battle. Not even the ruler of Star Moon Kingdom was a match for the Dark Arena's participants in terms of status. After all, that was a stage at the international level. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's little jaws hung in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief as they watched Shi Feng. The competition between guilds in God's Domain was intense. Almost every guild was supported by many corporations. However, not even the backer of a first-rate guild could compare with international corporations. It was merely an ant in the eyes of such giants. Although the virtual gaming industry's total value rose with each passing year, it was still significantly inferior to other top industries. If a guild could obtain the financial support from such a corporation, they could instantly become a super guild, surpassing any first-rate guild in God's Domain. With such a good opportunity at hand, Shi Feng actually had a condition. However, Shi Feng did not care about what others thought about him. Taking a sip of tea, he returned his gaze to Everlasting War, saying slowly, "My request is very simple. I hear that each battle team participating in the Dark Arena consists of 10 members. Seeing as you only have 6 members at the moment, I wish to invite 3 of my people to join. That way we will have a full battle team. What do you think?" "You must be insane. Just inviting you is already leader's limit, yet you still want to invite 3 others to join the team. Who do you think started this battle team?" A youth in black armor shot up from his seat in anger. The other members of Everlasting War's party were also clearly angry. Everlasting War, on the other hand, watched Shi Feng seriously. The member limit for each battle team had only been recently confirmed, so only an extremely small group of people know this information. How did Shi Feng, an upper manager of a small guild, find out about this? Suddenly, Everlasting War realized that the young man before him was shrouded in mystery. The only goal of the corporation sponsoring your battle team is to secure victory. Naturally, the stronger the chosen team members are, the better. I can guarantee that the players I want to include are all very formidable," Shi Feng explained. Although Shi Feng had not personally participated in the Dark Arena, he had a certain understanding of it. After all, it was the future battlefield for the apex experts of God's Domain. He had learned plenty of techniques from the matches held in the Dark Arena. For example, he had learned void steps from watching the Dark Arena's battle videos. If he could allow the experts of the guild to participate in the Dark Arena and experience those battles, it will enable them to improve their techniques further. "Brother Ye Feng, I'm afraid that I am really powerless on this matter." There are a limited number of slots for the battle team. Although I am the team leader, I only have one invitation for the test, not the member slot for the battle team. Originally, I intended to test Guild Leader Black Flame's qualifications. However, even if he is qualified, I believe that, as the leader of a guild, he should be very busy with its management. Even if he has the strength, he should not have that much time to spare. That's why I wanted to invite Brother Shi Feng, Everlasting War said, smiling bitterly. The competition between these international corporations was extremely intense. Every position on the battle team was unimaginably precious. So how could they give them away to Shi Feng so easily? I expected as much. All right, I accept your invitation. When will the test be held? Shi Feng nodded. He knew how valuable the slot was. The invitation alone had already greatly surprised him. However, he still wanted to know how much power Everlasting War, this battle team's leader, wielded. If he could obtain another slot, he would have truly profited. The unified testing time has yet to be determined. Let's add each other as friends for now. Once those in charge have decided on a time, I will contact Brother Shi Feng immediately. Everlasting War promptly sent a friend request to the swordsman before him. After Shi Feng added Everlasting War as a friend, they chatted about matters relating to the Dark Arena. Seated by the side, Blue Bamboo was utterly stunned by the two's conversation. She had never imagined that Zero Wing was so amazing. It had actually received an invitation from an international corporation. If the guild received support from such a corporation, its potential would be unimaginable. Blue Bamboo's decision to join Zero Wing solidified after both sides chatted for another half an hour or so. Everlasting War's group departed. Big Brother Everlasting, there are countless experts in God's domain. Aside from Black Flame, how could you invite Shi Feng so casually? What if he fails to pass the test when the time comes? It won't look good to our superiors. Why don't we head over to Star Moon City and take a look? There might be some other amazing experts there. A beautiful female elementalist wearing crimson robes suggested I know. Our superiors gave me an invitation slot precisely because they wish to test my judgment and to see whether or not I am suited to lead this team. They will definitely replace me if I fail. Knowing this, I won't act recklessly. However, this Shi Feng is indeed amazing. Based on his appearance, I'm guessing he is only around 20 years old. Yet when he moves, not a single action reveals a weak point. There were not even any excess actions in his movement. I have already been in the refinement realm for close to 27 years already, so I can tell that he has clearly already set foot into the refinement realm. Moreover, his progression into the realm is also not shallow. This Shi Feng is simply unbelievable. He is truly a young genius. As for Black Flame, I have already watched his battle videos. Although Black Flame is indeed amazing, his performance shows that he has only taken half a step into the refinement realm. He only displays such overwhelming might due to his equipment and skills. With the power backing me, I can easily obtain things such as top-tier equipment. Otherwise, I would not have chosen Shi Feng. Refinement realm experts are as rare as phoenix feathers in God's domain. We are already very lucky to have encountered one. Even if we went to Star Moon City, it is unlikely that we will find another such expert. All right, let's return to leveling up for now. His teammates could not help their surprise after listening to Everlasting War's reasoning. They had not realized that Everlasting War had such a high opinion of Shi Feng. However, they also had to admit the scarcity of refinement realm experts. Even the 5 of them had only taken half a step into that realm. After Everlasting War and his party left, Shi Feng turned to thoughtful Rain, thanking her. I am truly grateful for Miss Rain's help today. If not for your introduction, I would not have such a fortuitous opportunity. If Miss Rain wishes to purchase equipment for yourself, I can offer a 50% discount. Really? Thoughtful Rain knew how expensive top-tier equipment was on the market. Moreover, top-tier equipment was not necessarily available. If she could purchase top-tier equipment at a 50% discount, she could save tens of thousands of credits with each item. She could save over 1 million credits if she bought an entire set. In addition, the equipment available on the market was nowhere near as good as Zero Wing's equipment. Of course, Shi Feng laughed. Great, I want to buy a set then. Also, my best friend here, Blue Bamboo, has always been very interested in joining Zero Wing. However, as she has only recently started playing virtual reality games, she's not very strong. Can you perhaps allow her to join? Thoughtful Rain asked meekly. I'm afraid I really cannot help you with that. Not even an upper manager like myself is allowed to bend the guild's rules, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. However, I can allow your friend to join and train herself with our guild's elite parties, having her learn the combat techniques of God's domain. Once she's sufficiently strong, she can then become an official member of Zero Wing. What do you think? I'll do it. I'll go. Originally, Blue Bamboo had been extremely disappointed when she heard Shi Feng's initial refusal. However, being able to improve herself with the elites of Zero Wing was not a bad alternative. Chapter 489, Shop. Chapter 489, Shop. Upon hearing Blue Bamboo's agreement, Shi Feng immediately contacted Aqua Rose and had her organize an elite dungeon raiding party. A dungeon was a very good place for players to improve their techniques. Independent parties normally only raided normal mode dungeons. Even ordinary guild parties would only occasionally raid hard mode dungeons. As for elite parties, they raided hard mode dungeons slightly more often. Zero Wing's elite parties, however, were different. When they raided dungeons, hard mode was the lowest difficulty they would choose. Though they would often challenge hell mode to raid a hard mode dungeon, players only needed to meet the minimum requirement for equipment. The requirement for techniques was not very high. However, it was a different story for hell mode. Hell mode had a very high technique requirement. Even if players' equipment was good enough to overwhelm the monsters that waited inside the dungeon, that did not guarantee that they could clear it. Their techniques needed to reach a certain standard before they could raid the dungeon successfully, so it was a very good place to train one's techniques. Zero Wing also had a requirement set for its elite members. Every week, elite members needed to raid hell mode dungeons a certain number of times. Although this was a stringent quota, members who fulfilled it would earn plenty of guild points as compensation for the deaths they suffered inside the hell mode dungeon. This was also why Zero Wing's elite members were so much more powerful than the elite members of other guilds. As long as Blue Bamboo trained diligently and polished herself in hell mode dungeons for a time, she should not have any issues passing Zero Wing's evaluation. Following which, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo each purchased a set consisting of level 25 secret silver and fine gold equipment for elementalists and clerics, spending over 1,000,000 credits in total. Despite such a large expenditure, however, both girls were extremely satisfied with their purchases. They even felt that they had profited significantly. They knew very well that, should they purchase level 25 top-tier equipment from the Virtual Trade Center, they would have to spend over 2,000,000 credits at the very minimum. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the equipment would be available. After all, every guild was in dire need of top-tier equipment. Naturally, they would not sell such equipment easily. After Shi Feng finished dealing with these matters, he immediately departed from the residence and headed towards the Star Streak trading firm. Rain, you're the best. I can't believe you actually know someone like Big Brother Ye Feng. Previously, one of my classmates boasted in front of me about how her boyfriend wore several pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment. If she finds out that I now have several pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment, she will definitely turn green with envy. Blue Bamboo laughed as she fiddled with the fine gold equipment in her hands. Honestly, though, Big Brother Ye Feng really treats you nicely. On the way here, I've researched the forums and found out plenty about Zero Wing's elite members. These elite members normally raid hell mode dungeons, and they never offer to carry anyone, not even their own ordinary members. I've always wondered what it feels like to clear a hell mode dungeon. Now that Big Brother Ye Feng has arranged for us to accompany Zero Wing's elite parties to improve our strengths. It won't be long before we become experts too. Say, seeing as how Big Brother Ye Feng is such a young and handsome man, do you think he has a girlfriend? If he doesn't, Rain, this could be a good opportunity for you. Even an international corporation is trying to recruit him to their battle team. Once he becomes famous, who knows how many people will be gunning for him. Your chances with him will decrease significantly if you wait. You little girl, Thoughtful Rain blushed slightly. Snapping, she said, "I'm going to ignore you now." Seeing that Thoughtful Rain had turned around and was about to leave, Blue Bamboo hurriedly pulled her friend back, panicking. "No. That White River City, Starstreak trading firm?" "Smile, how many strengthened armor kits have you guys produced?" Shi Feng asked. "Guild leader, the three of us have forged over 10,000 pieces." "Are we going to put them up for sale now?" Melancholic Smile asked. Bring all of the strengthened armor kits and follow me." "Right. Also bring the gold we've earned so far," Shi Feng said. Although the strengthened armor kits were inferior to the mana armor kits, with 3 people producing them, Shi Feng did not have to forge the armor kits himself. Naturally, the stock they had created was astounding, with a burden of 30,000 gold on his shoulders. Shi Feng felt that it would be best if he dealt with the problem as soon as possible. After all, there was not much time remaining. The looming penalty for failing the epic quest was also quite stressful. Moreover, Horizon Alliance had already nurtured quite a number of lifestyle players, forgers in particular. They had also recruited close to half the advanced forging apprentices from White River City's 7 neighboring cities. The Horizon Alliance even employed basic forgers, which no other city possessed. Once Shi Feng accumulated the 30,000 gold, he would no longer have a connection to the Starstreak trading firm. Hence, Shi Feng had been planning and accumulating his wealth, preparing to open his own market. And now was the perfect time to do so. Fortunately, he had accumulated a sufficient number of gold coins. It was time to display his strength. "Guild leader, I have everything with me, aside from strengthening scrolls. We also have the 13,000 plus gold that we've accumulated," Melancholic Smile said as she placed the money and the items on the table. This was the first time she had ever seen so much money. There were more than 13,000 gold coins stacked on the table. This was the accumulation of all the money Starstreak trading firm had earned from the 8 cities it occupied, including White River City. There was not a single guild in Star Moon Kingdom that could compete with the Horizon Alliance's wealth. A guild would be quite well off with only 1/10 of the Alliance's fortune. If converted to credits, 13,000 gold was worth hundreds of millions. One had to admit that God's Domain's money-making potential was formidable. Moreover, the game had only launched less than a month ago. However, no fool would exchange so much gold for credits. Yet Melancholic Smile had no idea what Shi Feng intended to do with so much gold. After giving the items on the table a casual glance, Shi Feng quickly stored them in his bag. "Follow me," Shi Feng said as he exited the forging room. Melancholic Smile promptly followed. After leaving the Starstreak trading firm, Shi Feng led Melancholic Smile to White River City's City Hall. "Lord Viscount, how may I be of service today?" a female manager asked politely, smiling when she noticed Shi Feng enter the building. "I wish to purchase some land," Shi Feng said. "Please follow me." Saying so, the female manager led Shi Feng and Melancholic Smile to a VIP meeting room. After a short wait, a tall, middle-aged man entered the room. "Lord Viscount, I have prepared a list of all available commercial land. My lord may choose any plot of land on this list, and because of your esteemed status, you will receive a 10% discount on all land." "Okay." Shi Feng only glanced through the pages, not bothering to read them in detail. He then said, "I want these 2 plots next to the bank and the auction house. If one pointed out the most valuable plots of land in White River City, the first would be the plot directly beside the auction house. The second was next to the bank. The third was near the 2 aforementioned establishments, and the fourth was next to the Virtual Trade Center and the Adventurers Association. This held true for every city in God's domain. In the past, these plots of land had been highly sought after. Renting one of these plots for just a month could be astronomically expensive. Moreover, as God's domain developed, the money one could earn would grow. Naturally, it also cost a significant sum to purchase these plots of land. Moreover, one must also possess certain status if they wanted to purchase land. Money alone was not enough. As a Viscount, Shi Feng could only purchase a limited number of plots. Thus, he chose only 1 plot per location to begin his shop's operation. Chapter 490, Candlelight Trading Firm. Chapter 490, Candlelight Trading Firm. Without hesitation, Shi Feng requested the two most popular plots of land in White River City. When Melancholic Smile saw the prices, her little mouth fell wide open. These prices were outrageous. An ordinary plot of land in White River City cost over 1,000 gold. If the land were in the densely populated Central District, it would cost more than 3,000 gold. As for the two plots Shi Feng had set his sight on, each cost over 8,000 gold. If they converted 8,000 gold to credits, they could establish a relatively large company in the city in reality. However, Shi Feng did not consider his choices to be expensive. In the future, these two plots would become extremely valuable. In the past, he could not have obtained them even if he wanted to. Players frequented both the auction house and the bank. Hence, the traffic was guaranteed. If not for his need for money right now, Shi Feng would have preferred to purchase several more plots of land. By the time White River City became the #1 city in Star Moon Kingdom, the value of the city's land would soar by more than 100-fold. Lord Viscount, for the two plots of commercial land you have chosen, one costs 9,200 gold, while the other costs 8,800 gold, coming to a total of 18,000 gold. After including the 10% discount, your total is 16,200 gold, the male manager said with great excitement. In addition, after purchasing these two plots of land, there will be a 15% property tax each month. If taxes aren't paid for in 3 months, these plots will be locked. If the taxes aren't paid for in half a year, the city will reclaim the land. This is a scam. Melancholic Smile nearly shouted when she heard the male manager's explanation, flushing with anger. They had already spent so much money to purchase these two areas, yet they were still required to pay a 15% property tax every month. In total, they were required to pay 2,700 gold in property taxes for the two plots of land. Not even first-rate guilds had that much gold. Most importantly, they had to pay this tax every month. Here is 16,200 gold. Shi Feng handed over the money without hesitation. Shi Feng was very familiar with God's domain's rules, so he had expected this. Moreover, the main god system had implemented this property tax with the purpose of avoiding someone powerful from monopolizing a city's land. Although the property tax seemed absurdly expensive, gold coins would become easier to earn as players leveled, resulting in their depreciation. Gold coins would not remain as valuable as they were now, hence, paying 2,700 gold each month was no big deal. A short moment later, the manager passed the deed for the two plots of land to Shi Feng. With this, Shi Feng could now establish shops on these two tracts anytime he wanted to. Moreover, these two areas were relatively large. They were in no way inferior to the Starstreak trading firm. At the end of the day, the Starstreak trading firm did not belong to Shi Feng. Even if he managed it well, the firm still belonged to NPCs. However, if he established shops on the plots he had purchased, he could do whatever he wanted to them. It was a lot more convenient. Soon after, Shi Feng chose two relatively good building models in the city hall, with both being 3-story buildings. He could use the first floor to sell products and use the second to establish a warehouse, forging rooms, and other necessities. Finally, the third floor could be an office area. However, to construct these two shops, Shi Feng had spent another 2,000 gold, after which he hired over 20 advanced NPCs to conduct daily management and sales in each shop. After spending all this money, little remained of Shi Feng's funds. Fortunately, the dragon scale set equipment sold consistently in the Blackwing auction house, and a large sum of gold coins would fill Shi Feng's pockets every now and then. Smile, I'll leave the management of these two plots of land to you for now. I've already given you the authority you need. Begin transferring our members from Starstreak little by little. As for our products, we'll set the strength and armor kits as our main focus. There is no need to sell them over at Starstreak, Shi Feng said. Guild leader, if we only sell the strength and armor kits at these two locations, it will divert traffic from Starstreak, impacting our business there. Melancholic Smile said, concern filling her voice. That is precisely my intention. I want to lure all of the old customers of Starstreak to the new shops. Just do as I say. As for the price for these strengthened armor kits, set them at 7 silver coins minimum. We can't afford a loss from selling them. Shi Feng laughed. Although the Star Streak trading firm was still somewhat useful to him, its greatest purpose to Shi Feng lay in the initial business. Now that he had accumulated sufficient capital, he had to abandon it little by little. After all, the moment he earned the 30,000 gold and completed his quest, the Star Streak trading firm would sever all ties with him. If he did not prepare for it now, it would be too late in the future. Guild leader, rest assured, I will make sure the prices of the strengthened armor kits stay above 7 silver coins, Melancholic Smile said. She was very confident about the strengthened armor kits they had produced. Even as basic forgers, their success rates at producing the strengthened armor kits were below 30%. Meanwhile, the material cost for producing each strengthened armor kit was over 1 silver. In other words, the actual cost for producing a complete strengthened armor kit was more than 3 silver. In reality, selling them for only 7 silver coins was simply too cheap. Even if Shi Feng had not given the order, she had intended to set the initial price of the strengthened armor kits at 10 silver. After all, with the current average level of players, a price of 10 silver coins was definitely affordable. Guild leader, you haven't named the shops for these 2 locations yet? What will you call them? Melancholic Smile asked as she looked at Shi Feng. A small spark may kindle a raging fire. Let's call it the Candlelight Trading Firm. Shi Feng sighed as he looked at the deeds to the 2 golden real estates in his hand. At this moment, he finally had his own capital. With these 2 plots, he had taken a large step ahead of the other guilds. His guild would have a relatively stable source of income in the future, and he wouldn't have to fear becoming any guild's target. Shortly after, both Shi Feng and Melancholic Smile visited to the 2 plots of land that they had just purchased. At this moment, however, the buildings were still under reconstruction, so they could not view the shop's full elegance. It would take several more hours before the reconstruction work would be completed. At that time, they could open for business. There sure are a lot of players in White River City right now. Shi Feng examined his surroundings, discovering a sea of players near the auction house. The area was even more crowded than it had been in his previous life. Guild leader, this is a given. Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile are constantly competing over White River City. Zero Wing is also the first guild to own a guild residence in Star Moon Kingdom. In addition, there are Overwhelming Smile's impressive offers to consider. As a result, many players from other cities were tempted to migrate and develop themselves in White River City. Based on the statistics published the day before yesterday, White River City is currently the 2nd most populous city in Star Moon Kingdom. It is only slightly behind Star Moon City. An ordinary city could not compare with a capital. Even if White River City offered a massive advantage, many players still preferred to mingle in the capital city. Star Moon City? Upon hearing Melancholic Smile's words, Shi Feng suddenly remembered something. He had befriended someone in Star Moon City before and had intended to purchase land through him. Originally, he had planned to direct Zero Wing's development towards Star Moon City. In the end, he had dismissed this notion and focused on making White River City the #1 city in Star Moon Kingdom. After all, unlike in Star Moon City, Zero Wing had an extraordinary background in White River City currently. Although he no longer intended to develop Zero Wing in Star Moon City, the capital city's population was still very attractive. After all, in God's domain, players were a city's resource. The more powerful a city was, the more powerful the guild-controlling said city could become. It seems I need to make a trip to Star Moon City. Shi Feng suddenly thought of a plan that could advance White River City's development further. Chapter 491, Holy Land for Experts. Chapter 491, Holy Land for Experts. Just as Shi Feng was about to head towards White River City's teleportation hall, the clear ring of his communicator reached his ears. Aqua, what's wrong? Shi Feng asked after accepting the call. Guild leader, good news. Previously, your feat of killing so many of Overwhelming Smile's experts boosted our guild's morale. Currently, our members are flooding the fields to participate in the war. As Overwhelming Smile's expert parties are no longer appearing on the battlefield, we've gained significant advantages. We have already taken out over 20,000 Overwhelming Smile members, probably because we're the first guild to kill over 20,000 players in an all-out war. An advanced NPC from the Adventurers Association just visited, issuing an epic guild quest. The quest is called Ancient Battlefield, and only the guild leader of the guild is allowed to accept the quest. Moreover, only 10 guild members can participate in the quest. Unfortunately, we can't learn any more until we accept the quest. I'm worried that this epic guild quest might disappear if we don't accept it soon. So I contacted you immediately after learning about it. Aqua Rose was extremely excited when she spoke. This was her first time encountering an epic quest. She had only ever heard rumors of them on the forums. Every epic quest represented a massive opportunity. If one could complete it, they could receive extremely bountiful rewards. Based on the information she had gathered, epic quests would reward players with an epic item at the very minimum. If it were a high difficulty epic quest, one could even obtain 2 or 3 epic items. Meanwhile, the quest the guild had just received was an epic guild quest. It was a lot more difficult than an epic quest meant for individual players. If they could complete it, they would reap a frightening harvest. Ancient Battlefield? Shi Feng was stunned upon hearing Aqua Rose's words, indescribable thrill growing in his heart. Hurriedly he asked, "Aqua, are you sure you read that correctly? The information on the guild's quest board is clear, and I made sure to read it very carefully. I can say with certainty that it is an epic quest. Even I didn't believe it at first when I was told, after verifying it multiple times. I am sure that it is the epic quest Ancient Battlefield," Aqua Rose said, practically glowing with excitement. If they could complete this epic quest and obtain several epic items, it could help them immensely when they raided large-scale team dungeons in the future. Now that Zero Wing waged war against Overwhelming Smile, morale was very important. The news about Shi Feng taking out the underworld guards with one hit had caused Zero Wing to instantly become the publicly acknowledged #1 guild of White River City. This incident had also placed significant psychological pressure on Overwhelming Smile's members. If Zero Wing could take the lead by conquering a large-scale team dungeon, gaining even more top-tier equipment and prestige, Overwhelming Smile would have no hope of competing with Zero Wing in the future. However, Aqua Rose did not know that, in reality, what had shocked Shi Feng was not the difficulty of the quest, but the Ancient Battlefield itself. In the past, the Ancient Battlefield had been immensely famous in God's domain. It had become so famous because of its alternative name, the Holy Land for Experts. The Ancient Battlefield was known as the Holy Land for Experts because the map was a training ground specifically designed by the main god system for players. This training ground's purpose was to allow players to gain a better understanding of the combat style of God's domain. In the past, countless noobs and new players had instantly soared to become experts, precisely because of the Ancient Battlefield. Moreover, it wasn't limited to ordinary experts. The Ancient Battlefield had even given birth to many Apex experts. As a result, players called the Ancient Battlefield the Holy Land for Experts. Countless players had dreamed of visiting and experiencing the wonders it had to offer. Unfortunately, this opportunity was too difficult to encounter. In the past, despite countless guilds and corporations offering astronomical prices for the slots to enter the Ancient Battlefield, nobody willingly sold the slots they had. Now that Shi Feng had suddenly been notified that he had obtained the Ancient Battlefield quest, how could he contain his excitement? He had always dreamed of visiting the Ancient Battlefield in the past. Unfortunately, he had never been lucky enough to receive an invitation. Now, however, he had. "I understand. The difficulty of an epic quest is not to be taken lightly, so set it aside for now. Don't worry about it disappearing. After a guild quest is issued, it will be available for 3 months or until someone accepts it. Since it has just been issued, leave it there for now," Shi Feng said after calming down. "However, although we are setting aside the quest, I have a few tasks that I'll need you to do for me." Tasks? Aqua Rose was confused. She could not understand why Shi Feng did not intend to accept this epic quest. Although she knew that the difficulty of an epic quest was unmatched, without accepting the quest, how could they possibly know whether or not they could complete it? It was a pity to leave the quest there like that. Most importantly, it was so tempting. That's right. In order to complete this epic quest, we will need sufficient combat power. I need you to contact Fire Dance and the others and tell them to stop trying to level up to deal with Overwhelming Smile. The same goes for you. All of you should focus on improving your combat techniques. I will also frequently give you pointers. In a few days, I will test you all to see how much your combat techniques have improved. At that time, I will select the top 9 players to participate in this epic quest. Shi Feng laughed. What should we do about the team dungeons? I hear that Overwhelming Smile has already allocated their experts for raiding level 20 hard mode dungeons. If we lose the race to raid the team dungeons, it will deal a significant blow to our guild's prestige and empower the enemy. Aqua Rose simply could not understand Shi Feng's decision. Previously, Shi Feng had strongly advocated raiding dungeons first. Wasn't this change of plans a little too sudden? She wasn't even sure how to react. The most surprising thing was the fact that a busy man like Shi Feng had actually offered to instruct them personally. This had never happened before. Having the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom tutor them would yield effects hundreds of times better than learning from Shi Feng's battle videos in secret. Countless players dreamed of such an opportunity. There were even some who had offered 1 million credits on the official forums, hoping to hire Shi Feng as their personal trainer. It would be a lie if Aqua Rose said she was not excited. This was just as thrilling as the epic quest. Sharpening your axe will not delay your job of cutting wood. Do you think that conquering a large-scale team dungeon will be so easy without a certain degree of strength? Beyond that, the quest only requires 10 people. We can just have the others continue with raiding the dungeons. Shi Feng did not bother to explain further. He could not reveal too much information. Aqua Rose had no idea just how important this ancient battlefield quest was. Raising an army was easy, nurturing a general was not. In the past, no one had been willing to trade their spot on the ancient battlefield even when offered a legendary item. The competition over a measly dungeon had meant nothing. If possible, Shi Feng would have accepted the quest immediately. However, doing so would be a massive waste. Besides, leaving the quest for players to see would provide a powerful incentive. Shi Feng did not have any concrete information about the situation inside the ancient battlefield. He only knew that the better the combat techniques a player possessed, the greater their harvest would be. Hence, Shi Feng had specifically instructed Aqua Rose and the others to spare some time to improve their techniques. By doing so, they would also increase their potential gain. I understand. I'll contact Fire Dance and the others immediately. They will be thrilled when they hear about this. Aqua Rose giggled as she disconnected the call. She then began to contact the other core members of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had arrived at Star Moon City, Star Moon Kingdom's #1 city, through a teleportation array, Chapter 492, Plundering Resources. Chapter 492, Plundering Resources. With a clear moon and few stars, it was already nighttime in God's domain. As the #1 city of Star Moon Kingdom, Star Moon City had brilliantly lit streets at this time. Magic lights illuminated the streets all around, making the entire Star Moon City seem as bright as day. As expected of Star Moon City, the population here is not something a regional capital like White River City could ever hope to match up to. Shi Feng could not help but sigh as he waded through the sea of players crowding the streets. Now that players were higher leveled, many could afford the teleportation fee to travel to Star Moon City. At this moment, Star Moon City's player population was nearly 5 million, 2 million more than White River City's. If one could take control of Star Moon City, it would significantly improve a guild's development speed. The impact on a guild would be even better than having control of 4 or 5 smaller cities. In addition, the available resources in the vicinity of Star Moon City were very abundant. Hence, all powers staying within the capital city were a mix of both strong and weak. Other than the 3 first-rate guilds that had set Star Moon Kingdom as their main base of operations, first-rate guilds of other kingdoms and empires also had a presence in Star Moon City. Plenty of second-rate guilds were also taking root and developing themselves here. As a result, the competition at Star Moon City was extremely intense, and in this aspect, White River City was far from comparable. Even the average level of ordinary players here was much higher than at White River City. Before long, Shi Feng arrived at Star Moon City's City Hall via horse carriage. When Shi Feng got there, a majestic and powerful-looking man was standing outside the entrance of the building. This man was none other than the Ghost Raider, Lifeless Blade. At this moment, Lifeless Blade was already level 26, not one bit inferior to Shi Feng. Initially, Lifeless Blade was stunned upon seeing Shi Feng, but he soon revealed a bitter smile. Although Shi Feng's outward appearance had not changed by much since the last time they met inwardly, however, the gap was like the distance between heaven and earth. The last time he met Shi Feng, the latter gave the impression of being very ordinary, that there was nothing special about him at all. On the other hand, Shi Feng's every action right now had an indescribable sense of naturalness. The pressure Shi Feng radiated made Lifeless Blade feel as if he was facing a Lord-ranked monster right now. The last time Lifeless Blade met Shi Feng, he had learned a lot from the discussion he had with Shi Feng on combat techniques. Moreover, the latter had even provided him with plenty of quests that raised one's reputation, allowing his reputation to swiftly reach the status of a noble, which afforded many conveniences for his team's development. Lifeless Blade was only where he was right now due to Shi Feng's help. Hence, he felt immense gratitude towards Shi Feng. During this period, Lifeless Blade had raided plenty of team dungeons. He had even raided Hell Mode team dungeons. There were also countless instances where he participated in field PvPs. If he were to speak for himself, he would say that his strength had improved plenty since his last meeting with Shi Feng. However, compared to Shi Feng, his improvements paled significantly. "Brother Ye Feng, I've already completed the task you requested," Lifeless Blade stated when he saw Shi Feng approaching. In a somewhat worried tone, he continued, "But Brother Ye Feng, that plot of land you want is simply too far away from the high-traffic areas of the city. You will only make a loss by purchasing the land there. With the same amount of money, you can easily purchase a plot of land in the high-traffic areas of the city. This is really not a profitable purchase." "No worries, I prefer a place that is somewhat peaceful," Shi Feng laughed. Star Moon City was extremely large. There was also quite a lot of land available inside the city. However, the prices of the land here were not one bit cheaper than in White River City at all. Even an ordinary plot of land had a minimum price of 2,000 gold. With this sum of money, one could purchase a relatively good plot of land in White River City already. Meanwhile, the land situated around the central district of Star Moon City had a price tag of at least 6,000 gold, whereas land in the golden areas of the city cost 14,000 gold at a minimum. The prices here were more than double those of White River City. However, precisely because of this reason, the guilds based in Star Moon City had a constant headache. There was no meaning in purchasing a useless plot of land for more than 2,000 gold. However, not to mention the land in the golden areas, even accumulating 6,000 gold required a lot of time and effort. Hence, practically nobody was paying attention to the land within the capital right now. However, the many guilds in Star Moon City had neglected a point. Since the land of the capital city was so expensive, wouldn't the guilds developing at the capital city at the initial stages of the game suffer immensely? Not to mention the expensive land, but there was also the high difficulty of earning reputation in Star Moon City. No matter how one looked at the situation, guilds that were developing themselves in the capital city would be at a disadvantage during the early stages of the game. In reality, however, that was not the case. It was only because everyone had yet to deepen their understanding of the commercial lands of Star Moon City. Only after some time had passed would everyone come to realize that some ordinary plots of land in Star Moon City were actually much better than land in the central district, and these were the lands surrounding certain special buildings. Star Moon City was the core of Star Moon Kingdom, and many powerful high-tiered NPCs were gathered here. There were even many establishments here that were unavailable in other cities. Although these establishments were not as popular as the auction house, bank, and such locations, the player traffic at these locations still greatly surpassed that of many of the lands located in the central district. In the past, many guilds and players who were lucky enough to purchase these plots of land had made themselves a fortune through them. Meanwhile, the plot of land Shi Feng was planning to purchase right now was precisely located beside one of these unique establishments, the underground arena, Although only a small number of players frequented the underground arena at the moment, that traffic would increase, along with the growth in popularity of arena matches. In particular, players from other cities and countries would often visit Star Moon City, boosting the player traffic here to an even more frightening level. Shi Feng truly wished he could purchase every plot of land surrounding the underground arena. Unfortunately, he no longer had that much money on him right now. Forget it. It's your money anyway. Lifeless Blade shook his head and sighed. Including the ownership transfer fees, the plot of land Shi Feng had set his eyes on cost nearly 3,000 gold. That was enough money to purchase a relatively good plot of land close to the central district. Following which, Lifeless Blade led Shi Feng into the city hall and carried out the purchase and transfer procedures. After 10 minutes or so, Shi Feng had obtained the best plot of land close to the underground arena. Moreover, he had also spent over 1,000 gold to construct the best available shop there, and had even hired 15 advanced NPCs to manage the daily affairs of the shop. How Shi Feng had spent close to 4,000 gold coins so casually nearly shut down Lifeless Blade's brain. This was his first time seeing a spendthrift like Shi Feng. Not only had Shi Feng wasted his money on an ordinary plot of land, but he had even spent over 1,000 gold to construct the best available shop. In Star Moon City, Lifeless Blade's team could be considered extremely wealthy, yet even so, their liquid assets only amounted to dozens of gold. Even a first-rate guild could not easily take out 1,000 gold. Yet Shi Feng had spent it casually, as if he was buying vegetables at a market. At this point, Lifeless Blade had even begun to wonder whether Zero Wing, the guild behind Shi Feng, was manufacturing gold coins. In the face of Lifeless Blade's stunned reaction, Shi Feng simply gave the man a smile. He did not bother giving any explanations. Now that he had established a branch of candlelight trading firm on this plot of land, he had the foundation to begin plundering the resources of Star Moon City. As long as he sold the strengthened armor kits here in limited quantities, the players here who needed these items would end up heading over to White River City's candlelight trading firm to purchase them when the local supply ran out. With this, Shi Feng could secretly steal the player population of Star Moon City. Over time, the players of Star Moon City would become White River cities. By the time the guilds competing over Star Moon City realized their situation, everything would be too late. Afterward, Shi Feng discussed matters relating to Star Moon City's situation with Lifeless Blade. He then logged out of the game to rest as he patiently awaited the completion of Candlelight Trading Firm's construction. Chapter 493, Big Dipper Competition. Chapter 493, Big Dipper Competition. After logging out of the game, Shi Feng exited his virtual gaming cabin and began today's training plan. Ever since his brain activity increased, it was as if Shi Feng had entered a whole new world in regard to his control over his own body. During this period, he had continuously been adapting to the new changes. A human's body was subject to the brain's control. The brain controlled processes such as hormone production, cellular immunity, and physical power control. As these processes involved a lot of information, the brain carried out these processes automatically, just like a computer which ran its system programs in the background. The human brain had long since been set to deal with these processes automatically without requiring conscious effort from the brain. This was a sort of self-protective mechanism for the human brain. However, with the increase in brain activity and, simultaneously, brain usage rates, humans could actively control these processes instead of leaving the brain to passively control them. If brain activity increased to a sufficient level, humans could even control their own body's hormone production, fine-tuning their own bodies to increase their own lifespans, maintain a youthful appearance, and so on. In particular, with a high enough brain activity, one could even control their brain's subconscious inhibition of their body's physical power. If an ordinary person, who might originally have had a punching power of 100 kilograms, was able to remove the inhibition their brain placed on their physical strength, then they could instantly multiply that power by over a dozen or even several dozens of times. Like in the news. During times of emergency or danger, many people would suddenly display explosive power that they never possessed. As for the reason why these people could display such power, It was because their brains had removed the limiter placed on their physical bodies. However, it was exceptionally difficult to remove this limiter. There were also many people who failed to remove it, despite encountering a dangerous situation. Or even if they did manage to do so, it would be for only a very brief period of time. Nevertheless, with the increase in brain activity, one could consciously remove the limiter placed on their physical power. This was the case with Shi Feng right now. The increase in his brain activity had boosted his brain usage rate. Originally, Shi Feng was unable to control the limiter placed on his physical power. Now, however, he could adjust it slightly. As far as Shi Feng knew, many martial arts grandmasters in the past had undergone long periods of training, in addition to consistently increasing their brain activity in order to grasp this technique. Moreover, due to the popularity of God's Domain, as well as the fact that the game played a significant role in developing a player's brain, many people in the past had also been able to reach this step. At this moment, Shi Feng's goal was to reach this step. During this period of training and learning, Shi Feng could sense that he had already touched the gateway. If he could grasp this technique, then his combat power in God's Domain would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, if he wished to grasp a hold of this power, he needed to increase his brain activity once more. It was just that breaking through his own mental limit placed a heavy demand on his brain cells and required a large amount of energy. Meanwhile, only with S-rank nutrient fluids could he solve these problems. Although Shi Feng had the money, he could not purchase any S-rank nutrient fluids by himself. Shi Feng really wished to have a sufficient number of virtual gaming cabins and S-rank nutrient fluids in order to immediately nurture Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Cola, and Violet Cloud into true top-tier experts and have them set foot into the refinement realm. At that time, Zero Wing's strength would definitely soar, and it would no longer be an impossible task to capture the several cities surrounding White River City. Just when Shi Feng had completed his morning training and was about to have his lunch, the quantum watch on his wrist rang. "Mr. Shi Feng? I am Mr. Xiaoyu's assistant. Your competition today is scheduled at 5 p.m. I have come to pick you up in advance. The car is already waiting downstairs," the young and beautiful woman who appeared in the video call said, smiling. "All right, I'll be there in a moment," Shi Feng replied before disconnecting the call. Meanwhile, on the ground floor of Shi Feng's apartment, a maglev limousine was currently parked outside the building. A man and a woman stood quietly beside the car, waiting. The woman wore a black dress. She had fine black eyelashes and a glamorous face with skin as white as snow. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders. Overall, she had a bright and beautiful appearance. As for the man, he was tall and ferocious. Wearing a black suit and a pair of sunglasses, he was like a ferocious beast, his entire body radiating a hostile aura that made others consciously distance themselves from him out of fear. When the residents of the community saw this scene, they thought that a big shot had come visiting. "This guy sure knows how to take his time." The female assistant, Liang Jing, looked at her quantum watch. In an impatient tone, she grumbled, "Just what does Chairman Xiao see in him to actually have us come fetch him?" She was the head assistant for Big Dipper Training Center's chairman. Yet now she was actually sent to escort a youth. The man standing beside her right now was also no ordinary character. He was called Lu Jihong, and he was the personal bodyguard of Chairman Xiao. Lu Jihong's strength was simply amazing. He could easily deal with 7 or 8 ordinary people simultaneously. Even if he participated in the city's fighting competition, he would have no problem obtaining a good ranking. At the moment, the company lacks the support of a martial arts master. Chairman Xiao is naturally trying to create a grander scene, Lu Jihong replied indifferently. He's just slightly over 20. How could he possibly be a martial arts master? Liang Jing had noted Shi Feng's appearance through the video call just now. No matter how she looked at it, she could not relate Shi Feng to those 30 to 40-year-old masters. I hear that his opponent this time is quite amazing. Even Master Chen Wu has referred to that person as a fighting genius. That person has even defeated several martial arts masters before. I really cannot understand why Chairman Xiao still insisted on holding the competition this time around. The result of this competition is so obvious. He could clearly just choose that person instead. She had personally seen martial arts masters before. Even from afar, every one of these masters gave off an imposing air that made others feel reverence for them. However, Shi Feng did not possess such a feeling. If not for Chairman Shao personally confirming that Shi Feng was indeed a martial arts master, she really dared not believe that such a youthful master actually existed. While Liang Jing and Lu Zhihong were conversing with each other, Shi Feng came downstairs. When Liang Jing saw Shi Feng's blue sports attire, however, she was immediately stupefied. How was this a master, whether in terms of temperament or power? He was clearly just an athletic youth. At this rate, he would simply be seeking his own death by challenging a martial arts master. Contrary to Liang Jing's reaction, however, the bodyguard standing beside her revealed a completely different expression. Despite the faint smile Shi Feng had on his face, Lu Zhihong felt as if he was staring at a dormant beast. Lu Zhihong could not sense anything from Shi Feng's every action. That was right, he could not sense anything at all. For a seasoned bodyguard like himself, there was nothing more dangerous than being unable to pick up anything from someone's action. It was as if someone were pointing a gun at his head, and he still thought the other person was joking. If Shi Feng were to take action, Lu Zhihong felt that Shi Feng could easily defeat him in just a few moves. Before the female assistant could even speak, the previously silent Lu Zhihong hurriedly opened the car door, respectfully saying, "Master Shi Feng, please, get in. We will take you to the venue immediately. Thanks." Shi Feng smiled as he entered the car. However, the female assistant, Liang Jing, was stupefied. What was this situation? She had never seen Lu Zhihong act so respectfully to anyone before. Not even Chairman Shao received such a treatment. Chapter 494. Gathered. Chapter 494. Gathered. Big Dipper's Central Assembly Hall, although the sun was blazing, an endless stream of guests entered the hall. At the bright red carpet, well-known upper-class personages descended from luxury cars one after another and slowly walked into the assembly hall. Big Dipper's assembly hall was very lively today. It was even livelier than when the city's fighting competition was held. Quite a small number of people. Seated inside the limousine, Shi Feng swept a glance at the assembly hall's surroundings, noticing that the people who came to watch the competition were all well-known characters in Jinhai City. There was not a single commoner present at all. Logically speaking, by holding the competition this time, Big Dipper should be promoting itself to increase its popularity. In order to recover from its downward spiral, it would definitely want to widely publicize the competition this time around. Internal force experts were rare, and exchanges between internal force experts were even rarer. Countless people wished to feast their eyes on such a fight. However, when Shi Feng looked at the scene before him, it did not seem as if Big Dipper had done any promotion at all. Otherwise, the venue would have been completely swamped with people. "Mr. Shi Feng, it is like this. The other master wishes to hold this competition in private. He does not wish it to be known by everyone in the world. Hence, the company has not made any attempt to promote the competition and has only invited a few well-known figures. But even so, that master was not happy about it." Xiao had not offered sufficient compensation. The number of people attending this match might be less than half the current head count, Liang Jing said as she looked at Shi Feng, her lips curled up in a mesmerizing smile. Charmingly, she continued, "If Mr. Shi Feng thinks that this event is too small, after this competition is over, we can definitely arrange for your name to be known by all in Jinhai City." As the head assistant of Big Dipper's chairman, observing another person's every mood was Liang Jing's specialty. After seeing Lu Zhihong's respectful performance before, even if she was a fool, she would have realized that Shi Feng was not as simple as he appeared to be. With such a great achievement at such a young age, Shi Feng would definitely become a dragon among men. If she could narrow the distance in their relationship slightly, the familiarity would be of tremendous help to her future. Naturally, she could not pass up this opportunity sitting before her right now. That person sure likes to keep a low profile, but it's fine. I don't like being watched by too many people either, Shi Feng laughed. Originally, Shi Feng had no intention of making himself famous. He wanted to develop himself while maintaining a low profile. If not for the 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids and 5 virtual gaming cabins, he really would not participate in this competition. Soon, Shi Feng followed Liang Jing to the backstage of the assembly hall to rest there as he quietly awaited the start of the competition. At this moment, the competition hall inside Big Dipper's assembly hall was already packed with people. Every one of these attendees held considerable status in Jinhai City. Plenty of well-known figures from other cities had also turned up this time around. Meanwhile, seated inside the VIP room on the second floor were the few titans of Jinhai City. At this moment, Xiao Yu was entertaining these VIPs. If Shi Feng were present in this room, he would definitely discover a lot of people he was familiar with here. Seated in the center of the room was none other than Jinhai University's headmaster and chairman Xu Wencheng. Seated beside him were Zhao Jianhua of the Zhao Group, Master Chen Wu of Jinhai City's #1 dojo, and many more high-profile characters of Jinhai City. "Little Xiao, you've surely given me a big surprise this time. You were actually able to invite 2 martial arts masters to conduct a competition with each other. This is a first for our Jinhai City," Xu Wenxing said as he stroked his white beard. A little excited, he said, "I wonder if you can introduce me to the 2 masters you've invited this time around?" The other VIPs promptly nodded their heads at Xu Wenxing's words. In this day and age, fighting competitions were the most popular event in the world. The status of martial arts masters was naturally extraordinary, more so that of internal force experts. Normally one could not see such experts in an ordinary city like Jinhai City. Even high-profile characters like the VIPs present would not be able to easily meet such experts. "Old man Xu, you must be joking. How could I possibly be able to invite 2 masters to conduct a competition with each other?" The 2 of them just happened to want to compare notes with each other, so they allowed me to arrange this competition, Xiao Yu said, laughing. Currently, his heart was filled with an indescribable sense of joy. The 2 masters are currently resting and preparing for the competition later. It would not be convenient to invite them over right now, but I'll definitely arrange for a meeting afterwards. I hear that the 2 masters competing this time are very young. Is that true? Xu Wenqing asked curiously. Yes, the 2 of them are indeed very young. Both haven't even reached the age of 30 yet. Xiao Yu nodded, then added proudly, "In particular, Master Chen Wu has also met the master that we've specially invited this time. Although he is only 27 years old, his strength is very frightening. He has already defeated several well-known masters during this period. I heard that he is planning to join the qualifiers for an international fighting competition and that he has a high chance of obtaining a good result. Indeed, that Master Lei Bao is really a prodigy. I've compared notes with him before. Unfortunately, I was easily subdued in just a few moves. Now that Master Lei Bao has undergone over a year of intense training, his current strength should be even more frightening. When I met him before, I even felt chills running through my body." Chen Wu nodded as he sighed in admiration. Lei Bao was definitely the most powerful internal force expert he had met, a martial arts prodigy. In the future, it was highly possible that Lei Bao would become a martial arts Grand Master. At that time, Lei Bao would probably be able to defeat him easily, even without using internal force. If Lei Bao used internal force instead of just losing the match, he might even lose his life in a single move. Everyone found it inconceivable when they heard that Jinhai City's famous fighting champion, Chen Wu, had been easily defeated, and that this had happened over a year ago. Not a single person present did not know who Chen Wu was. He was a character known by all in Jinhai City. In his early days, Chen Wu had fought many martial arts masters. Although he was defeated in those exchanges, the martial arts masters that fought him also did not have easy victories. One could say that Chen Wu was a martial arts expert who was very close to becoming a master. Hence, everyone in Jinhai City referred to Chen Wu as Master Chen. Currently, Chen Wu was still of a relatively young age, and he maintained his strength at its peak. Logically speaking, he should have already taken half a step into the ranks of masters, yet he only managed to last several moves against the martial arts master named Lei Bao. One could just imagine how powerful Lei Bao was. "Oh, There's actually such a talented character. Little Xiao, you must introduce him to me after the competition. Although this decrepit old man has spectated international fighting competitions before, never once have I had the opportunity to chat with such a master. Xu Wenqing's eyes glowed with anticipation upon hearing Chen Wu's words. Seated at the back of the room, Zhao Ruoxi, who had come along with Zhao Jianhua, revealed an expression of worry as she listened to the conversation. What to do? Zhao Ruoxi's heart was in distress, although she believed that Shi Feng was very amazing as well, compared to the martial arts prodigy Lei Bao that everyone was talking about. Whether it was in terms of strength or experience, Shi Feng should be quite inferior to Lei Bao. If Lei Bao did not hold back during the competition, it would definitely end in tragedy. Time passed little by little. Very quickly, the arranged time for the competition arrived, and the excitement inside the assembly hall reached the boiling point. This was the first time a competition between martial arts masters would be held in Jinhai City. Usually, such competitions could only be seen on the international stage. Meanwhile, the majority of the people present here today had only ever watched an international competition through TV broadcasts. They never had the chance to personally witness such competitions. Just as the crowd was wondering what kind of people the two masters were, white smoke started emerging from the two passages leading to the arena. Meanwhile, the two people who had walked out from the white smoke were none other than the two protagonists of today's event, Lei Bao and Shi Feng. When the audience personally saw the true appearance of the two masters, every single one of them was rendered speechless. They never expected the two masters to be so young. In particular, when the spectators inside the VIP room saw Shi Feng, they were all shocked. Shi Feng? Why is he here? Xu Wenqing rubbed his eyes. For a second there, he even thought his eyes had gone blurry. Chapter 495, Strength of 1,000 Kilos. Xu Wenqing's memory of Shi Feng was still fresh in his mind. Previously, not only had Shi Feng defeated the university's #1 fighter, Zhang Luowei, but he had also earned high praise from Chen Wu. Xu Wenqing had not expected Shi Feng to actually appear at this place right now. It can't be right? Chen Wu was similarly stunned upon seeing Shi Feng. As he recalled, Shi Feng was very amazing, but had yet to reach the level of using internal force. At this moment, however, Shi Feng was actually participating in this competition. It was truly shocking. When both sides stood in the arena, Lei Bao and Shi Feng contrasted sharply. Lei Bao wore a black vest that placed his bronze muscles on full display. His muscles were not bloated, but instead were sleek like a cheetah's, giving others the feeling that his muscles were packed full of power. His disheveled hair, coupled with his bestial aura and aquiline gaze, made him seem exactly like a wild, ferocious beast. People would not dare to get even half a step closer to him. On the other hand, Shi Feng looked just like your average university student. He possessed neither a sharp, sword-like aura, nor a tall, robust body. He gave others the impression that he was completely harmless to both humans and animals, that there was no need for even the slightest bit of vigilance towards him. The battle between the two was a competition without any suspense. It was just like a fight between a ferocious lion and a cute little rabbit. There was absolutely no point to this battle at all. Suddenly, it was as if cold water was poured over the hot passion of the audience members. Wasn't this a match between two masters? Why is there an ordinary university student here? That's right. Even if Big Dipper is trying to promote Master Lei Bao, can't they at least invite a slightly decent expert? What's the point of inviting a youth that hasn't even grown all his hair yet? Even I can take care of that little brat with ease. The audience promptly burst into a heated discussion. They all felt that Big Dipper's chairman, Zhao Yu, was lacking sincerity. However, seated at a corner of the spectator stands, Zhang Luowei and Lan Heilong were both stunned when they saw this scene. How could he be a martial arts master? Zhang Luowei looked with eyes full of disbelief at Shi Feng standing in the arena. Even until now, he still took to heart the defeat Shi Feng had dealt him. During this period, he had trained constantly and had even sought meticulous guidance from Chen Wu, all in order to have his revenge on Shi Feng. Yet now that Shi Feng had appeared before him once again, the man had actually become a martial arts master already. However, when Zhang Luwei looked at Shi Feng's opponent, Lei Bao, a smile appeared on his face. He had heard plenty about Lei Bao's deeds from Chen Wu. Lei Bao was a fierce man who did not know how to show mercy. All those who had met with him in official matches had suffered heavy injuries at the very minimum, and some were even crippled. Hence, nobody was willing to compete with Lei Bao. When those in the world of martial arts heard the name of Lei Bao, even top-tier masters would try to avoid him as much as possible. Nobody wished to destroy their own future by competing with Lei Bao. Originally, Zhang Luowei had thought it was some daring expert who had come to compete with Lei Bao this time around. Now, however, it would seem that Shi Feng was just a hot-headed youth after all. Yet, before anyone could voice out their complaints, the host of the competition immediately hyped up the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, before the start of this competition, the two masters will do a small warm-up, allowing everyone to clearly see just how powerful the two masters are. Now, let's welcome our two masters to showcase their strengths. As the host was saying so, some staff members pushed out a punching power testing machine into the arena. The punching machine was the latest model, and it was intended to test Lei Bao's and Shi Feng's punching power. The first to take the test was Shi Feng. Shi Feng was very interested in regard to this test. He wanted to know just how much he had improved during this period of time. Standing before the punching machine, Shi Feng took a proper stance before abruptly sending a punch forward. After piercing through the air, his fist made a loud boom when it landed on the target. The punching machine shook from the impact. Immediately, the numbers on the punching machine began rising madly. In just a moment, the numbers had broken past the 200 kilograms mark. A short moment later, the numbers rose to 320 kilograms. This value was already within the standard of professional fighters. In the end, the punching machine displayed a value of 401 kilograms. This result was almost comparable to those of well-known fighters of Jinhai City. However, it was still significantly lower than that of the city's top professional fighter, Chen Wu. This Shi Feng is amazing. With this kind of punching power, it is no wonder Zhang Luowei was not his match. Xu Wenqing laughed with satisfaction as he stroked his white beard. If he already possesses such strength at such a young age, he might be able to catch up to you, Master Chen Wu, in just a few more years. Chen Wu's punching power record could be said to be the record for the entire Jinhai City. Chen Wu's punching power was 453 kilograms, a value that made ordinary people stare in admiration. With just a single punch, Chen Wu could bend even a thick metal board. Let alone the fleshy human body, Chen Wu could even turn a durable maglev car into a pile of scrap metal in a short amount of time. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was just in his early 20s, so he still had great potential for growth. He would have no problems surpassing Chen Wu's punching power record. Old man Shu, you jest. This is but the result little brother Shi Feng has achieved using only his physical strength. If he used internal force, he would have surpassed my record. Moreover, I have also heard that little brother Shi Feng has long since beaten my record. It seems the newest record right now is 576 kilograms. Chen Wu laughed bitterly. Yes, that's right. This record was indeed set by Master Shi Feng. Xiao Yu nodded. It seems that Master Shi Feng did not use his full power because he wishes to conserve his strength. Internal force places a heavy burden on the body. Since he needs to face off against Master Lei Bao in a moment, he naturally has to conserve his physical strength, Chen Wu explained. Nobody present knew just how demanding internal force was on a person's body. Even internal force experts would not casually use it. Otherwise, they would be lying on the floor unconscious in just a few moves. Hence, only a fool would use internal force in this test right now. Seated in the back row of the VIP room, Zhao Ruoxi was very elated upon seeing Shi Feng's test result. Only she knew how much Shi Feng had improved. Previously, Shi Feng's test results without using internal force were less than 300 kilograms. After not seeing him for a period of time, Shi Feng's punching power had actually exceeded the 400 kilograms threshold. If Chen Wu were to find out about this improvement, he would definitely jump up in shock. However, as the occupants of the VIP room were conversing with each other, Lei Bao started his test. Ha! Letting out a shout, Lei Bao transformed his palm into a fist, a boom resounding as he struck towards the punching machine. The instant Lei Bao's fist landed on the target, the spiraling force borne by the fist pierced the target. Lei Bao's fist ended up landing directly on the steel plate behind the target. Peng. The durable steel plate was dented right away, and even the entire punching machine itself was knocked backwards. Meanwhile, cracks also started appearing on the marble floor beneath Lei Bao's feet, as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer. Ding, ding, ding. The punching machine rang continuously. Most people in the spectators' stands might be unfamiliar with this sound. However, for those who frequently trained and tested themselves, this was a sound that garnered their reverence. Because this sound was none other than the prompt for a record being broken. At this moment, however, nobody in the spectator stands was reacting to the sounds produced by the punching machine, because everyone was completely stunned by Lei Bao's destructive punch. Is he even human? Zhao Ruixi's alluring eyes widened, her attention fully focused on the value displayed by the punching power testing machine. 656 kilograms. This record was far above the one Shi Feng had set. Sure enough, Lei Bao really is a martial arts prodigy. Even the strength he has achieved through training is incomparable to that of ordinary people, Chen Wu said, shocked. Chapter 496, Tiger Roaring. Lei Bao's punch had stunned the entire assembly hall. A moment later, a loud round of applause, as well as gasps of admiration, filled the room. When this punch landed, it was as if a small car had struck the punching machine. In particular, if the steel plate were swapped with a human being, the end result would be horrifying. Master Chen Wu, is this the power of internal force? Zhao Jinhua could not help but ask. This was his first time seeing such destructive force from another human being. No. Chen Wu shook his head. He then explained, I've previously said that using internal force places a heavy burden on the body, and internal force experts would not casually use it. The same holds true even in a battle. Master Lei Bao achieved this result before us right now without using internal force. This is just his normal strength. This is also the reason why I am so shocked. Despite being called the fighting genius of Jinhai City, Chen Wu's maximum punching strength was only 453 kilograms. In comparison, a martial arts prodigy like Lei Bao had managed to achieve a punching power of 656 kilograms without even using internal force. He truly possessed a strength of 1,000 kilos. The gap between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Little brother Shi Feng will not have an easy time in this match. Chen Wu grew more alert as he looked at Lei Bao. Master Lei Bao is famous for not knowing how to hold back. Even when I sought him out to exchange pointers back then, he ended up breaking 3 of my ribs. I had to stay in the hospital for over a month for a full recovery. Now, he has even surpassed his strength from back then. If little brother Shi Feng is not careful, it is quite possible that he will be hospitalized for over half a year, and there might even be residual damage. Upon hearing Chen Wu's words, Zhao Ruoxi, who was seated at the back of the VIP room, grew even more anxious. Though she wished to stop this competition right now, she was powerless to do so. Both parties were martial arts masters. Since both sides had long since agreed to this match, and even the invited audience had already arrived, things had passed the point of no return by now. Shi Feng's normal punching power was just slightly over 400 kilograms. Even if he used internal force, he would at most reach the level of Lei Bao when the latter was not using internal force. However, just how taxing was internal force? On the other hand, Lei Bao's every action carried the strength of 1,000 kilos. He could send an endless stream of these powerful blows. It was highly unlikely that Shi Feng would emerge victorious in this competition. In truth, not even Xiao Yu had expected the gap between the two to be so wide. If he had known about this earlier, this competition would be absolutely unnecessary. It seems that I can only make amends with Shi Feng after this event is over. Xiao Yu had never expected Lei Bao to be so strong, With the addition of Lei Bao, Big Dipper Training Center could definitely become one of the top training centers in the country. As for Shi Feng, although he was a young genius, he was still significantly inferior to a current powerhouse. However, it remained necessary to maintain a good relationship with such a talent in the arena. Lei Bao looked at the destroyed punching machine, feeling very satisfied with his own masterpiece. He then shifted his chilling gaze to Shi Feng. "You're very good, despite being so young. Not only have you mastered internal force, but you are also able to behave so fearlessly while standing before me. You will certainly have a promising future. If not for my need to become Big Dipper's head instructor, I would not mind letting you have this competition." Although Lei Bao's voice was not particularly loud, everyone present in the assembly hall could hear his every word clearly. The arrogance in his tone was also unwavering, and one could not help but want to submit to him heart and soul. "I have always looked fondly upon martial arts geniuses. I won't try to bully you in this match. If you can last 10 moves against me, this match will be considered your victory." Listening to Lei Bao's words, everyone present found themselves admiring the man's magnanimity. Sure enough, a martial arts master would not bully those weaker than themselves. The audience members became even more reverent towards Lei Bao now. "What if I lose?" Shi Feng calmly asked, completely unmoved by Lei Bao's words. "You really are smart," Lei Bao laughed. "If you lose, take me as your teacher. I will pass on all my skills to you. I assure you that you can definitely surpass me in the future. This should be a worthwhile trade, right?" Before this fight was arranged, Lei Bao had already heard about Shi Feng. He knew that Shi Feng did not have a master, so Shi Feng should be a self-taught martial arts master. In other words, Shi Feng was a true genius. Martial artists were very picky when it came to accepting disciples. After all, they would only be humiliating themselves if they chose a weakling as a recipient of their legacies. Hence, martial artists would always carefully choose their disciples. Meanwhile, a youth like Shi Feng, who had already learned how to use internal force at such a young age, was naturally a prime candidate for a disciple. Just before, even Chen Wu had been tempted to take on Shi Feng as his disciple. Unfortunately, Shi Feng's current strength was no longer beneath him, so he had to dismiss this idea altogether. Lei Bao, however, was different. He was significantly more powerful than Shi Feng, so he naturally had the qualifications to become Shi Feng's master. Everyone was stunned upon hearing Lei Bao's words. Master Lei Bao was trying to solicit a personal disciple. Many in the spectator stands immediately turned to look at Shi Feng in envy. Single glance was all it took to tell that Lei Bao was a top-tier martial arts master. It even was highly possible for him to become a martial arts grandmaster in the future. Countless people out there wish they could become the personal disciple of a generation's grandmaster. Yet such an opportunity had actually landed in Shi Feng's lap right now. Why is it him? At this moment, Zhang Luowei's eyes became bloodshot. Originally, he had been taking delight in Shi Feng's misfortune. Now, however, his heart was filled with an indescribable sense of jealousy. With a generation's Grand Master carefully tutoring and nurturing him, Shi Feng would definitely soar to become a dragon among men. In the future, he might even be able to vie for the championship of an international fighting competition. At that time, Shi Feng would definitely become the focal point of the entire world. What did the guild leader of some random guild in God's domain amount to? Even if it was the guild leader of a first-rate guild, they would be far from comparable to a world-class fighter. These people were all monsters who had surpassed the limits of the human body. Countless corporations would be willing to sponsor them. The money and status they could obtain were beyond the reach of a guild leader inside a virtual reality game. So this was your intention all along. Shi Feng could not help but laugh. He could tell that Lei Bao was wholeheartedly trying to take him in as his disciple. "Okay, I'll agree to your conditions. However, if I defeat you in 20 moves, you have to promise to do one thing for me as well. How about it?" Suddenly, the entire assembly hall went silent. Has he gone mad? He's actually provoking a top-tier master. He's literally insane. Not to mention the guests sitting in the spectator stands, even the crowd inside the VIP room was stunned. They had not thought that Shi Feng was actually so daring. As expected of the person I have set my sights on, you certainly have a domineering spirit. Lei Bao had started laughing loudly as well. The more he looked at Shi Feng, the more he liked the young man. Ever since his debut into the world of martial arts, nobody had dared speak to him so arrogantly. Now that he was 28 years old, he was only a hair away from reaching the rank of Grandmaster. Unfortunately, even until now, he had yet to find a person to pass his legacy to. Meanwhile, he had only come to this place after hearing news about Shi Feng. Otherwise, how could a small-time training center like Big Dipper invite a true god like him? Saying so, both parties stepped into the ring. Upon the referee's order, the match officially began. Watch this. The instant the match started, Lei Bao strode forward, rushing up to Shi Feng like a furious gale. Immediately after, his fist made a turn as he did a half-step collapsing punch. There were no fanciful movements in Lei Bao's technique. His punch was simple and straightforward, yet fast and fierce. When sending out his punch, Lei Bao's body had also released the thundering roars of tigers. Peals of thunder echoed throughout the assembly hall. The sounds were absolutely breathtaking. Tiger roaring, muscle and bones singing. Shi Feng was stunned. Lei Bao had actually trained both the inside and outside of his body to the peak. Chapter 497, Initial Mastery. Chapter 497, Initial Mastery. The instant Lei Bao sent out his fearsome punch, Shi Feng hurriedly leaned back like an agile monkey. He did not attempt to block Lei Bao's fist at all. When Lei Bao's fist was only centimeters away from its target, Shi Feng abruptly contracted his abdomen, narrowly avoiding the attack. Lei Bao's punch carried with it a fearsome shockwave. Even through a layer of clothing, Shi Feng could feel his abdomen receiving part of the shockwave. If that violent force landed directly on his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. The members of the audience were stupefied once again. Tiger roaring, how is this possible? Seated in the VIP room on the second floor, Chen Wu saw Lei Bao's punch, and his eyes glowed brightly and his heart thumped madly. The ecstatic expression on his face made it seem as if he had just seen a peerless beauty. Tiger roaring? The spectators beside Chen Wu echoed his words in confusion. However, seeing Chen Wu's excited look, they could guess that it was a very powerful technique. Chen Wu nodded. With great excitement, he explained, only when a person has managed to merge both their internal and external power can they produce that kind of sound. One could say that it is the proof that one has trained their body to its limits. Normally, only experts at the Grandmaster level are capable of such a feat. I never imagined that Master Lei Bao had actually managed to achieve it so soon. With this, it won't be long before Master Lei Bao breaks through his limits and becomes a generation's Grandmaster. Countless martial arts masters had trained themselves desperately, yet still failed at combining their internal and external forces. On the other hand, before even reaching the age of 30, Lei Bao had already succeeded in pushing his body to its limits. Now he could utilize internal force freely, applying it to his every action. He fit the term martial arts prodigy to a T. Even if Shi Feng knew how to use internal force, when faced with Lei Bao, someone who had pushed his body to its limits, he had zero chance of victory. While Chen Wu explained, the roars of tigers filled the arena. Lei Bao's every move was incomparably fierce, alternating between collapsing punch and cannon punch one after another. Speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. He made full use of all three of these aspects. After images of Lei Bao's fists filled the ring. Step by step, his violent attacks pressed Shi Feng harder and harder. If Shi Feng stopped evading these attacks, only a tragic end awaited him. Hence, Shi Feng had no choice but to keep retreating. Although Lei Bao held an absolute advantage in this fight, Shi Feng had yet to receive a single blow even until now. So strong. With each step Shi Feng retreated, he could clearly feel the power behind Lei Bao's punches growing ever so slightly. Likewise, his fists were also speeding up. If not for Shi Feng's brain activity increasing, significantly improving his 5 senses and his control over his own body, Lei Bao would have defeated him in just a few moves. Even so, Shi Feng could only last a few more moves right now. He would still end up defeated soon. It was no wonder Lei Bao was so confident that he could defeat him in 10 moves. In the next moment, Lei Bao's body tilted forward slightly as he sent a half-step punch at Shi Feng's face. At this point, he had already cornered Shi Feng. There were no more paths of retreat available to him. Suddenly, Shi Feng's body swayed as he took the initiative to welcome this punch. Is he trying to get himself killed? Lei Bao was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, outside the ring, everyone in the spectator stands thought they could foresee the ending scene of this competition. Many already envisioned the instant Shi Feng's head exploded into tiny little pieces. Some of the more timid women who could not bear to watch this gruesome scene had immediately shut their eyes. "It's over," Chen Wu could not help but exclaim. Lei Bao's punch could dent even a sturdy steel plate. Yet Shi Feng was actually using his head to meet Lei Bao's fist. The instant Shi Feng's head was about to collide with Lei Bao's iron fist. Whether it was Shi Feng's breathing or heartbeat, both seemed to have stopped completely. Before Lei Bao could react, he discovered that his fist had actually brushed past Shi Feng's face, only scratching the young man's cheek and leaving behind a small blood stain. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's fist had somehow landed on Lei Bao's abdomen already. Lei Bao only felt a huge thrust on and pain in his abdomen. Although he wanted to use the power in his muscles to dispel this force, he suddenly discovered that he actually could not, even in the slightest. Like a steel needle, this force penetrated directly into his body. In the next moment, his entire person went flying across the ring. When his body landed heavily on the floor, he immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. At this point, he could no longer continue fighting. For a time, everyone in the assembly hall was completely flabbergasted. Originally, this competition's outcome should have been Lei Bao's victory. Yet, such a sudden reversal had actually happened. Nobody in the audience had even managed to get a clear view of what had happened. They had only seen Lei Bao's fist penetrating Shi Feng's head. In the next moment, Shi Feng's fist was already on Lei Bao's abdomen, and in the end, Shi Feng was the victor of this competition. Master Chen Wu, you are an expert yourself. Can you tell us what exactly happened just now? Xu Wenqing was extremely curious about this situation. Everyone else seated near Chen Wu promptly turned to look at the martial arts master as well, hoping to obtain an answer from him, after some time passed. "I have no idea either," Chen Wu said, as he shook his head. The two's exchange had simply been too fast. Their speeds were already beyond what he could respond to. Not even he knew what Shi Feng had done exactly. He only knew that Lei Bao's lethal punch had not landed on Shi Feng. However, who was Lei Bao? Back then, the situation had already reached the point of no return. Even if Lei Bao did not wish to kill Shi Feng, he could do nothing to change the sudden development. Yet, Shi Feng had actually managed to evade Lei Bao's punch. Even more inconceivably, Chen Wu had not even seen when Shi Feng punched. Even Lei Bao had failed to react to the attack in time. You. At this moment, Lei Bao managed to pull himself back to his feet, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Shi Feng, who was currently standing proudly and calmly in the ring. Others might not have seen what had happened before, but when Lei Bao carefully tried recalling it, he immediately came to a realization. However, Lei Bao simply could not bring himself to believe that. A student barely in his 20s had actually broken past his body's limits and taken that first step ahead of him. Although it was only for an instant, Lei Bao had seen it very clearly. Midway through Shi Feng's charge, Shi Feng's body had actually accelerated once more. At the moment of life and death, Shi Feng had actually managed to evade his fist and in turn landed a punch on him. While the audience had their heads in the clouds, trying to recall the scene where Shi Feng defeated Lei Bao, Zhang Luwei and Lan Halong, seated in the spectator stands, were both frozen with fear. Their hearts were also filled with immense regret. For a moment, they looked like they had aged more than a dozen years. After this battle, everybody would know about Shi Feng. His future would also be limitless. As of this moment, he was already a big shot of Jinhai City. Meanwhile, Zhang Luowei, as Shi Feng's fellow student, had actually tried to take action against Shi Feng. Looking back at his past actions, he had simply been seeking his own death. As for Lan Heilong, if he had known before that Shi Feng was actually so powerful, he would have long since given his all to recruit Shi Feng. He definitely would not have feuded with Shi Feng over a measly Ling Feilong. At this point, both Zhang Luowei and Lan Heilong entertained thoughts of getting rid of Ling Feilong. If not for that damnable Ling Feilong's little tricks, they would have long since climbed onto Shi Feng's massive boat and ridden along his waves of success, instead of being enemies with Shi Feng as they were right now. Luowei, tomorrow you and I will both go and meet with Shi Feng. If we do not dispel the rage in his heart, our future will be grim, Lan Heilong whispered helplessly. Indeed. Fortunately, we only have a minor dispute with Shi Feng. The main problem is Ling Feilong. After we return, we must make a clean break with him. It would be best if we taught Ling Feilong a lesson as well. Perhaps this might even make Shi Feng forget about all the earlier unpleasantries. Although Zhang Luowei was extremely reluctant, he still nodded his head heavily in reply to Lan Heilong's words. Chapter 498, Overnight Fame. Chapter 498, Overnight Fame. Although the competition only lasted a moment, none of the spectators had been disappointed by the show. On the contrary, the stands exploded with excitement. He defeated Master Lei Bao at such a young age, his future will definitely be limitless. We really didn't waste the trip. Get Master Shi Feng's address. Rearrange my schedule as well. We must pay Master Shi Feng a visit. The audience was not comprised of your average citizens. Every one of them was a reputable member of society. Now that Shi Feng had defeated a top-tier master like Lei Bao, his future was limitless. A small stage like Jinhai City would not hold Shi Feng. He could only shine brightest on the world stage. If they did not try to befriend Shi Feng now, they would never qualify to do so in the future. However, compared to these guests, the chairman of Big Dipper, Zhao Yu, was so happy that he had nearly failed to contain his grin. He had originally thought that Lei Bao's willingness to become the training center's head instructor had been Big Dipper's greatest fortune. Zhao Yu had never expected Shi Feng to be so powerful, even capable of defeating a top-tier master like Lei Bao. This was a top-tier master. Even throughout the whole country, such mighty individuals were as rare as phoenix feathers. If Big Dipper Training Center employed such a martial arts master, its popularity in business would undoubtedly skyrocket.
Uncle Xiao, how do you plan to thank me?
After all, it was I who introduced Shi Feng to Big Dipper. Zhao Ruoxi grinned, her eyes flashing with pride and excitement. She felt as if Shi Feng's victory were her own, and she basked in the success. Of course, we can't forget about you. In a moment, I'll have a diamond member card prepared for you. Big Dipper has only ever given out 5 of these member cards, so you'll be the 6th, Xiao Yu laughed. Zhao Jianhua could not help his shock when he heard Xiao Yu's words. Big Dipper's diamond member card was extraordinary. As a diamond member, one would receive a 50% discount, and all monthly expenses under a certain amount would be waived. Throughout Jinhai City, only 5 people had received such privileges, and neither Zhao Jianhua nor Zhao Ruoxi's father were of those 5. Yet, his niece had actually become the 6th person to become one of Big Dipper's diamond members. Indescribable feelings colored Zhao Jianhua's stern expression. Before they, the older generation, could even reach this far, the younger generation surpassed them. Of course, this was all accredited to Shi Feng's achievement. Now that Shi Feng had defeated Master Lei Bao, becoming famous overnight, even the giants in flourishing first-rate cities would scramble to recruit Shi Feng, much less those in Jinhai City. At this moment, Zhao Yu was deeply afraid he could not hold back a true dragon like Shi Feng. Now that he had a chance to solidify Big Dipper's relationship with Shi Feng, he would maximize their generosity. After the competition ended, although Lei Bao had suffered relatively severe injuries with the aid of modern technology and S-rank nutrient fluids, he would quickly recover to his peak condition. Master Shi Feng, I am convinced of my loss in this competition. Please don't hold back and state your conditions. Since I have made the promise, I will not go back on my word, Lei Bao said weakly as he joined Shi Feng in the lounge. At this moment, Lei Bao was still slightly pale. Lei Bao did not think that it was a coincidence that Shi Feng just so happened to have broken past his limits, obtaining power and physical reactions beyond his body's capabilities in the moment between life and death. At the very least, Shi Feng should have already touched the boundaries of that realm. Shi Feng was just a young man in his early 20s, yet he had already reached such mastery. Shi Feng was easily stronger than Lei Bao himself. Lei Bao could not wrap his mind around it. Even if Shi Feng began training while still inside his mother's womb and had received all sorts of resources, he should not be able to obtain the power to surpass his physical limitations at such a young age. If Lei Bao was a martial arts prodigy, then the man before him was a demon. Even if he were not convinced of his defeat, he had to accept it. "Since Master Lei Bao has agreed, then I want you to join my workshop," Shi Feng laughed. Lei Bao was a top-tier master who had trained both his inner and outer body to their limits. Shi Feng had only been able to defeat Lei Bao due to luck. Fortunately, Shi Feng's brain activity had improved before participating in this competition. He had even grasped the beginnings of the technique to unlock his brain's physical limiter. Although he had only overcome the limiter for an instant, it had been enough for him to reach a new level of strength, allowing him to defeat his opponent. In addition, Lei Bao had also been caught unprepared. Otherwise, there was more than a 90% chance that Shi Feng would have suffered defeat in this competition. To Shi Feng's current self, it was still somewhat early for him to overcome his brain's limiter. The brain limited a person's strength to protect the body. Before the physical body reached sufficient durability, actively trying to remove this limiter would only do more harm than good. Not to mention, Shi Feng had yet to grasp this power fully. It might seem that Shi Feng had only received a small scratch during the competition, but in reality his body had been significantly damaged due to the explosive force he had displayed. Even without moving, Shi Feng felt like needles pricked his entire body. Hence, the moment Shi Feng returned to the lounge, he had madly consumed a rank nutrient fluids to alleviate his pain. After this competition, he would not be able to train for quite some time. "Join your workshop?" Lei Bao frowned. Every martial artist wished to remain free and unfettered. He barely had enough time to train and improve himself. How would he find the time to work? "Master Lei Bao, please relax. My workshop is a virtual gaming workshop that focuses on the most popular game currently, God's Domain. You only need to work at night while you rest. The workshop will not interfere with your life during the day. You can do whatever you want during that time," Shi Feng slowly explained. He knew very well what Lei Bao worried about. Although Lei Bao had never come into contact with virtual reality games, especially God's Domain, Lei Bao was still a top-tier martial arts master, currently. Although Aqua Rose and the others had the potential, their foundations were lacking. They still needed to improve before they could become top-tier experts. However, Lei Bao was different. His combat foundation was extremely sturdy. If he familiarized himself with his body in God's Domain and integrated the techniques he had learned in real life, he could very quickly become one of Zero Wing's top combatants. "Okay. I'm relieved to hear that." Lei Bao nodded. He then left the lounge. Lei Bao's addition to Zero Wing would undoubtedly give the guild another fierce general. While Shi Feng rested, 3 others entered the lounge. Lifting his head, Shi Feng noticed that one of the new arrivals was none other than Big Dipper's chairman, Xiao Yu, with Liang Jing and Zhao Ruoxi following closely behind. At this moment, Zhao Ruoxi wore a blue one-piece that looked both light and elegant. Her inky hair scattered around her waist like a waterfall, adding a few hints of elegance to her originally innocent temperament. Upon entering the room, Zhao Ruoxi beamed at Shi Feng, both worry and joy filling her eyes. Now that Shi Feng had become famous overnight, the originally silent and unknown boy from school was no more. Now he had become Jinhai City's focal point. Even Old Man Shu wished to have a proper chat with Shi Feng. Chapter 499, Rising of Candlelight. Chapter 499, Rising of Candlelight. In the lounge, both Liang Jing and Xiao Yu approached Shi Feng with far more caution and respect than in the previous meetings. Only Zhao Ruoxi behaved as usual, smiling and laughing as she conversed with Shi Feng. There did not seem to be any signs of a barrier between them. Master Shi Feng, based on our previous arrangements, from today onwards you will be Big Dipper's head instructor. At the same time, you will also become one of Big Dipper's directors. And as you requested, Big Dipper will also come up with an area that will be under your sole management. Saying so, Xiao Yu took out a half-transparent card from his suit's pocket, handing it to Shi Feng. This is Big Dipper's Diamond Member Card. The card's information has already been updated. In the future, all of your expenses at Big Dipper will be free of charge. Moreover, Big Dipper will also specially reserve a special training room for your use at any given time. When Zhao Ruoxi heard Xiao Yu's words, even she could not help her shock. The usual training rooms only contain some fitness and testing equipment. However, Big Dipper's special training rooms were different. Big Dipper spared no expense when they had constructed these training rooms. Every item inside was state-of-the-art. The entire room was also controlled by a quantum computer. These rooms were usually only provided to professional fighters. Normally, these rooms contained a dedicated combat robot. Special training rooms also came with full virtual combat videos and combat systems that stored beneficial data, which users could reference and learn from. There was even a gravity control device that allowed one to adjust the gravity in the room in order to produce better results. Furthermore, each room had a health cabin that could help its users alleviate physical fatigue, accelerate physical recovery, and maintain the best quality of sleep each day. Hence, many of Jinhai City's professional fighters loved come to Big Dipper. The training rooms in Big Dipper were categorized into 4 different ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. While the cost of each room increased with rank, the benefits also increased. It was especially true for the gravity settings. In the basic training room, one could adjust the room's gravity by 2G. The intermediate training room's gravity could be adjusted by 3G. In advanced training rooms, one could change the gravity by 4G. In special training rooms, one could increase or decrease the gravity by 6 grabs. It was impossible for ordinary people to train in such an environment. Even moving one's fingers would be difficult. As for the rental fees, ordinary people could not even afford a basic training room. It cost 3,000 credits to rent a basic training room for a day. That was almost a typical person's monthly salary, of course. Your average citizen didn't even qualify to become a member of Big Dipper to begin with. To professional fighters, however, this was easily affordable. The intermediate training rooms cost 5,000 credits per day. A majority of the city's professional fighters usually preferred to rent intermediate training rooms. Unfortunately, there was not many available. Big Dipper only had 20 advanced training rooms, and they cost 10,000 credits to rent per day. This was practically the average price of renting a room at a 7-star hotel. As for special training rooms, there were only 5 in the Big Dipper Training Center, or better yet, in all of Jinhai City. The rental for these rooms was 30,000 credits per day. However, one would be lucky if they even had the chance to rent one of these rooms. Yet now, Big Dipper had specifically reserved one of these rooms for Shi Feng. Countless people would definitely turn green with envy if they found out. I'll have to trouble Chairman Xiao then. Shi Feng did not hold back as he accepted the Diamond Member Card. With the special training room's gravity enhancement, his future training would yield far better results. Master Shi Feng, there's also the matter of the 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids and 5 virtual gaming cabins that we previously agreed to. Our board of directors has unanimously agreed to increase the count to 30 bottles and 10 virtual gaming cabins. We will have the items delivered to you in a few days, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Also, I will have my head assistant, Liang Jing, follow you. She is always very efficient. If you have any matters in Big Dipper you need to deal with, please let her take care of them for you. All right. Shi Feng did not refuse Xiao Yu's offer. He had no reason to refuse to begin with. Aside from how important S-rank nutrient fluids were to him, just the 10 virtual gaming cabins could raise Zero Wing's workshop to a whole new level. It would no longer be just your average workshop. As for the assistant named Liang Jing, Shi Feng did not know much about Big Dipper. If he wanted Big Dipper to take care of some matters for him, such as training the members of his workshop, an assistant like Liang Jing would definitely come in handy. She could save him a lot of trouble. Regardless of the other's optimistic view of his development in the fighting world, Shi Feng had no intention of changing career paths. He only had one goal in his heart: God's domain. After all, God's domain held the world's future. After Shi Feng chatted with Xiao Yu and the others for a while, he returned to his apartment. Before he left, Xiao Yu had Liang Jing prepare 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids for him, which would help him quickly recover from the injuries he had suffered during the match with Lei Bao. After returning home, Shi Feng immediately drank a bottle before resting in the virtual gaming cabin and logging into God's domain. Virtual gaming cabin also functioned as a health cabin. Only, it had an additional function of allowing its user to log into God's domain. Hence, when recovering from an injury, it would be best to lie inside a virtual gaming cabin. The time was currently 7 p.m. Although it was still dark in God's domain, the sound of 3 system notifications rang in Shi Feng's ears the moment he logged in. These 3 notifications informed him of the 2 candlelight trading firms' completion in White River City and one in Star Moon City. The construction of all 3 firms had finished during the day outside of God's domain. Moreover, all 3 shops had attracted quite a bit of attention, the 2 candlelight trading firms in White River City in particular. Both shops were exquisite 3-story tall buildings. Moreover, as both buildings had suddenly appeared beside White River City's auction house and bank, they had no difficulty attracting notice. In the end, many players had entered the buildings out of curiosity. Before they had investigated these new buildings, they had been ignorant. The moment they did, however, they were immediately startled. Not only were the shops equipped with a full range of items that players required, but the furnishing inside was also luxurious and magnificent. Both candlelight trading firms were far more glamorous than the Star Streak trading firm. There were even lounges available in the 2 shops that allowed visiting players to enjoy beverages while they shopped. Most importantly was the appearance of an item that everyone in White River City thirsted for. That item was the basic strengthened armor kit. Although the basic strengthened armor kits were inferior to the basic mana armor kits, the latter was simply too scarce. Despite many people having heard of the item before, they had never personally seen it. Now that the basic strengthened armor kits had appeared in the 2 candlelight trading firms, the first batch of players to enter the shops fought desperately to purchase them, afraid that the armor kits would sell out in a heartbeat. Shi Feng had given Melancholic Smile the authority to determine the goods prices in the shops, so it was up to her to decide at what price she wanted to sell the basic strengthened armor kits for. Yet despite having set the initial price of the armor kits at 11 silver coins, it had taken only an instant for more than 100 to sell. As a result, Melancholic Smile had no choice but to raise the price once more. In the end, the price of the basic strengthened armor kit rose gradually from the initial 11 silver to its current price of 16 silver per kit. This price had far surpassed Shi Feng's initial expectation. Even so, in a short dozen or so hours, the 3 shops in White River City and Star Moon City sold more than 6,000 kits. Moreover, due to the basic strengthened armor kits, every player in White River City now knew about the newly established candlelight trading firms. As a result, more players began to visit the trading firms, allowing business at the 2 shops to flourish. By the time Shi Feng logged into the game, the 2 candlelight trading firms in White River City were already packed full of people. Everyone rushed to purchase the basic strengthened armor kits. In addition to the several dozen sets of dragon-scale set equipment that had sold at the Blackwing auction house, Shi Feng had suddenly become a wealthy man again, with more than 10,000 gold in his pockets. Chapter 500, Exclusive Control. White River City, Overwhelming Smiles Guild residence. Vice Leader Yulin, I've finished my investigation of the candlelight trading firm. A level 23 male assassin reported upon entering Overwhelming Smiles' meeting room. Who started it? Yulin asked in a hurry. Currently, Overwhelming Smile suffered in the field battles against Zero Wing. Their daily coin expenditures were also quite significant. Although Underworld had increased their investment in Overwhelming Smile, funds in particular, it was truly not easy to convert credits into coins. Despite spending a massive amount to purchase coins, the guild supply barely maintained balance with its consumption. In the beginning, Yulin had not expected that repairing equipment would cost so much. However, her thoughts changed as the guild's death toll continued to increase. Dying once might not cost much, but after 2 or 3 deaths, the guild members had spent practically all of their remaining coins. Afterward, in order to repair their equipment, these guild members had no choice but to choose coins as compensation. This situation had immediately given Yulin, who had initially been quite confident, a huge headache. She wished she could choke Black Flame to death. They had already paid out more than 1,000 gold as compensation, not to mention the amount of credits they had compensated. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the guild had to pay compensation solely in coins. After all, if players did not repair their equipment, they could not go out and level up. If their equipment became scrap, they would have to purchase new equipment to serve as a replacement. However, good equipment was not easy to obtain. Every piece of a player's equipment had been earned through blood and sweat. Losing even a single piece was a painful loss. If they lost every piece of equipment they had on them, hence before the durability of their equipment reached a critical point, even if players had to purchase coins with credits, spending their entire fortune, they had to repair their equipment. However, there was one point that confused Yulin greatly. Though Overwhelming Smile's losses were very heavy, Zero Wing's losses should not be any less. Not to mention, Zero Wing was not using credits as a form of compensation at all. Its consumption of gold should be significantly higher than theirs. Yet, even until now, not only had Zero Wing showed no signs of lacking money, but it was also spending more money than before. It was inconceivable. From the information Yulin had overheard, she knew that, aside from constructing the best smithy available, Zero Wing had also purchased several sets of Dragon Scale set equipment. At the very least, they would have to spend more than 2,000 gold on these purchases. Not to mention, there was also the gold they had to give out as compensation for the war of attrition. Even Underworld would find it difficult to spend so much in such a short time. Yulin could only see one end: Overwhelming Smile withdrawing from White River City if things continued like this in their war of attrition. Hence, they needed to make a major change now. They must find a way to earn a large sum of gold. If one wanted to earn a large sum of coins in God's domain, the only way to do so was through trade. Although the guild quests published in the guild residence were a large source of income, that potential was nothing compared to the money one could earn through trade. Although the various large guilds of God's domain possessed a lot of gold compared to the countless players in God's domain, this sum was insignificant. Even if Overwhelming Smile only earned 1 silver from each of the millions of players in White River City, the total would be several tens of thousands of gold. At that time, they could easily afford a war with several other large guilds simultaneously, much less afford to deal with a single Zero Wing. In White River City, the most powerful trading firm was currently the Starstreak trading firm. Not only did the firm occupy a strategic location, but it also possessed land in the 7 cities surrounding White River City, allowing it to sell items to players in 8 cities and earn tons of gold daily. The amount the firm earned each day was enough to make one drool. Unfortunately, the Starstreak trading firm was an NPC's property, not a player's. Despite exhausting all of their means, the various large guilds in White River City were unable to form a cooperative relationship with the Starstreak trading firm. In the end, they could only give up on their endeavors and try to open up their own shops. However, White River City's ordinary lands were not particularly valuable. Currently, the various guilds had all set their sights on the golden lands of the city and were consistently accumulating money and raising their reputation to achieve that goal. Now, however, the Candlelight trading firm had appeared and purchased 2 golden lands ahead of the other guilds. Although the Candlelight trading firm was not a match for the Starstreak trading firm, with the basic strengthened armor kits and the full range of products, it, too, stood among White River City's top trading firms. Over time, if the Candlelight trading firm introduced several other items that players direly needed, it would definitely surpass the Starstreak trading firm and become the #1 trading firm in White River City. Moreover, unlike the Starstreak trading firm, a player had established and owned the Candlelight trading firm. That signified the possibility of cooperation. Thus, Yulin had sent her subordinate to investigate the firm. I heard that the manager there is a young woman named Melancholic Smile. Moreover, she is a forger, and was once a forger employed by the Starstreak trading firm, the male assassin said slowly. In addition, aside from that woman, 2 other Starstreak forgers seem to have defected to Candlelight as well. The 3 of them produced the basic strengthening armor kits. Good. You've done well. Yulin smiled. Melancholic Smile. This is my first time hearing this name. There really are a lot of capable people in White River City. It seems that I'll need to make a personal visit to the Candlelight trading firm to have a chat. Overwhelming Smile wasn't the only guild with such thoughts. Several other large guilds also began to eye the Candlelight trading firm. Such a thriving trading firm was no different from a large gold mine that could provide their guilds with various resources. If they could obtain the trading firm, they could instantly raise their guild's strength by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Shi Feng once again had over 10,000 gold in his pockets, and he began to reconsider the plots of land in Star Moon City again. Currently, as the underground arena was not particularly popular, the Candlelight trading firm's business there was only passable. Attracting the attention of Star Moon City's players would be far easier if he set up a shop in the city's central district. Unfortunately, as Lifeless Blade was only an ordinary noble in Star Moon City, he could only purchase ordinary land. He did not qualify to purchase the lands in the central district and golden areas of Star Moon City. I need to think of a better way to raise my reputation. Shi Feng tried to recall information relating to Star Moon City's resources. After he pondered for some time, Shi Feng's eyes suddenly shone. Immediately, he hailed a horse carriage and hurried to the palace. Star Moon City was Star Moon Kingdom's core, so it was not easy to raise one's reputation here. If players relied on reputation quests, it would take them ages before they could become a baron of Star Moon City. For this reason, many players had given up on the notion of doing business in Star Moon City and had shifted their aim towards other cities instead. However, there were many players in Star Moon City. There was bound to be a few amazing characters amongst the millions of players. In the past, there were several independent players who had taken the lead and managed to become barons, even viscounts, before the various large guilds. In the end, these independent players had claimed a few good lands for themselves, taking the opportunity to make a fortune. The monthly rental they received was enough to allow them to live in luxury for the rest of their days. Despite being independent players, these few individuals were not ordinary characters. They were not penniless individuals. Instead, they were relatively wealthy individuals. They had been relatively famous in several other virtual reality games and had earned large sums of money during their time playing those games. Meanwhile, through a special method, these people had managed to grind large amounts of reputation points in a relatively short amount of time, quickly becoming barons. After this incident was revealed, these players had become the envy of every player in Star Moon City. That method was very simple. Players needed to purchase some supplies with coins, then contribute these supplies to a certain Grand Duke to receive reputation points for Star Moon City. Unfortunately, the conversion ratio of coins to reputation points would make any ordinary player curse the system. However, Shi Feng did not lack money right now. He only lacked time. Even if it were a more expensive method, he would still employ it. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 501, Grand Duke Hartfield. The lights shone brightly outside of Star Moon City's palace. At this moment, the street adjacent to the palace looked as if it held a large-scale celebration. A crowd of players exploded with excitement. Players filled both sides of the street, shouting and selling their wares. Star Moon City was different from the other ordinary cities in Star Moon Kingdom. The traffic here was constant, with players coming and going from other kingdoms and empires. Hence, unlike in other cities where players could only set up their stalls once every 3 or 4 days in specified areas, players could set up their stalls in Star Moon City every day. Only a fee was required to set up a stall. It was not free, even with the fee. A large number of players were still willing to set up their stalls to sell items rather than using the auction house and paying a heavier fee. Even if they sold their items at a lower price here, they could still make a higher profit. Normally, players would only choose to sell their items through the auction house if they were in a hurry for money, or they wished to obtain a better price for rare and precious items. As the items sold at stalls were much cheaper, many independent players and large guilds would come here to purchase the materials and items they needed. Shi Feng had come to this place precisely to purchase some supplies. The method of exchanging coins for reputation points was, in reality, a special quest found in Star Moon City. To players who focused on raiding dungeons and grinding monsters to level up, they might never discover this special quest. However, to players who leveled up slowly and focused more on enjoying the game itself, it was not particularly difficult to find the quest. As long as they listened for information in the capital city, they could obtain some clues leading to the quest. Meanwhile, this clue was that Grand Duke Hartfield's daughter had fallen ill and was in urgent need of a large amount of herbs. The quest only required 1 stack of ordinary herbs. Upon completing this quest, players would receive a certain amount of money and EXP. Meanwhile, players could accept this quest indefinitely. Unfortunately, the amount of money and EXP wasn't quite worth the value of the herbs. In the past, wealthy players who wished to level up quickly had spent money to increase their EXP through such quests. Even so, they did not invest a lot of money in this method of leveling. After all, coins were very valuable during the initial stages of the game. Nobody would spend them foolishly. In the past, as everyone had been convinced that this special quest was merely a method that allowed one to exchange money for EXP, a few insane individuals who had not wanted to level up in the fields began to purchase herbs in bulk, turning them in to complete the special quest. In such a way, these individuals each traded in 4,500 stacks of herbs, reaching a critical point of this quest. When a player traded in 4,500 stacks of herbs, Grand Duke Hartfield would no longer reward said player with money and EXP. Instead, the Grand Duke rewarded the player with a thank you gift. One could obtain a variety of items from this gift. Among them, there was a 10% chance to obtain a reputation book. When used, the reputation book would give the user a certain amount of Star Moon City reputation points. This was why Shi Feng had come to this bazaar to purchase herbs in bulk, either ordinary herbs or rare herbs. After making a round through the bazaar and investigating the general prices of herbs, Shi Feng began shouting through the trade channel, "Buying ordinary herbs 40 copper per stack, rare herbs 3 silver per stack. Will buy as many as you have." The trade channel was a unique channel only available in bazaars. Any players in the bazaar could receive the messages sent through this channel. However, players who wished to shout their messages needed to pay a fee of 1 silver per message. Though the length of each message was limited to 100 words, it was a valuable promotion tool. With this, Shi Feng could save himself a lot of trouble. The amount and prices of herbs at each stall varied greatly. If Shi Feng had to visit every stall in the bazaar, even if he exhausted himself to death, he would only acquire a small amount. Hence, rather than haggling with every stall owner, he might as well offer to purchase herbs at an average price. Naturally, interested players would hunt him down to sell their goods. Shortly after Shi Feng's announcement, a large number of players rushed towards him. "Boss, how many herbs do you want to buy? Big Brother Swordsman, look. I have excellent quality herbs. I can even lower the price if you buy them in bulk." The players that had hurried over all looked at Shi Feng like hungry wolves. They crowded around him, rushing to sell their herbs. Their intensity far exceeded Shi Feng's initial expectations. All right, no need to rush. All of you line up and trade with me." Shi Feng smiled as he motioned for the crowd to calm down. Sure enough, players' enthusiasm in the capital city is a lot more intense. However, after giving it some thought, their enthusiasm was only natural. Players were currently busy with leveling and were not particularly enthusiastic about lifestyle classes. Although guilds nurtured their own alchemists, the guilds could easily supply the amount of herbs their alchemists needed. They didn't need to purchase any. More importantly, the crowd was so excited because the demand for herbs was usually quite low. As useful potion recipes were extremely rare, demand for herbs had dropped even further. In addition, Star Moon Kingdom was not a herb-poor kingdom, resulting in the prices of herbs remaining relatively low. Despite there being 20 herbs in each stack, ordinary herbs only sold for 40 copper per stack. Even rare herbs only sold for 3 silver per stack. One could imagine just how worthless herbs were. Yet, even with such low prices, few people were willing to purchase herbs, which explained why everyone was so excited to see Shi Feng. Players would frequently encounter herbs while adventuring, and they would usually collect these herbs to sell in bulk at a later time. Now, these players' actions benefited Shi Feng. In a short moment, Shi Feng had purchased 2,000 stacks of ordinary herbs and 200 stacks of rare herbs, spending 14 gold in total. To other players, this might be an astronomical sum, but to Shi Feng, this was only a drop in the bucket. "Sorry, but my bag's full. Everyone, please wait here for a while. I'll come back to purchase more in just a moment." Shi Feng hurriedly turned and ran towards the Grand Duke's mansion. Reluctance filled the crowd's eyes as they watched Shi Feng's departing figure. However, when they heard that he would return to purchase more later, they all chose to remain there, quietly awaiting his return. At this time of year, there were simply too few players willing to purchase herbs. Now that one such player had emerged, how could they easily give up on this opportunity? They would wait a few hours if they had to, not to mention a few minutes. The Grand Duke's mansion was only a short distance from the palace. The journey there only took Shi Feng a dozen minutes or so. After entering the Grand Duke's mansion, after the level 150 Great Steward's introduction, Shi Feng arrived before the level 200 Grand Duke Hartfield. After a brief conversation, Grand Duke Hartfield began telling Shi Feng the problem burdening his daughter, after which Shi Feng received the special quest to acquire herbs. He then retrieved the herbs from his bag, one stack after another. For every stack of herbs Shi Feng turned in, he received 20 copper and 2,000 EXP in return. Though Shi Feng took a loss of 20 copper with each exchange, he did not pay it any mind. Compared to forging, his leveling speed from handing in the herbs was several times faster. As soon as he gave the Grand Duke the herbs, he immediately received EXP. The process was very fast and convenient. Mere moments, Shi Feng had turned in 1,500 stacks of ordinary herbs, earning a total of 3 gold coins and 3 million XP. In less than half an hour, Shi Feng's experience bar rose significantly. Earning 3 million XP in half an hour was an incredibly efficient way to level up. Unfortunately, after turning in the 1,500th stack of herbs, he only received a thank you gift for every subsequent stack of herbs he turned in. As there were still a large number of players waiting for him to purchase their goods, Shi Feng wasted no time as he turned in all of the herbs in his possession. Unlike ordinary herbs, he would receive 10 thank you gifts for each stack of rare herbs. In terms of money, it was much more worthwhile to trade rare herbs for the gifts instead. Unfortunately, rare herbs were too scarce. Chapter 502, Twilight Treasure Chest. Chapter 502, Twilight Treasure Chest. Shi Feng traded all of his ordinary herbs and rare herbs for thank you gifts in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Shi Feng noticed that Grand Duke Hartfield's gaze had changed slightly. The Grand Duke's originally stern expression seemed to have softened significantly. Was I just imagining things? After Shi Feng's brain activity had improved, his 5 senses and intuition had become extraordinarily sharp. Advanced NPCs of God's domain possessed very high intelligence. It was even higher than ordinary players. It was especially true for a level 200, Tier 3 NPC like Grand Duke Hartfield. Although Hartfield might not be as strong as Magistrate Weissman, not even Weissman dared to offend the Grand Duke. Hartfield was the only Grand Duke throughout Star Moon Kingdom, while the others were just dukes. In Star Moon Kingdom, his position was only below that of the king and equal to that of the kingdom's Grand Marshal, Adolf Serret. Working with the Grand Marshal, they protected the kingdom from both inside and outside threats. If Shi Feng could form a relationship with Grand Duke Hartfield, it would greatly benefit his future development in Star Moon Kingdom. Forget it. It's best to just focus on raising my reputation. Shi Feng shook his head to clear his mind. He then departed from the Grand Duke's mansion and returned to purchasing herbs. The thank you gifts did not take up a lot of space, with each stack holding up to 1,000 gifts. Shi Feng had received a total of 2,500 gifts, which took up only 3 bag slots upon arriving at the bazaar in front of the palace. Sure enough, the herb-selling players had not moved. The moment these players noticed Shi Feng's return, they immediately rushed over to welcome him. In moments, Shi Feng's bag was filled to the brim once more. He then returned to the Grand Duke's mansion and began to trade the herbs for more thank-you gifts. After spending several hours ferrying herbs from the bazaar to the Grand Duke's mansion, Shi Feng had purchased close to half of all the available herbs in Star Moon Kingdom, his total expenditure exceeding 400 gold. Originally, Shi Feng had hoped to continue purchasing herbs. However, his high-profile actions had attracted a lot of attention, and many people had begun secretly investigating the reason behind Shi Feng's purchases. After all, no guild lacked herbs. Even if a guild were trying to nurture a large number of alchemists, there should be no need for such a massive supply. It should be about time to call it quits. Shi Feng glanced at the several assassins spying on him from a distance. He would not give any of these people the slightest of opportunities to discover his intentions. Every time he visited the Grand Duke's mansion, he would look for a secluded location before disguising himself. Even if his trackers were quite capable, without a particularly high-ranking identification skill such as omniscient eyes, it would be impossible for them to see through his disguise. In reality, Shi Feng did not have to pay these people any heed. Even if they discovered this special quest, no guild would willingly spend so much money to earn some EXP. To be safe, however, Shi Feng still disguised himself to avoid these players discovering the method of using money to earn reputation points just yet. After he finished purchasing his last batch of herbs, Shi Feng departed from the bazaar and randomly picked a restaurant to enter. After using the demon mask to disguise his appearance, he boldly strode out of the restaurant and headed towards Grand Duke Hartfield's mansion. Inside the Grand Duke's abode, Shi Feng habitually walked up to the Grand Duke and took out the final 1,000 stacks of ordinary herbs and 1,000 stacks of rare herbs from his bag, trading them all for thank-you gifts. Suddenly, the familiar sound of a system notification reached his ears. System: Grand Duke Hartfield's favorability increased by 30 points. Sure enough, this special quest is not as simple as it seems. Shi Feng grew slightly excited upon seeing this system notification. The higher ranked an NPC was, the more difficult it was to raise their favorability. The fact that he had increased the Grand Duke's favorability just by spending around 400 gold was completely worth it. However, giving the situation some thought, Shi Feng felt that this result was quite reasonable. After all, he had already earned close to 120,000. Thank-you gifts. If each stack could hold 1,000 gifts, that was close to 120 stacks. Currently, the prices of herbs were only this cheap, due to the fact that players of God's domain were still low-leveled and did not have much use for them. If Shi Feng waited 2 more weeks or so, the money he would have to spend to earn 120,000 thank-you gifts would most likely increase by several folds. If the Grand Duke had nothing to say even after such a huge contribution, his heart was definitely made of stone. Young adventurer, thank you for your enthusiastic contributions. With this many herbs, I can extract a sufficient amount of herbal essence to cure my daughter. To show my gratitude, you may use those thank-you gifts to trade for the treasures I usually store inside my treasury, Grand Duke Hartfield said happily. Your Highness Hartfield, it will be my honor, Shi Feng replied, immense joy filling his heart. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to open the thank-you gifts he had amassed in one sitting. He had never expected the gifts to have such a purpose. Most likely, not even those several wealthy players in the past had exchanged as many herbs as he had. Steward, take this adventurer to have a look, Grand Duke Hartfield said. Yes, the Grand Steward answered before leading Shi Feng to the treasury on the 3rd floor. The Grand Duke's treasury was heavily guarded. The 6 white-robed knights guarding the entrance were level 200 Tier 3 Judgment Knights. Not to mention, there was even a Tier 5 magic array protecting the vault. Even a Tier 4 class would require a significant amount of time to break through such a powerful magic array. Upon entering the treasury, Shi Feng discovered that the place looked very much like a museum with many treasures on display. This is the list of treasures. You are allowed to redeem the gifts for any of the items inside. The Grand Steward passed a list to Shi Feng. There were not many items available for exchange on the list. However, Shi Feng was not surprised. Grand Duke Hartfield's favorability towards him was only 30 points. The fact that the Grand Duke was willing to let him trade his thank-you gifts for treasures was already a considerable outcome. If he wished to trade for every item in this treasury, he would need to raise the Grand Duke's favorability towards him to at least 300 points. Shi Feng then examined the list of items. Sure enough, every item was very basic. The majority consisted of weapons and equipment that were close to his current level, whereas the quality of the items ranged between secret silver and fine gold rank. Moreover, their prices were not cheap. Even the most basic piece of level 25 secret silver equipment required 1,000 thank-you gifts. If converted to coins, it would cost 4 gold. If not for the herbs he bought being cheap, 1,000 gifts would cost 8 gold or more. Moreover, these level 25 secret silver and fine gold equipment were all individual pieces and not set equipment. To Shi Feng, these items did not serve much purpose. Just as Shi Feng felt that he had nothing to gain here, he suddenly discovered the name of a very familiar item at the bottom of the list. Isn't this the Twilight Treasure Chest? The Twilight Treasure Chest had been very famous in God's domain. It was also referred to as both the Treasure Chest of Luck and the Indiscriminate Treasure Chest. Only elite monsters that were level 30 and above had a very low chance to drop the Twilight Treasure Chest. As for why it was called the Indiscriminate Treasure Chest, the items one could obtain from it were extremely random. One might only receive 2 or 3 copper and some trash items. One might also receive epic or even fragmented legendary items. In general, the items one could get from the Twilight Treasure Chest relied heavily on luck. In the past, the majority of the players who had obtained this item would promptly toss it onto the auction house, selling it for around 1 gold rather than opening it themselves. On the other hand, each Twilight Treasure Chest only required 100 thank-you gifts to redeem. In other words, each Twilight Treasure Chest would cost Shi Feng 40 silver, which was significantly cheaper than its price in his past life. Luck? When Shi Feng looked at the Twilight Treasure Chest, he suddenly recalled the Icarus's heart around his neck. This was a godly tool that could instantly raise his luck by 25 points. Chapter 503, Yin Yang Walker. Chapter 503, Yin Yang Walker. Shi Feng looked at the Twilight Treasure Chest and pondered his situation carefully. Currently, he had nearly 120,000 thank-you gifts on him. They were definitely enough to raise his reputation to a sufficient level. The luck attribute could be applied in various aspects. Aside from monster drops, luck also played a significant role in opening treasure chests and gift boxes, though the effects were not as prominent as they were with drops. However, Icarus's heart only gave Shi Feng 5 points of luck under normal circumstances. That amount was too little to make a significant difference when opening treasure chests. Based on Shi Feng's understanding of the luck statistic, 5 points would not even double his drop rate when opening a treasure chest. Meanwhile, the Twilight Treasure Chest was famed for being a miser of good items. Only by activating Divine Providence and boosting his luck to 25 points would his chances significantly improve when opening a treasure chest. However, Divine Providence only had a duration of 30 seconds, whereas its cooldown lasted 1 hour. Let's decide after I raise my reputation. Saying so, Shi Feng began opening the thank-you gifts. Each thank-you gift only required 1 second to open. Shi Feng opened 10 gifts in a row. Aside from obtaining some copper coins, he also obtained 2 reputation books, the gifts yielding far more than he had expected. Each reputation book could raise the user's Star Moon City reputation by 1 point. Unfortunately, the book could not be traded. Otherwise, Shi Feng really would sell them to the public. However, these reputation books' effects weakened as a player's reputation grew. Below 100 points, the book would raise a player's reputation by 1 point with a 100% success rate. After reaching 100 points, there was only a 60% chance. At 200 points, that success rate fell further to 30%, 20% at 300 points, and 10% at 400 points. When a player's reputation reached 500 points, there was only a 3% chance to increase their reputation by 1 point when using the reputation book. To become a baron, players required 500 reputation points. To become a viscount, players required 1,000 reputation points. If Shi Feng hoped to become a viscount by relying on the reputation books, he would have to expend a staggering number. As for becoming a count, which was 1 rank above a viscount, that was practically impossible. That was because a player needed 3,000 reputation points to become a count. The effects of just having 5 points of luck is really quite good. I wonder if it will be possible to obtain the mastery book. Shi Feng grinned. With 5 points of luck, his chance of obtaining reputation books from the thank you gifts was indeed higher than other players. However, other than copper coins and reputation books, there was also an extremely small chance for players to obtain mastery books. Mastery was something very important to any player in God's domain. Taking Shi Feng, for example, as his mastery was very high, his basic attacks dealt more damage compared to other players. If he could raise his one-handed sword mastery's rank to a basic sword master, he could increase his basic sword attack damage by 30%. That was 10% more than an advanced swordsman. With a 10% difference in basic attacks, the skill damage difference was even higher. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was only dozens of points away from becoming a basic swordmaster. If he could obtain mastery books, he could advance his combat power further. By the time he went to the ancient battlefield to sharpen his techniques, he would also obtain better effects. Shi Feng then began to open the thank you gifts frantically. 100, 300, 500, 1,000. After spending several hours, Shi Feng opened more than 10,000 thank you gifts and obtained a total of 2,000 reputation books. In addition, he had also luckily obtained 8 mastery books. Each mastery book could give him 1 mastery point with 100% certainty. Will divine providence have an effect on the increase in reputation? When Shi Feng thought about how, after his reputation reached 100 points, the reputation books no longer gave him 1 reputation point with 100% certainty, then meant that luck was involved. Since luck was involved, then it was definitely related to the luck attribute. Shi Feng grinned slightly as he activated divine providence. Suddenly, a faint golden glow covered Shi Feng's body as if he had received a blessing from heaven as he became the absolute focal point inside the entire treasury. Immediately, Shi Feng began to activate the 2,000 reputation books. The activation process of a reputation book was very fast. The book would activate with a single click. Shi Feng could gain many reputation books in just 30 seconds. In the next moment, Shi Feng's finger transformed into an afterimage. With Shi Feng's speed, he could click dozens of times every second. Following which, Shi Feng heard the ringing of a continuous stream of system notifications. System. Congratulations. You have gained 1 Star Moon City reputation point. System. Congratulations. You have gained 1 Star Moon City reputation point. System. Congratulations. You have gained 1 Star Moon City reputation point. 30 seconds later, of the 2,000 reputation books Shi Feng obtained, only a little more than 700 remained. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's reputation in Star Moon City had also risen to 436 points. He was only 64 points away from becoming a baron. The divine providence's effects were remarkable. Sure enough, it is effective. Shi Feng immediately grew excited. Using this method, he could save a large number of thank you gifts. At this rate, not to mention becoming a viscount, he could even give becoming a count. Hence, Shi Feng frantically opened. Thank you gifts once more. It just so happened that divine providence was on cooldown during this period. An hour later, Shi Feng began another round of clicking reputation books. 30 seconds later, Shi Feng's reputation rose from 416 points to 578 points, following which Shi Feng continued opening the thank you gifts. After opening more than 30,000 gifts, Shi Feng's reputation had finally reached 1,000 points, becoming a viscount of Star Moon City. In addition, he had also obtained a total of 21 mastery books. Originally, Shi Feng still intended to continue raising his reputation. However, seeing as there were less than 90,000 thank you gifts remaining, Even if he used divine providence, it would not be enough for him to become a count. Hence, Shi Feng gave up on the notion. However, this result had already surpassed Shi Feng's initial expectations. Normally, 120,000 thank you gifts might not even be enough for him to become a viscount. In this aspect, divine providence had truly played a significant role. However, now that Shi Feng had 21 mastery books, as long as he strived, he could raise his one-handed sword mastery to 150 points, reaching the standard of a basic sword master. Shi Feng continued the process of opening the thank you gifts, and had even used divine providence to aid him in his endeavor. After opening another 10,000 or so thank you gifts, Shi Feng accumulated a total of 48 mastery books. Immediately, he upgraded his one-handed sword mastery to the standard of a basic sword master, his basic damage increasing by 30%. At this moment, Shi Feng had less than 80,000 thank you gifts remaining. At once, Shi Feng exchanged all of them for Twilight treasure chests. Each Twilight treasure chest cost 100 thank you gifts. In the end, Shi Feng had gained close to 800 Twilight treasure chests. He would have to spend close to 800 gold if he bought so many anywhere else, after Divine Providence's cooldown completed. Twilight treasure chest, you better not disappoint me. Shi Feng took out 9 Twilight treasure chests and set them on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he immediately activated Divine Providence and swiftly began activating the treasure chests before him. As time passed, the silver-colored treasure chests inlaid with purple crystals were swiftly opened. 1 chest, 2 chests, 3 chests. Finally, Shi Feng managed to open the 9 Twilight treasure chests within 30 seconds. The 9 Twilight treasure chests released a colorful brilliance as their lids were removed, making the entire treasury shine beautifully. Shi Feng then began collecting the items inside the treasure chests. As Shi Feng collected the items inside the 6th Twilight treasure chest, he suddenly froze. With disbelief, he retrieved a beautiful chest plate that gave off both a black and white glow. Yin Yang Walker, Chapter 504, Tier 1. Set Equipment, Chapter 504, Tier 1 Set Equipment. In God's domain, one could obtain a wide variety of items from the Twilight treasure chest. However, the chance of obtaining good equipment was incredibly small. As for set equipment, don't even think about it. Yet, the armor called Yin Yang Walker before Shi Feng was indeed a part of a set equipment. For a moment, Shi Feng even questioned his own vision. If it were any other set equipment, at most, Shi Feng's good luck would have surprised him. However, the Yin Yang Walker was different. It was a special set equipment, just like the Warfire set equipment. However, if Shi Feng had to decide which set was better, without a doubt, it would be the Yin Yang Walker set equipment before him. Although the Warfire set equipment could be upgraded to fine gold rank, the Yin Yang Walker was a Tier 1 set equipment. A Tier 1 set equipment was an exclusive set for Tier 1 classes. Although it had no grade, its boost to a Tier 1 player's combat power even surpassed Dark Gold set equipment. However, a Tier 1 set equipment also possessed heavy restrictions, as only designated classes could use it. Moreover, the set would bind to a player when equipped, and it could neither be dropped nor traded. However, it could be destroyed if its durability reached 0. Moreover, the repair fees for a Tier 1 set equipment could rival those of epic-ranked weapons and equipment. Despite having so many restrictions, a majority of the experts in God's domain loved these sets. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a Tier 1 set equipment, as only level 20 or higher Great Lords had a chance to drop them. Both Great Lords in the fields and in dungeons had the same drop rate. Tier 1 set equipment was also known as the best set equipment, other than epic set equipment, available for Tier 1 players. It truly lived up to its name. The minimum level of a Tier 1 set equipment was level 20, and its attributes would increase alongside the player's level to level 50, which was when players could class change from a Tier 1 class to a Tier 2 class. If a player had a Tier 1 set equipment when they carried out their Tier 2 class change quest, the quest would undoubtedly be easier to complete. Shi Feng then appraised the Yin Yang Walker's chestplate. Yin Yang Walker set equipment, level 20, level 50. Equipment requirement: Tier 1 Guardian Knight set consists of 5 parts: head, chest, hands, legs, and feet. Binds when equipped, set effect. 2-piece effect: defense skill increased by 3 levels, defense increased by 10%, damage received reduced by 15%, and healing received increased by 15%. 4-piece effect: endurance increased by 15%, and strength increased by 10%. Obtain Yin-Yang Shield skill. Cast a magic shield on yourself, reducing all magic damage received by 60% and gaining immunity to all control effects for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. 5-piece effect: receive 1 stack of Yin-Yang energy every time damage is received. After 30 stacks, Yin-Yang power skill can be activated. Hatred increased by 100%. All attacks deal holy damage. All Guardian Knight skill effects increased by 50%, and all attributes increased by 15% for 24 seconds. Coolbound, 5 minutes. If I can gather the complete set and give it to a Tier 1 Guardian Knight, tanking bosses in large-scale team dungeons will be a breeze. Shi Feng inwardly sighed as he read the Yin-Yang Walker's set effects. Obtaining even a single piece from the Twilight treasure chest was already nearly impossible. Trying to obtain the complete set would be a miracle. The effect of having 25 luck is better than I expected. Shi Feng was utterly satisfied. He then looked at the large number of Twilight treasure chests in his bag, chuckling. With so many Twilight treasure chests, I refuse to believe that Divine Providence won't net me any other good items. Shi Feng had already decided. As soon as the cooldown of Divine Providence completed, he would use it to open the treasure chests. With more than 700 Twilight treasure chests, even if he could not earn back the cost of all the herbs he had bought, he would not suffer too huge of a loss either. Soon, Shi Feng collected the remaining items from the treasure chests and stored them in his bag. Other than the Yin-Yang Walker, the 9 Twilight treasure chests only yielded ordinary items. Shi Feng had only obtained a few silver coins and some rare materials, as well as a forging design to create the light stone. Although it was a forging design, it wasn't very valuable. It was not worth even 30 silver. This was because the light stone forging design was quite common. It had a chance to drop from any level 40 or above maps. However, God's Domain's current players were very much in need of light stones. The light stone was a consumable item that could illuminate a certain area as if it were daytime. In the darkness of night, any monsters caught within the light stone's radius would lose their nighttime advantages. The item allowed players to grind monsters freely and level up during the night. To players who wished to level up quickly, even the darkest night was a time to level up. Light stones were practically necessary for players out in the fields, hence why the drop rate for the item's forging design was relatively high. Only players would find it very difficult to obtain the forging design at their current levels. Light stone? A light flashed in Shi Feng's eyes. He felt that this was a good opportunity to make a fortune. As long as he sold them, the light stones would be well received. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm relied on the strengthened armor kits to draw customers from the Starstreak trading firm. If he added light stones to the firm's available products, it would definitely boost the firm's competitive edge. Light stones were easy to produce. Moreover, the materials it required consisted of cheap and common items, such as advanced stones and magic essences. Hence, light stones were easily affordable by the majority of the players, unlike the expensive strengthened armor kits that only a small number of players could afford. In addition, there were only 3 people producing the strengthened armor kits right now, and their success rates were only at 30%. It was not enough to satisfy the demand of so many players. As for light stones, even an advanced forging apprentice's success rate would be higher than 30%. Only, the lightstone forging design was not something players below level 30 could obtain. If Shi Feng could acquire a large number of lightstone forging designs, the Candlelight trading firm could take Star Moon Kingdom's entire market by storm. The Candlelight trading firm had plenty of advanced forging apprentices. As long as they had a sufficient number of forging designs, they could mass-produce the lightstones. Not only could they supply the players from White River City and Star Moon City, but they could also provide an endless supply to other cities as well. At that time, even counting their money would become a laborious task. In any case, I have nothing better to do right now. I might as well grind for some light stone forging designs. Shi Feng grinned. Immediately, he recalled several maps suitable for grinding light stone forging designs. Although those maps were all level 40 and above, Shi Feng had the ignore level effects provided by the magic weapon Abyssal Blade, the Dragon Claw set equipment, and the Golden Stigmata. Combined, he could ignore up to 45 levels. In addition to Shi Feng's own level, he could take on a level 70 monster should he choose to do so. Only the attributes of a level 70 monster were a bit too powerful. Even if Shi Feng could damage these monsters, they could kill him with a single slap. However, against monsters below level 50, he could definitely make an attempt as long as they were not chieftains or lords. Shi Feng then headed to Star Moon City's City Hall to purchase a valuable golden land. While Shi Feng had focused on raising his reputation, the Dragon Scale set equipment he had placed in the Blackwing auction house had finally sold out. In addition to the money Shi Feng had earned through the candlelight trading firms, he now had over 20,000 gold in his pockets. Thus, Shi Feng decided to buy one of the plots of land beside the Star Moon Bank for 16,000 gold. However, as Shi Feng was a Viscount, he received a 10% discount on his purchase. Even after constructing a new branch of the candlelight trading firm, he had not even spent a total of 16,000 gold. After he had finished his business in the City Hall, Shi Feng took a horse carriage to the teleportation hall and teleported to the Twin Tower Highlands, a level 45 map with the highest drop rate for light stone forging designs. Chapter 505, Domineering Melancholic. Chapter 505, Domineering Melancholic. White River City, inside one of Candlelight Trading Firm's forging rooms. Melancholic Smile was currently busy forging basic strengthened armor kits. There were simply too many players in White River City. With just the 3 of them producing the basic strengthened armor kits, it was impossible to satisfy the demand of so many players. Had they not produced a large number of the kits early on, their supply would have long since depleted. Sister Smile, there are 2 people on the first floor looking to discuss business with you. I understand, like the others, have them wait in the reception room for now. I'll head over once I finish my work. But one of them is claiming to be Overwhelming Smile's guild leader. Overwhelming Smile's guild leader? Melancholic Smile could not help but pause. As one of the tyrannical guilds in White River City, it was far ahead of other guilds. Their funds and member count were also plain for all to see. A lifestyle guild's direction of development was completely different than combat guilds. In other words, there should not be any conflicts of interest between the two. However, a lifestyle guild did not possess any combat capabilities. When producing certain items, plenty of rare materials were required. Meanwhile, many of these materials dropped from dungeons. Hence, lifestyle guilds would usually cooperate with some combat guilds. In such a relationship, the combat guild in question would be responsible for supplying the rare materials, while the lifestyle guild would offer some discounts and give priority on sales of certain items to said combat guild. Just in time, Melancholic Smile said. I'll head over there now. Saying so, Melancholic Smile tidied up the materials on the table and headed downstairs. In the reception room on the first floor, many of White River City's guilds had sent representatives to the Candlelight Trading Firm to discuss potential cooperation. However, when a man and a woman entered, the entire reception room's atmosphere sank. Everyone in the room immediately focused their attention on this pair of new arrivals, the woman in particular. Practically every guild in White River City knew who she was. This woman was none other than the guild leader of Overwhelming Smile's White River City branch, Yulin. The Candlelight Trading Firm sure knows how to treat its guests, to actually make us wait here with other guilds. Feng Xuanyang swept a glance at the reception room, frowning slightly with discontent at the firm's arrangements. Yulin did not comment on Feng Xuanyang's statement. Instead, she only sat down and waited quietly. Although Overwhelming Smile was a powerful guild with ample funds, the Candlelight Trading Firm was no ordinary existence either. The fact that it had been able to purchase 2 of White River City's golden lands in such a short time displayed the firm's powerful backing. A short moment later, Melancholic's smile entered the reception room. Immediately, the atmosphere in the room relaxed significantly as the occupants promptly stood to welcome her, smiling. "Everyone please sit," Melancholic's smile said after glancing around the room. Every player in this room was a big shot at the peak of White River City. Melancholic's smile never thought that the day would come where she would become one of these supreme characters as well. Before this, she was merely a forging apprentice who guilds would casually chase away, someone who relied on forging to earn some meager living expenses. Regarding these high-ranked managers from various large guilds, they were all existences that she would have only admired from a distance. Yet now, every one of these powerful characters greeted her with fawning smiles. Compared to her previous life, it was as if she was in an entirely different world. When Melancholic's smile considered this, her thoughts immediately switched to the man who had helped her rise to this position. If Shi Feng had not been willing to accept her back then, she would most likely have still worried over her day-to-day life. She would still be one of the lifestyle players at the bottom layer of White River City, rejoicing over earning 1 or 2 silver a day. In contrast, when dealing with hundreds or even thousands of gold, her current self could maintain indifference. Before her were the upper managers of the various large guilds in White River City. Among them there was even the guild leader of Overwhelming Smile. One could just imagine how much pressure one would feel from having to discuss business with these people. Yet Melancholic Smile, who had never encountered such a scene, spoke as naturally as if she were sipping tea while enjoying light conversation. "Seeing as everyone present wishes to cooperate with us, I will make things simple. We at Candlelight Trading Firm only have one requirement," Melancholic Smile calmly said. "You must sell all of the materials your guilds have collected to us, everything. We will purchase these materials at 60% market value. In return, the Candlelight Trading Firm will give your guilds a discount on your purchases here. The discounts available range from 5% up to, but not limited to, 15%. In addition, we will reserve some of the rarer items for you, giving you priority to purchase them. If you accept these terms, you may sign the agreement that has just been given out. If not, then you may leave." Melancholic Smile's statement was firm and confident. The managers of the various guilds immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, every one of them falling silent upon hearing the woman's conditions. This was fraud. If they sold all of the materials they had obtained to the Candlelight Trading Firm, what would be left for their own guilds? Moreover, the purchase price was only 60% of market value. Wouldn't they be better off selling their excess materials to the public? Most importantly, they could only receive meager discounts of 5% to 15%. Their guilds wouldn't gain much benefit from such a small discount. In the end, wasn't the Candlelight Trading Firm getting the better end of this deal? "I've already said my piece. You can take your time to think it over. However, note that I will take back the contracts in 30 minutes. Although Melancholic Smile could feel everyone's murderous gazes, she paid them no heed. Instead, she simply turned to leave. It was as if her actions had said, "If you want to sign, go ahead. If not, get lost." Suddenly, the various representatives who had been so confident fell mute. "Wait a minute." Feng Xuanyang suddenly stood with a cold expression on his face. He glared at Melancholic Smile, sneering. "Don't you think you're going too far with your demands? You should know that there are many materials that only guilds like ours can obtain. Independent teams are simply not strong enough to provide a supply. If our guilds join hands to cut off Candlelight's supply, do you really think you can continue doing business?" Shocked, Yulin rushed to her feet, advising, "Young Master Feng has gone a little too far with his words. I ask for Miss Melancholic's understanding. However, we have all come here with the intent to do business. There should be a process of negotiation at the very least. The way you cut us off will not benefit either side. Why don't we sit down and discuss things properly?" Everyone in the reception room nodded in agreement. If every guild refused to sell their materials, how could Candlelight Trading Firm hope to continue its success in White River City? At the end of the day, a lifestyle guild was still a lifestyle guild. They were born to lower their heads to combat guilds. "Your statement is indeed reasonable." After thinking it over for a moment, Melancholic Smile nodded as she looked towards Feng Xuanyang and Yulin. Smiling sweetly, she said, "Although what you've said is logical, I stand by my decision. Moreover, from this point onward, I retract Overwhelming Smile's contract. You two may leave now. You?" Feng Xuanyang's eyes immediately became bloodshot as he nearly spat blood in rage. If not for the fact that they were still in the Candlelight trading firm, with the owner of the firm having absolute control over and being an invincible existence inside this place, he definitely would have killed Melancholic Smile by now. Yulin was similarly stunned by Melancholic Smile's words. Meanwhile, the upper managers of the various large guilds were also stupefied by this situation. In White River City, Overwhelming Smile was only second to Zero Wing. Yet, Melancholic Smile had dismissed them with just a few words, showing no pretenses at all. This was simply too domineering. Chapter 506, Towers of Death. Chapter 506, Towers of Death. Translator Hellscythe. Editor Hellscythe, after Melancholic Smile finished speaking. After a few moments, everyone in the reception room came back to their senses. However, they still stared at Melancholic Smile with surprise. Yulin had never expected things to develop in such a way. Melancholic Smile's performance had completely surpassed Yulin's expectations. Her firm rejection was even more unusual. "Miss Melancholic, I believe we have a misunderstanding," Yulin said after calming down. "Overwhelming Smile is not here to seek cooperation, but to invest. I believe that Miss Melancholic knows about Overwhelming Smile's financial prowess. With our help, the Candlelight trading firm will have no issues obtaining materials or funding. At the end of the day, Candlelight is not a combat guild, so its development is limited. It is restricted by the city. Candlelight might become White River City's #1 trading firm. But you can't just remain in one city and not branch out to others, right? After all, White River City's player population is not infinite, and you can only earn so much. I admit that Candlelight is very wealthy. However, purchasing golden lands in other cities requires sufficient reputation points there. Meanwhile, how can Candlelight hope to compete with the guilds that have been developing in said cities since the very beginning? By the time Candlelight's personnel gains sufficient reputation in other cities, other guilds will have long since purchased the best plots of land available. However, after we invest in Candlelight, the trading firm will not face such a restriction. Overwhelming Smile has plenty of personnel in other major cities, including the several cities neighboring White River City. As long as we have enough gold, we can purchase the most valuable land in every city throughout Starmoon Kingdom and establish the Candlelight trading firm all over the kingdom, saving you a lot of time and manpower. Is Miss Melancholic really not interested in such an opportunity?" Yulin spoke confidently as she offered the attractive conditions. She had also hit the nail on the head by pointing out the Candlelight trading firm's weakness. Meanwhile, the fact that Yulin was able to make such a statement so confidently was all because of Overwhelming Smile's backer, Underworld. This was a feat that no other guild could ever accomplish, even first-rate guilds. Yulin's offer sorely tempted the other managers of the guilds in the reception room. Only they were somewhat disappointed that the Candlelight trading firm would no longer be theirs. They could already imagine the Candlelight trading firm's flourishing future. One side had the advantage of manpower and resources, while the other had coins and popular shops. The cooperation between the two was practically a match made in heaven. Yulin really is amazing. It's as expected of someone fancied by Underworld's elders. Feng Xuanyang, who had initially been overwhelmed by his rage, silently praised Yulan as he listened to the woman. He snuck a peek at Melancholic Smile from the corner of his eyes, his heart filled with joy when he saw her silence. To a trading firm, particularly a trading firm with hot-selling commodities, what they needed the most was not materials, but a market to sell those commodities. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile just so happened to be capable of providing that market. This method of persuasion was far more effective than any threat. At this moment, Melancholic Smile opened her mouth and spoke. "Your conditions are tempting, but you may leave now. Everyone else, you have 30 minutes left to consider our offer. If you do not wish to cooperate, you may leave. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you any longer." Saying so, Melancholic smile left the reception room, never once turning back. From the moment she had entered the room, she had acted as if she did not care about any of the representatives. Is she really not tempted? Yulin was stunned. With such huge potential profits, no sane trading firm would reject their offer. Even if Melancholic Smile rejected them eventually, it should be based on two harsh conditions. Yet, before they could even state their conditions, she had turned them away. Just what sort of situation was this? Before Yulin could make sense of the situation, the upper managers of the other guilds began signing their contracts, having already thrown their cooperation conditions out the window. Watching this, Yulin suddenly came to a realization. Melancholic Smile had displayed her might, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. They just so happened to be that chicken Feng Shuanyang had also realized their situation. This had all been due to him voicing his rejection, becoming Melancholic Smile's target as a result. Despite this revelation angering him greatly, regret filled his heart. Just why had he been so eager to shoot off his mouth? As for encouraging Overwhelming Smile to face off against the Candlelight trading firm, that was simply impossible. Lifestyle players did not leave the city at all. If they remained in the city, who could do anything to them? Lifestyle players were unlike combat players, who relied heavily on their levels and equipment. Even if lifestyle players were killed until they fell back to level 0, so long as their lifestyle skills remained, they would feel no effect whatsoever. It seems that we can only hasten our own firm's establishment. Yulin sighed. Things were becoming much more troublesome than she had initially expected. However, the Candlelight trading firm had also given her a reminder. I have heard that Maple City's branch almost has enough reputation. We might as well develop our trade in Maple City. Moreover, the lands there are much cheaper. If we form an alliance with the other cities to target the Candlelight trading firm, sooner or later we can defeat it as well. Okay, leave that to me. At this moment, murderous intent filled Feng Shuanyang's eyes. Watching Melancholic Smile's departing figure, he revealed a sinister smile as he said, though the trading firm itself is unwilling to cooperate, I refuse to believe that every worker is of the same opinion. I'll poach every single one of Candlelight's forgers. We'll see how long Candlelight lasts then. If a trading firm did not have a supply of goods, customers naturally would not visit it. It would be useless even if the trading firm occupied one of the city's golden lands. The fact that the Candlelight trading firm had become White River City's #1 trading firm so quickly was completely due to the basic strengthened armor kits. Otherwise, how could it possibly surpass the Starstreak trading firm? While Feng Shuanyang plotted ways to poach lifestyle players from the Candlelight trading firm, Shi Feng had arrived at the Twin Tower Highlands. The Twin Tower Highlands was a level 45 to level 50 map. It could be considered a country within a country. Unlike the monsters in low-level maps, the monsters here were mostly intelligent orcs that fought and lived in tribes. If players were not careful, rather than hunting their prey, they very well might become prey themselves. To God's Domain's current players, the Twin Tower Highlands was definitely a forbidden land. Aside from the level suppression, the difference in attributes was already quite vast. However, Shi Feng did not care about any of that. His own attributes had long since surpassed the standards of the current players. It was especially true after he had equipped the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath. In terms of attributes, he could easily match level 40 ordinary players without level suppression. A 5-level difference in attributes was nothing to Shi Feng. Fortunately, Shi Feng was very familiar with the Twin Tower Highlands. He had arrived at the core area of the Twin Tower Highlands, the Towers of Death, without so much as encountering a single monster. Dark clouds hid the tops of the 2 tall towers, preventing one from seeing them with a single glance. A thick layer of death also surrounded the towers as cold wind billowed around them. Tall ramparts surrounded the massive Towers of Death. An army of orcs patrolled the walls. Overall, the Towers of Death looked like an impregnable fortress. This was the best location for Shi Feng to grind for the Lightstone forging designs. This should be it. Shi Feng activated Wind Rider and the Ring of Nothingness and flew up to the tall walls. Sweeping a glance over the numerous level 47 orcs below the ramparts, A grin appeared on his face. TL notes, 1. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, Chinese idiom that gives the meaning of to punish an individual as an example to others. Chapter 507, Explosive Power. Chapter 507, Explosive Power. Not only did the Towers of Death resemble a fortress, but there were also tens of thousands of monsters wandering inside their walls. It was simply impossible to infiltrate without a large team of more than 100 players. However, it was also why the Towers of Death were a good grinding spot. Although the common monsters, the hot-blooded orc warriors behind the wall, seemed to be covered in steel-like muscles, in reality, their strength was only an illusion. They were actually quite weak. Moreover, they were all melee monsters. As long as a team had several powerful AoE classes, the Towers of Death would become a leveling heaven. Hot-blooded orc warrior, orc, common monster, level 47, HP 30,000. To players of a similar level, these orc warriors were very easy to deal with. To Shi Feng, who was only level 26 right now, they were just as easy to defeat. The only challenge was the fact that these hot-blooded warriors normally moved in groups of 100 or more, with an elite-ranked hot-blooded orc captain leading each company. The orc captains were much larger than their common counterparts. They were fully protected by a suit of plate armor and wielded a war saber and large shield in each hand. Most importantly, these orc captains had an aura effect that could increase the attack speed and damage of nearby hot-blooded orc warriors by 30%. Hot-blooded orc captain, orc, elite rank, level 48, HP 200,000. Even a 50-man team would struggle against such a company of orcs. As for 20-man teams, they could only escape for their lives. Teams that came to grind here would usually eliminate the orc captain first, sending several assassins with high burst damage and a bombardment from the ranged attackers, getting rid of the orc captain in the shortest amount of time possible. That way, the hot-blooded orc warriors would be fish in a barrel, easy to annihilate. However, Shi Feng's level was too low right now. It would be very difficult for him to charge into the group of orcs and kill the orc captain swiftly. Hence why Shi Feng had flown up to the ramparts. The ramparts were very tall, and it would not be easy for one to reach the top quickly, especially common monsters like the hot-blooded orc warriors. Monsters like them could only use the only staircase. Moreover, it was a long way from the bottom to the top of the stairs, and it would take the orc warriors quite some time to reach the top of the walls. The orc captain, however, was different. The captain's strength was impressive, and he could easily reach the top of the walls with just a few jumps. In the past, many people had used this method to grind orcs and level up. After Shi Feng positioned himself on the rampart, he switched the 7 luminaries' ring's aura of wind to the aura of fire. Simultaneously, he activated the ice blue devil flame, pale blue flames suddenly covering his entire body. With the effects of the aura of fire and the ice blue devil flame combined, his damage instantly increased by 60%. The combined effects were no weaker than when he activated a berserk skill. Moreover, these effects lasted indefinitely and had no side effects whatsoever. He then took out the blazing meteor and threw it at a hot-blooded orc warrior. Shoo! And the blazing meteor streaked across the air like a shooting star, instantly striking at a hot-blooded orc warrior who patrolled below the fortress walls. 904. Although there was no level suppression, a level 47 monster was far superior to a level 20+ monster regarding both defense and attack power. Shi Feng only had the attributes of a level 40 or so ordinary player. His damage was very limited. Intruder! The orc warrior bellowed angrily as he turned towards Shi Feng on top of the wall. Immediately, the entire company of hot-blooded orcs also discovered Shi Feng. However, as the wall was too large, they could only frantically dash towards one of the distant staircases. The armored, hot-blooded orc captain, unlike his allies, simply bent his legs and jumped. In just a moment, the orc captain had jumped up to half the height of the wall. The captain stabbed his saber into the sturdy wall. Using his saber as a foothold, the captain jumped once again, reaching the top of the ramparts. His robust and powerful hand grabbed and tugged on the chain wrapped around his wrist. In the blink of an eye, the saber which was connected to the chain returned to the orc captain's hand. The entire process was smooth and only took an instant. The orc captain was like a martial arts expert who could walk on walls and fly through the eaves of buildings. However, Shi Feng was not the slightest bit surprised by the orc captain's actions. Elite monsters' intelligence and combat techniques at this level were not the slightest bit inferior to the professional fighters in real life. In some aspects, these elite monsters were even more amazing than professional fighters. The hot-blooded orc captain looked at Shi Feng, who was 10 yards away, with a bloodthirsty fury in his crimson eyes. Raising his shield, he used charge and dashed towards Shi Feng. The orc captain was over 2 meters tall. With his mass and speed, he was like a small car rushing towards Shi Feng. One could just imagine the consequences of such a collision. Without hesitation, Shi Feng activated purgatory power, raising his damage by another 30% and attack speed by 100%. He then dashed forward to meet the orc captain's charge head-on. Just as the orc captain was about to send Shi Feng into a fainted state, at the moment between life and death, Shi Feng used silent steps. Not only had Shi Feng avoided the fainted effect of the orc captain's charge, but he also managed to appear behind the orc captain. "Die?" Shi Feng shouted. In the next moment, the abyssal blade and the purgatory shadow in Shi Feng's hands released a powerful blinding light. The crimson flames that covered both swords caused the surrounding temperatures to soar. Flame burst. Dazzling streaks of light shot out from Shi Feng's hands, piercing the hot-blooded orc captain's armor. The orc captain's armor could stop neither the scorching heat of the flames nor the sharp edges of the swords. The blazing abyssal blade easily penetrated the sturdy armor, stabbing the orc captain's vital point. 9,120, 18,160, 99,234, minus 27,548. Frightening damages appeared above the hot-blooded orc captain's head, one after another. In the blink of an eye, the orc captain had lost close to half of his HP. The orc captain bellowed at the damage he received. Responding quickly, the orc captain used War Stomp, causing all enemies within a range of 6 yards to enter a fainted state for 3 seconds. However, Shi Feng, who had already grasped the flowing water realm, had long since seen the orc captain's intentions. The instant the orc captain lifted his leg, Shi Feng swung his sword, Babasol Bind. When the orc captain's feet were only several centimeters from the ground, 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground and bound the captain, restricting all of his movements. Taking this opportunity, Shi Feng launched a barrage of attacks towards the orc captain. Due to Abyssal Bind reducing the orc captain's defense by 100%, Shi Feng's Flame Burst skill became even more powerful. Now, each attack dealt around minus 20,000 damage, while double critical hits dealt around minus 40,000 damage. Before Shi Feng could exhaust the 12 instances of Flame Burst, the hot-blooded orc captain was already dead, dropping a few silver coins and a piece of equipment. From beginning to end, Shi Feng took less than 4 seconds to kill the hot-blooded orc captain. Meanwhile, only now did the hot-blooded orc warriors finish climbing the stairs, reaching the top of the rampart. However, there were still more than 60 yards between them. After collecting the drops, Shi Feng used Skywheel's sword on the orc warriors who were 40 yards away from him. Golden divine swords descended from the sky, sealing the hot-blooded orc warriors in a radius of 20 yards for 4 seconds. At the same time, the orc warriors each received over minus 4,000 damage, while some received close to minus 10,000 critical damage. With a single attack, the hot-blooded orc warriors lost close to half of their 20,000 HP. While the hot-blooded orc warriors ceaselessly bellowed with anger, Shi Feng followed up his attack with Firestorm. Suddenly, heavenly fire descended from the skies, annihilating the company of orc warriors. Items scattered across the ground around the orc warriors' corpses. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's experience bar rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. Shi Feng marveled at the dropped items on the ground. Fragmented legendary items and epic items really are frightening. Originally, Shi Feng thought he would have some troubles dealing with these hot-blooded orc warriors now. It would seem that he had worried for nothing. Chapter 508, Successive Promotion. Chapter 508, Successive Promotion. After defeating the first batch of hot-blooded orc warriors, Shi Feng had a preliminary understanding of his current strength. He was now confident about what he should do and how far he should go. Previously, he had chosen to lure the group with the least number of orcs as a precaution. Later, so long as he did not lure two groups at once, he should be able to defeat an army of 200 or 300 orcs. With this, his chances of obtaining the light stone forging design should be significantly higher. "There sure are a lot of dropped items," Shi Feng muttered as he arranged the loot from the orc warriors. He had picked up a total of 6 silver. That was more than half a day's earnings for an elite player. The orc warriors had also dropped plenty of scrap items and materials. In total, he had earned nearly 12 silver from killing a single batch. If a piece of level 40 bronze equipment dropped, he could instantly earn another 80 silver or more. However, this result was only due to Shi Feng's 5 points of luck. Otherwise, it was impossible for a group of orc warriors to drop so much money in so many items. Following which, Shi Feng continued searching for patrol teams that he could take on while he waited for his skills to cool down. Firestorm, in particular, had a long cooldown of 5 minutes. As soon as the 5 minutes were up, Shi Feng would immediately lure another wave of monsters. Shi Feng required less than 30 seconds to take care of a wave of hot-blooded orc warriors. In other words, he could clear 1 wave every 6 minutes and 10 waves in an hour. As the orcs were level 47 monsters, they already gave abundant EXP. In addition, as Shi Feng was challenging monsters of a higher level, he could obtain bonus EXP of up to 20 times, despite Shi Feng's class doubling the amount of EXP he required to level up. In little more than an hour, he reached level 27. To reach level 28, he just needed to continue grinding for another hour or so. Although the amount of EXP he received was indeed frightening, Shi Feng was more excited over the fact that he had obtained 2 light stone forging designs. With 2 forging designs, he could nurture 2 gold mines. Also, when Divine Providence's cooldown completed, Shi Feng stopped to open Twilight treasure chests, acquiring plenty of good items. Among them were some recipes for potions such as the Intermediate Strength Potion, Basic Protection Potion, and Basic Magic Damage Potion. These were all potions that players around level 40 would commonly use. Only the recipes for these potions were impossible for current players to obtain. In addition, Shi Feng had also obtained some level 30 secret silver and fine gold equipment, which he intended to use to replenish the guild's warehouse. While Shi Feng enjoyed his grind, Melancholic Smile suddenly contacted him. Through the screen, Shi Feng could tell that though Melancholic Smile seemed somewhat tensed, there was a hint of pride and excitement in her eyes. "Guild leader, just as you predicted, Overwhelming Smile paid us a visit, though I've already chased them away. The other guilds have also agreed to cooperate with us," Melancholic Smile said slowly. "Also, just as you expected, after we chased them away, they immediately began contacting our guild's forgers and forging apprentices. Although Uncle Ironheart and Coco rejected their offers, many of the forging apprentices in the guild were unable to resist the tempting offers and have already applied to dissolve their contract with us to join Overwhelming Smile. From what I learned from those forging apprentices, it seems that they are heading to Maple City to develop themselves." Although Melancholic Smile had tried to dissuade those who intended to leave, there were bound to be some who could not resist Overwhelming Smile's astronomical offer. Melancholic Smile could not force these people to stay. Fortunately, Shi Feng had long since prepared for such a situation. All lifestyle players who joined the Horizon Alliance were required to sign a contract. Under this contract, the Horizon Alliance would provide all materials, forging designs, forging rooms, and other necessities for the lifestyle player. The lifestyle player could also obtain a certain amount of commission from the items they made. This commission would be determined according to the lifestyle player's skill level. The more skilled they were, the higher their commission would be, with the highest possible being 20% of profit. However, these generous benefits came with a condition. Any lifestyle player wishing to dissolve their contracts was required to erase all the lifestyle classes they had taken on, In other words, upon leaving the Horizon Alliance, these lifestyle players would have to start all over again. That way, it would be impossible for these poached players to benefit other guilds in a short amount of time. Only due to their past experiences, it would cost less for other guilds to nurture these players. It was not easy for a lifestyle guild to nurture a lifestyle player. The initial investment included materials and forging designs, particularly those rare forging designs. These items required immense effort to obtain, so how could they possibly let others take advantage of them? Any lifestyle player who had learned rare forging designs was also required to compensate the Horizon Alliance for this loss. Normally, few lifestyle players would willingly choose to develop themselves elsewhere. However, with Overwhelming Smile's reckless poaching, there were bound to be some who could not resist the temptation. Heading to Maple City, huh? Shi Feng pondered for a moment before saying, "It seems that they plan to develop trade in Maple City before joining the competition in White River City." Although Overwhelming Smile had been nurturing their own lifestyle players all this time as well. Without their own shop, it was not only very inconvenient to sell their products, but the cost of the items would also increase. In particular, by selling their items through the auction house, they would incur a massive processing fee. For small items, they might not even recover the cost, let alone make a profit. Maple City was Overwhelming Smile's domain. It was very easy for the guild to develop its trade there, and the same went for acquiring land and reputation. By the time Overwhelming Smile possessed sufficient capital, it would be a lot easier for it to deal with the Candlelight trading firm. At the very least, both sides would be on equal footing. Afterward, Overwhelming Smile could just use the simplest way to deal with the Candlelight trading firm: wage a price war. They want another war of attrition? Shi Feng could not help but laugh. Unfortunately, Overwhelming Smile no longer possessed such an opportunity. Shi Feng then said, "Smile, instruct someone to begin purchasing advanced stones and magic essences in bulk, and don't just buy from White River City, buy from other cities as well. Buy as many as you can. However, this must be done secretly. Do not let other guilds discover our actions." Although the Candlelight trading firm held a significant advantage due to the basic strengthened armor kits, the production volume for the kits was simply too low. It lacked competitiveness. However, it was a different story for light stones. "Okay, I'll head out and buy them myself right now," Melancholic Smile said. After Shi Feng gave his instructions, he resumed grinding for more forging designs. For the next several dozen hours, Shi Feng grinded the hot-blooded orc warriors like a madman. During this time, his experience bar rose rapidly, his level increasing from level 27 to level 30. His leveling speed was simply unmatched. However, compared to the EXP spent on increasing his own level, Shi Feng had expended even more EXP on the 7 Luminaries ring. He had leveled up the 7 Luminaries ring twice, upgrading it to level 7. Just as Shi Feng was about to investigate the level 7 Luminaries ring's new power, suddenly the gates of the Towers of Death opened. In the next moment, a roar that shook even the heavens emerged from behind the gates. As the roar grew louder, Shi Feng saw a massive orc walk out. This orc wore exquisite armor and had a black cape draped over his back. Upon the appearance of this massive orc, the orcs outside the Towers of Death went into a frenzy. It was as if they were welcoming the arrival of their king. "Why has the Orc King appeared here?" Shi Feng could not help his surprise. Chapter 509, Mythic. Chapter 509, Mythic. The valiant and extraordinary Orc King slowly walked up to an altar before the Towers of Death, constantly muttering incantations as he approached the pitch-black altar. Suddenly, countless blood-red runes emerged from the altar. The sky also dimmed as strong winds blew. Countless hot-blooded orcs gathered beneath the altar. If one looked down from the ramparts, they would discover a black mass of tens of thousands of orcs within the fortress walls. After these orcs gathered around the black altar, they fell to their knees and prayed. This spectacular scene amazed even Shi Feng. Just what are they trying to do? Shi Feng was utterly confused. The Towers of Death of the Twin Tower Highlands were in reality a level 50, 100-man team dungeon. In the past, Shi Feng had raided this dungeon many times. so he had a relatively good understanding of the Towers of Death. However, today was the first time Shi Feng had seen something this odd. In particular, the Orc King who had emerged from the Towers of Death was the final boss of the dungeon, Orc King Tresic. When challenging the Hell mode difficulty of the dungeon, Orc King Tresic was a level 54 Grand Lord. Meanwhile, the Orc King Tresic standing on the altar right now was a level 60 Mythic Monster. Monsters in God's domain occupied multiple ranks. From weakest to strongest, these ranks were Common, Elite, Special Elite, Chieftain, Lord, High Lord, Great Lord, Grand Lord. Standing above Grand Lord was Mythic. Orc King Tresic, Mythic Monster. Level 60. HP 90 million. Upon seeing the Orc King's information, even Shi Feng could not believe his own eyes. A Mythic Monster. Mythic Monster was slightly stronger than even a Tier 4 class. Moreover, with that ridiculous amount of HP, any Tier 4 party of the same level that attempted to raid Orc King Tresic would be beaten senseless. At the very least, a 50-man team of Tier 4 players was necessary to raid the Orc King. Tier 4 classes already stood at the top of God's domain. It was extremely difficult to reach this tier, so how could it possibly be easy to gather 50 Tier 4 players? Not to mention, players could only begin challenging their Tier 2 class change quests at level 50. They were still far from reaching Tier 4. To players below level 60, Orc King Tresic was practically invincible. However, it was because of this that Shi Feng's interest grew. The final boss of the Towers of Death had actually left the dungeon to pray. Moreover, the boss's rank had risen to Mythic. There was no way Shi Feng could grind the hot-blooded orcs at the moment. The area beneath the ramparts was packed with warriors and captains right now. If he attacked any one of them, he might attract every monster beneath the walls, including the Orc King Tresic. They would annihilate him, leaving no room for escape. I'm interested to see just what this is about. In any case, Shi Feng was not in a hurry. He took a seat in the corner of the wall and observed the situation at the altar. However, the orc's prayer was relatively long. Even after over half an hour, these orcs continued to pray. Out of frustration, Shi Feng began arranging the contents of his bag. After grinding for dozens of hours, Shi Feng had lost count of how many hot-blooded orc warriors he had killed. The items they had dropped had nearly filled his bag. Had he not thrown away some of the worthless scrap items, not even his super-large bag would be able to hold all of the loot. Shi Feng had to admit that the Towers of Death were indeed an efficient place to farm light stone forging designs. With the addition of his 5 points of luck, his harvest was even more frightening. In total, Shi Feng had obtained 141 light stone forging designs. He had also collected close to 30 gold and some random scrap items and materials. If ordinary players came here to grind, they could definitely make a fortune overnight. 30 gold coins. Although the value of gold coins continuously depreciated, each gold coin was still worth more than 7,000 credits. In other words, Shi Feng had earned nearly 210,000 credits in a single day. However, none of these were Shi Feng's greatest prizes. His most valuable gain was the promotion of the 7 Luminaries ring and the equipment he had obtained from opening treasure chests. After upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring to level 7, its skills all received massive transformations. If not for the ring's information labeling it as an epic item, Shi Feng would have thought it was a fragmented legendary item. 7 Luminaries ring, replica, ring, epic rank, level 20, level 80, current level 30. Equipment requirement, strength 200. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Strength plus 64, agility plus 60, intelligence plus 52, endurance plus 60, vitality plus 55, damage plus 10%, maximum HP plus 15%, ignore levels plus 10, all skills plus 2 levels. All items level requirement reduced by 5 levels. Additional skill. 7 Luminaries Aura. There are 7 different auras: earth, water, wind, fire, time, illusion, and space. Only one aura can be used each time, and there will be a cooldown of 1 minute when changing between auras. Aura of Earth. Level 7 requires 200 million EGAPS-T to upgrade to level 8. Defense increased by 60% damage. Taken reduced by 55%. Activatable skill. Absolute defense. Become immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute 20 seconds. Aura of Water, level 7, requires 200,000 Dialex P to upgrade to level 8. Received healing increased by 100%. Cast consumption reduced by 50%. Activatable skill Life Bloom. Heals selected target for 30% HP every second for 40 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of Wind level 7 requires 200 million EGAPS-P to upgrade to level 8. Movement speed increased by 60%. Attack speed increased by 60%. Agility increased by 50%. Activatable skill Wind Rider enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 220% for 24 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Aura of Fire level 7 requires 200 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Damage increased by 50%. Target's defense reduced by 60%. Activatable skill Firestorm inflicts 1000% damage within a range of 30 yards for 6 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Aura of Time level 7 requires 500 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 40%. Enemies within a 150-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 40%, and cooldown of skills increased by 50%. Activatable skill Absolute Time prevents enemies within a radius of 100 yards from using any skills or tools for 24 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes 30 seconds. Aura of Illusion level 7 requires 500 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. All attributes increased by 40%. Enemies within a 200-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 40%. Activatable skill Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 20% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover player's HP for 20 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Space level 7 requires 500 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill Space Movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 600,000 yards. Cooldown 4 minutes. After the 7 Luminaries Ring's promotion, just one of its auras could rival the attributes of a fragmented legendary item. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries Ring had 7 interchangeable auras. Calling it a fragmented legendary item was by no means an exaggeration. Aside from the 7 Luminaries Ring, Shi Feng valued the Tier 1 set equipment he had gained from the Twilight treasure chests. First, Shi Feng obtained another 2 set pieces of the Yin-Yang Walker set equipment for Tier 1 Guardian Knights, putting him at a total of 3 set pieces. In addition, he had also obtained the Mana Storm set equipment for Tier 1 Elementalists. Unfortunately, he only had 2 set pieces. He had also fortunately obtained 3 set pieces of the Dark Melody set equipment for Tier 1 Assassins. He had 1 set piece of the Forest Guard set equipment for Tier 1 Rangers. He had also gained 2 set pieces of the Hurricane set equipment for Tier 1 Swordsmen. Finally, he obtained 1 set piece of the Braveheart set equipment for Tier 1 Shield Warriors. Shi Feng had only gone through a small portion of the Twilight treasure chests in his possession. It was fully possible for him to collect a Tier 1 set equipment for every class. Suddenly, why has the sky darkened? While Shi Feng had been busy organizing his bag, he suddenly realized the light had dimmed, visibility becoming even poorer than during nighttime. Taking a look below the ramparts, he noticed that a change had finally occurred at the Black Altar. Chapter 510, God Descends. Chapter 510, God Descends. At this moment, the Black Altar radiated a blood-red glow. In the darkness, it was an extraordinarily eye-catching. The ground surrounding the altar also began emitting plumes of bright red mist. A small cyclone that had appeared above the altar tugged the mist towards its core. Gradually, the space in the storm center gradually began to crack. A moment later, This spatial crack formed a portal. The instant the spatial portal was complete, the area around the Towers of Death froze. It was as if a separate miniature world had formed around the Towers of Death, and no object from the outside world could affect anything that occurred inside this place. All of Shi Feng's communication with the outside world was blocked as well. Every name on his friends' list having turned a dull gray, he was unable to contact anybody. The surrounding air felt as heavy as mercury, and Shi Feng felt as if his every action was heavily restrained. Inside this region, Shi Feng felt like a candle flickering in the wind. His life could be extinguished at any moment. Meanwhile, this was all due to the horrific pressure from the spatial portal. Just what is inside that spatial portal? Shi Feng widened his eyes in shock. He tried to glimpse at what was inside the spatial portal, yet as if a strange power shrouded the portal. Not even Shi Feng, with his extraordinary dynamic vision, could see anything inside it. However, there was one thing that his brain urged him to do right now: escape. The pressure leaking from the spatial portal was sufficient to freeze the entire space surrounding the Towers of Death and create a separate world. This was the first time Shi Feng had ever encountered such a situation. While Shi Feng struggled to recover from his shock, the hundreds of thousands of orcs surrounding the pitch-black altar suddenly turned into blood mist. Moreover, the transformation had been completely silent. The originally crowded fortress around the Towers of Death had suddenly become a ghost town. The abrupt change was enough to instill utter terror. For a time, the blood-red runes around the altar forcefully sucked in the blood mist, intensifying the rune's glow. Simultaneously, the portal above the altar grew, the pressure it emitted increasing as well. The air that had previously felt as heavy as mercury now felt as dense as fine steel. Now Shi Feng could not move in the slightest. "Is this divine might?" A possibility suddenly flashed in Shi Feng's mind. Divine might? It was something that Shi Feng had felt more than a few times before. As long as divine might was activated, any players within the affected area would receive various sorts of suppression. Moreover, the wider the gap in tiers, the greater the suppression would be. Only players of the same tier would be unaffected by divine might. However, of all the divine might Shi Feng had experienced before, not one had rendered him completely incapable of movement. Before Shi Feng could reflect more on the situation, the Orc King Tressic finally finished chanting his incantation. Suddenly, the area around the Towers of Death fell eerily silent. Shi Feng noticed hints of excitement and longing on Tressic's ferocious face. At this moment, the spatial portal blotted out the area above the black altar. If the portal descended now, Shi Feng did not doubt that it would devour the massive black altar whole. However, the black portal did not descend. Instead, the portal released a loud sound resembling the cracking of glass. It was as if something inside the portal were trying to smash its way through the mysterious power surrounding it. Shi Feng began to have a bad feeling about this. If a god truly descended, then he would die with 100% certainty. A god possessed extremely acute senses. Even over 1,000-yard distance, a god could discover a player long before that player discovered said god. In the past, plenty of players had been very interested in gods. Unfortunately, many Tier 4 players had not been able to get even 3,000 yards close to the gods before the divine beings swatted them like flies. Meanwhile, Tier 5 players had survived the wrath of gods, but only Tier 6 players qualified to challenge them. Even then, they only qualified. At this moment, Shi Feng was less than 2,000 yards away from the altar. If a god descended, it would discover him immediately and send him to his death with a single slap. It shouldn't be able to descend, right? Shi Feng could feel that the mysterious power surrounding the spatial portal was already at its limits. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky suddenly emerged from the portal. In the face of this hand, even the massive altar seemed like a small toy. Fortunately, the instant this hand descended, countless golden chains suddenly emerged from the sky. These golden chains immediately bound the hand, preventing it from moving. The chains of order. Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief at the sudden appearance of these fine chains. Sure enough, It is impossible for a god to appear here. Although the golden chains were thin, they contained an immeasurable amount of power. Even gods could not fight these chains. Yet, this massive hand abruptly twitched, and a single item fell from its palm. This item released a dazzling golden glow that illuminated the entire fortress around the Towers of Death. The moment this item landed in front of the Orc King, the gigantic hand in the sky retreated through the spatial portal. Peace returned to the Towers of Death. Did that god break open the spatial portal just to give the Orc King an item? Shi Feng was utterly stunned. An item that was obtained from a god through the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of orcs, even if Shi Feng could not clearly see what that item was. But judging from how the Orc King had willingly made such an immense sacrifice, it was definitely an extraordinary treasure, if he could steal it. However, Shi Feng promptly shook his head. Removing the thought from his mind, only those who wanted to give up on life would attempt to steal an item from a mythic monster. It would be no different than trying to steal from White River City's magistrate, the Tier 4 Great Wizard Weissman. Just as Shi Feng was about to turn and leave, a figure suddenly came flying towards the Towers of Death from a distance. The figure flew at a tremendous speed, several times faster than even Shi Feng when he had Wind Rider activated. In just a few seconds, the originally seed-sized figure grew to the size of an ordinary human. Sky Knight. Shi Feng could not help his shock. The new arrival was actually a human NPC. Moreover, it was the Tier 4 hidden class, Sky Knight. His body exuding a multicolored brilliance, the Sky Knight immediately charged towards the Orc King. Meanwhile, as if receiving the arrival of a great enemy, the Orc King Tresic immediately tried to collect the flashing golden treasure. However, the Sky Knight had obviously prepared for this situation. With a shout, he pointed his sword towards the heavens. Suddenly, a titanic golden sword appeared above the Orc King. This golden sword then transformed into a streak of light as it descended towards the mythic Tresic. Shi Feng's jaw dropped. This Sky Knight actually knew the Tier 4 forbidden move, Firmament Flash. Forbidden moves were taboo skills in God's domain. Firmament Flash was labeled taboo because the skill possessed overly destructive power. In addition, the skill was extremely difficult to learn. Classes of the same tier had no way of learning it. The Tier 4 Firmament Flash could rival even a Tier 5 skill. Even though the Orc King Tresic was a mythic monster, an existence slightly above Tier 4 classes, when facing an attack with the might of a Tier 5 skill, it had no choice but to protect its life first. The Orc King Tresic immediately unsheathed his blood-red greatsword. Releasing an angry roar, a frightening aura suddenly surged forth from his body. It seemed as if the Orc King had activated a berserk skill that boosted his strength to an astonishing degree. He swung his greatsword, sending a streak of blood-red light slashing at the descending holy sword. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the land around the Towers of Death shook. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. What? Shi Feng was stunned. The Orc King Tresic had actually defended against the Sky Knight's Firmament Flash. At this moment, however, the Sky Knight already stood before the golden treasure, his hand stretching out to snatch the item. Just as the Sky Knight was about to grasp the golden treasure, Shi Feng suddenly noticed a mocking grin on the Orc King's face. Ah! The instant the Sky Knight touched the golden treasure, he suddenly released a tragic scream. Suddenly his body transformed into countless particles of light. Chapter 511. God Crystal. Chapter 511. God Crystal. A Tier 4 Sky Knight had been a tyrant, qualified to rule over a large city, yet such a dominant existence had died without offering even the slightest of resistance. Shi Feng even wondered if he were hallucinating. Is it a trap specifically targeting the Sky Knight? Shi Feng watched the dispersing particles of light, inwardly relieved. Prior to this, he had even considered stealing the treasure from the Orc King Tresic. Fortunately, he had given up on that idea. Otherwise, he would have lost his life just like the Sky Knight. The trap could instantly kill a Tier 4 Sky Knight, not even leaving behind a body. It was clear that this trap's damage was not ordinary. Although players would not face true death, The consequences of such an attack definitely would not end with just the loss of EXP and equipment. It was highly possible that the players would be affected as well. At the very minimum, players' immortal souls would receive damage, preventing them from logging into God's domain for a time. However, this was still not the most severe possibility. In some circumstances, players who died might even have to delete their accounts after reviving. It was possible that the Sky Knight's death fit into this category. After the Sky Knight died, Tresic kept his blood-red greatsword and slowly walked towards the treasure. Looking at the treasure with its golden divine glow, a grin on the Orc King's ferocious face. Tresic then began chanting his incantation once again. Suddenly, golden runes formed around the treasure, wrapping around the item as if sealing it. Is it not a trap? As Shi Feng watched the Orc King's actions, it was clear that the trap was not meant for the mythic monster. Instead, there should be something special about the treasure that prevented others from touching it. However, as the Sky Knight had not known this, he had been erased out of existence. Since the Orc King knew that he could not touch the treasure, he knew exactly what kind of item that treasure was, hence why he sealed it. Should I take this risk? Shi Feng hesitated. Before, as the Orc King and the treasure were too close. By the time Shi Feng made it to the treasure, the Orc King would have already claimed it. However, now that the Orc King sealed the treasure, he had a chance to steal it. Shi Feng could take the opportunity while the Orc King was busy to sneak over, and as the treasure was sealed, he could steal it. However, Shi Feng had also witnessed the Orc King's power. Tresic had managed to block even the Firmament Flash, which had the power of a Tier 5 skill. Dealing with a Tier 1 player like him would be child's play for the Orc King. It was possible that, before he could even arrive before the treasure, the Orc King's greatsword would have already devoured his life. Moreover, escaping after he collected the treasure was also a problem. With the Orc King Tresic's attributes, even if Shi Feng's speed were several times faster, he would not escape from the Orc King's clutches. Seeing as the number of golden runes surrounding the treasure had gradually increased, it was clear that the time remaining for the completion of the treasure's seal grew shorter and shorter. Shi Feng looked at the 7 luminaries ring wrapped around his finger. Suddenly he activated gravity liberation and jumped down from the wall. He then made a dash for the black altar. It would be a pity if he did not at least try to steal a treasure that could tempt even a Tier 4 NPC. Moreover, after the 7 luminaries ring had upgraded to level 7, the ring's skills had undergone massive improvements. Shi Feng could totally give stealing the treasure a try. Above the black altar, Orc King Tresic focused on chanting his incantation. Meanwhile, Shi Feng slowly approached the altar. Mythic monsters' perception range was not as wide as a god's. Normally, that range was around 100 yards. Hence, Shi Feng still had a chance. If the Orc King's perception range were any wider, Shi Feng would have no choice but to flee. When Shi Feng was about 100 yards from the Orc King, he halted his steps. Sure enough, the Orc King had yet to notice his presence. Shi Feng then walked along the distance of 100 yards, searching for the location closest to the treasure before settling down and waiting for the moment the treasure's seal finished. Line after line of golden runes hovered around the treasure. This was the first time Shi Feng had ever witnessed such a complicated sealing ritual. Just as the sealing process was about to end, Shi Feng immediately used Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger secretly run over to and wait at the other side. Time slowly passed. Shi Feng's heart began to beat furiously. He was but a lowly Tier 1 class. Moreover, this was his first time trying to steal an item right from under the nose of a mythic monster. One mistake would definitely end with his death. Though Shi Feng did not mind losing a little EXP, he was deeply afraid of losing his equipment, particularly the 7 luminaries ring and the heavenly dragon's breath. Neither of these items were bound to his character. After he died, there was a very high possibility of either of these 2 items dropping. However, if he unequipped these 2 items, he would lose his edge to steal the treasure. It was a gamble. While Shi Feng waited quietly after the Orc King chanted the final verse of his incantation, suddenly the countless runes wrapped around this treasure. In the next instant, the golden divine glow that had originally surrounded this treasure disappeared, revealing a simple and unadorned crystal ball. When Orc King Tressik's eyes landed on this crystal ball, the excited smile on his face became even more prominent. However, just as the Orc King was about to step towards the crystal ball, Shi Feng's doppelganger abruptly dashed towards it. The doppelganger was extremely fast. It had taken only an instant to cross the distance of 100 yards. A little Tier 1 ant dares to try for my god crystal. Die. Orc King Tressik revealed a disdainful sneer as he unsheathed the blood-red greatsword from his back. Transforming into a flash, Tressik suddenly appeared before Shi Feng's doppelganger. Even though the doppelganger had already activated Windwalk, it was still as slow as a turtle compared to the Orc King. Tressik felt nothing but disdain for a Tier 1 ant like Shi Feng. The Orc King decided to annihilate this little rat to avoid any taint to his god crystal without waiting for Tressik to take action. The doppelganger activated Defensive Blade. Shi Feng's deductions had indeed been accurate. The difference in attributes between them was simply too massive. Before the doppelganger could even raise its sword to defend itself, Tressik's greatsword struck the doppelganger. Although Shi Feng had grasped the flowing water realm and had even learned flowing water acceleration, there was a qualitative difference between himself and the Orc King Tressik. In front of absolute power, all tricks were useless. The Orc King's attributes were dozens of times higher than Shi Feng's. Even if Shi Feng's techniques were more impressive, their effects were limited. In the blink of an eye, Defensive Blade's block charges had been exhausted. Immediately after, a streak of red light cut across the doppelganger. Truly, without being able to resist, Shi Feng's doppelganger had been defeated. However, while Tressik dealt with the doppelganger, Shi Feng had already activated Windwalk and used a speed scroll. He had even activated Blade Liberation, increasing his agility by 80%, and activated the additional skill of the Flame Boots, Flame Rush, increasing his movement speed by an additional 100%. At this moment, Shi Feng was faster than even wind itself. By the time the Orc King killed the doppelganger, less than 20 yards remained between Shi Feng and the treasure. Despicable. Tressik immediately discovered Shi Feng. Spinning around, he dashed towards Shi Feng. Although Shi Feng was very fast, 2 to 3 times faster than his doppelganger compared to the Orc King. However, he was still as slow as a snail. Sure enough. Just as Shi Feng was around 3 yards away from the treasure, Tressik suddenly appeared behind him, his greatsword swinging down at the little rat. However, Shi Feng had long since prepared for this moment. Before this, he had activated the aura of Earth. At the instant he was discovered, he used absolute defense, becoming invulnerable for 5 seconds. Now that Shi Feng was invincible, he did not have to worry about any attacks towards him. While shouldering the Orc King's attacks, he grabbed the crystal ball and stuffed it into his bag. Tressik grew indignant at this sight. The violent aura that surged forth from his body caused even Shi Feng to grow breathless. If he were not in an invulnerable state right now, he would have long since died. With the god crystal in hand, Shi Feng immediately swapped the aura of Earth to the aura of space and activated space movement. He then jumped into the spatial crack that appeared, and left the Towers of Death, Chapter 512, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 512, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Darkness arrived in God's domain once more. The lights in White River City shone brilliantly. After the night had arrived, aside from a small number of experts and elite parties grinding in the fields, the majority of players could only head back to the city to rest. While it was lively in White River City, the liveliest area, without a doubt, was the Candlelight Trading Firm. As for the reason behind the Candlelight Trading Firm's popularity, that was due to the basic strengthened armor kits. Although the basic strengthened armor kits were not as powerful as the basic mana armor kits, the latter was simply too scarce. It could not compete with the large number of basic strengthened armor kits available at the Candlelight Trading Firm every day. Inside a high-class bar a short distance from the Candlelight Trading Firm, Feng Xuanyang sat on the second-floor open-air terrace gazing at the Candlelight Trading Firm with a smile on his face. "I want to see just how long you can hold out," Feng Xuanyang laughed. his expression clearly displaying his arrogance. Initially, Feng Shuanyang had been slightly worried that the candlelight trading firm's flourishing business would show no signs of ending. If that were so, it would not be easy to deal with the firm in the future. However, during the process of poaching the firm's workers, Feng Shuanyang had discovered a secret, a fatal weakness of the trading firm. And that secret was that only 3 people in the trading firm knew how to produce the basic strengthened armor kit. With just 3 people, it was simply impossible to satisfy the demands of the large number of players in White River City. Even if it were possible, a long time would be required to do so. By then, players would have outgrown their need for the kits. Knowing this fatal secret, Feng Shuanyang began to spend large sums of money to purchase the basic strengthened armor kits, buying as many as he could. First, he wanted to deplete the candlelight trading firm's stockpile. As long as the firm no longer had any basic strengthened armor kits remaining, the firm's popularity would fall and limit its business. Although he had to invest a massive sum of coins, the basic strengthened armor kits he bought were not completely useless. On the contrary, they were particularly helpful when raiding team dungeons. Secondly, aside from striving to establish their own guild residences, the various guilds in Star Moon City also strive to accumulate sufficient money to purchase the city's golden lands. Other than that, these guilds were also continuously raiding large-scale dungeons, improving their guild's popularity and equipment. Meanwhile, other than giving the basic strengthened armor kits to his own teams, Feng Shuanyang also set aside a portion, selling them to other cities. There was no candlelight trading firm branch in other cities, so there were no basic strengthened armor kits available there. With Underworld's channels, Feng Shuanyang had sold these kits to the various guilds of other cities. When these guilds saw the kits, they fought tooth and nail to purchase them. As a result, he made a huge profit by reselling the kits. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could he deplete the candlelight trading firm's stockpile of armor kits, but he could also profit from reselling them. How could this possibly go wrong? However, as he celebrated his plan, he had also gained a deep understanding of how fearsome the candlelight trading firm was. Fortunately, the candlelight trading firm was only in White River City, and there were only 3 forgers capable of producing the basic strengthened armor kits. Should the trading firm ever resolve these 2 problems, it could definitely dominate Star Moon Kingdom's market. At that time, who could possibly compete with the candlelight trading firm? Feng Shuanyang could not hold back his envy. Why isn't the candlelight trading firm mine? Feng Shuanyang held a deep hatred towards Melancholic Smile. If the candlelight trading firm had agreed to cooperate, it would have been his possession by now. With the money he could earn through the trading firm, his position within Underworld would also soar. At that time, those currently above him would be at his beck and call. Did you think that, just because you refused to sell the trading firm to me, I would be helpless against you? The firm will fall into my hands. Feng Shuanyang could already picture the moment he grasped the rights to the candlelight trading firm, and it would only be a matter of time before all of Underworld's power in Star Moon Kingdom would fall under his control. At that time, it would be child's play to deal with a combat guild like Zero Wing. Just as Feng Shuanyang enjoyed the wine of victory, a slightly chubby, middle-aged man in pompous clothing sat down beside him. "Young Master Feng, may I know why you have called me here today?" Although the middle-aged man was only level 10, barely reaching the minimum requirement to enter a city, his body radiated a distinct shrewdness. In particular, those beady little eyes of his greatly resembled that of a wily old fox. "How is the progress of the task I assigned you?" Feng Shuanyang asked softly. "Young Master Feng, rest assured, I have already discussed things with many members of the candlelight trading firm. Although only over a dozen or so advanced forging apprentices have officially defected to our side, many have expressed their intentions of doing so. I believe that in the near future, many more advanced forging apprentices will willingly defect to our side. At that time, the candlelight trading firm will show signs of supply shortages. When the firm's popularity falls, it will become even easier for us to poach its members. If they run out of workers, even with a good shop and the basic strengthened armor kits, Expansion will be impossible." The middle-aged man chuckled. "Good. You've done well. As long as you succeed, you will receive your fair share of benefits." Feng Xuanyang nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, inside one of the forging rooms of the candlelight trading firm, Melancholic Smile frowned, obviously worried. Just moments ago, several more advanced forging apprentices had requested to dissolve their contracts. Moreover, these few advanced forging apprentices all held rare forging designs. Although these people had to pay a compensation fee that was over a dozen times the value of the forging designs they had learned, it was still a massive loss for the candlelight trading firm. It had not been easy for the firm to get its hands on these forging designs. Without these commodities, how was the firm supposed to retain its customers? Truly despicable. I didn't expect to have nurtured so many traitorous bastards. I should never have let these people learn those forging designs. Melancholic Smile gnashed her teeth. She deeply regretted focusing on these people, supplying them with rare forging designs, and allowing them to become advanced forging apprentices so quickly. Suddenly, Shi Feng opened the door to the forging room and entered. However, due to his silence, by the time Melancholic Smile had noticed him, he already stood right in front of her. "Guild leader," Melancholic Smile called out in surprise. "Why are you here? Look at how distracted you are. Did you encounter some trouble?" Shi Feng asked, laughing. Shi Feng was in an extremely good mood. After stealing the god crystal from the mythic monster Orc King Tresic and escaping with his life, he had made a beeline for White River City, afraid that the Orc King would catch up to him and finish him off. Now that he had returned to White River City, even if the Orc King did catch up to him, it was impossible for him to invade the city. "Guild leader, I'm useless. I failed to live up to your expectations. To think that I have been nurturing so many ungrateful bastards." Regret filled Melancholic Smile's eyes. Shi Feng had entrusted so many rare forging designs to her, and had even repeatedly stressed that she should only let those who were trustworthy to learn them. Yet, in the end, listening to Melancholic Smile's mumbling, Shi Feng could not help but laugh. "So, that's what's going on. No problem. Although we lost some rare forging designs, haven't we earned several million credits in return?" Shi Feng smiled calmly. He then took out a wad of forging designs, tossing them onto the stone platform. "Since Overwhelming Smile wishes to poach our advanced forging apprentices who have learned rare forging designs, let them have at it. If they can afford it, let them poach as many members as they want. I welcome them to do so." Chapter 513. Mysterious Crystal Ball. Melancholic Smile had never before seen any of the numerous forging designs scattered across the stone platform. Melancholic Smile was stupefied. No words could describe her shock. "Guild leader, I'm not dreaming, right?" She was a forger in her own right, so she knew how valuable these forging designs were, while the forging designs that could be purchased from the Forging Association were not particularly valuable. Forging designs obtained elsewhere were. This was due to the design's low drop rates. However, ordinary forging designs were not enough to nurture a forger. Hence, the forging designs were so expensive. It was especially true for the forging designs that had very low drop rates and were meant for producing highly useful items. The prices of such forging designs were astronomical. Aside from that, there was one more type of forging design that was even more valuable, such as the basic strengthened armor kit forging design. Currently, aside from the Horizon Alliance's 3 copies, no one had them. Moreover, nobody knew where to obtain these forging designs. As a result, they were even more valuable than epic equipment. Regarding the currently available forging designs, Melancholic Smile had practically learned all of the designs that were available. Even if she hadn't, she at least knew about them. However, she had neither seen or heard of any of the forging designs that Shi Feng had scattered all over the table before. Taking a casual glance at the forging designs, Melancholic Smile's eyes shone brilliantly. Every item these designs produced was an item that players needed desperately at this stage of the game. A majority of these forging designs contain instructions for the light stone. There are also some meant for level 25 to level 30 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. You can let any advanced forging apprentice learn the lightstone forging designs, Shi Feng chuckled. Slowly, he said. However, only the three of you can learn these equipment forging designs. You can also leave some to serve as a reward for the members who become basic forgers, but all those who wish to learn them must renew their contracts. If they want to leave the Horizon Alliance, fine, but they must first compensate the guild 20 times the value of the forging designs. If Overwhelming Smile wants to poach our members, let them have at it. Shi Feng had long since guessed that Overwhelming Smile would try to poach their lifestyle players. These forging apprentices had initially joined with the intent of making a living for themselves. Since Overwhelming Smile was willing to offer an absurd salary in addition to shouldering the compensation, many would naturally be tempted. Before this, Shi Feng had repeatedly told Melancholic Smile to be careful when recruiting members precisely because he wished to avoid this situation. He had also done so with the intention of informing Melancholic Smile of the severity of the matter. Not even the gods could see through the human heart, let alone mankind. Only through experiencing hardships could one grow. There were many things that one could not learn from the experience of others. Only through experience could wisdom be earned. Now that Melancholic Smile had personally experienced such a situation in the future, she would definitely be more thorough when selecting talented players. Currently, he had a large number of lightstone forging designs on hand, if Overwhelming Smile would willingly pay the price to poach the Alliance's members. Shi Feng welcomed them to do so. The lightstone forging designs were very common. In the past, each forging design only sold for several gold. Moreover, that was when most players had reached level 45. These forging designs were not particularly valuable. Only current players' levels were not high enough yet to obtain them, resulting in their value increasing significantly. Based on Shi Feng's initial estimates, each lightstone forging design should be worth around several dozen gold. If he wished to acquire more lightstone forging designs, he could obtain a ton of them anytime he wanted. This way, he would not have to wait for the profits of the light stones to slowly roll in. Just the 20 times compensation Overwhelming Smile had to pay for poaching, each member could make a ridiculous amount of credits. He could make a fortune just by selling advanced forging apprentices. Guild leader, I will definitely be more careful when selecting who I allow to learn these forging designs. Melancholic Smile was immensely excited when she looked at the lightstone forging designs scattered across the stone platform. However, her greatest joy was due to Shi Feng's forgiveness and encouragement. It's fine, just pick them at random. Even better, choose those who already have the heart to defect to Overwhelming Smile. Let Overwhelming Smile poach as many as they can. Otherwise, how will I make money? Shi Feng laughed. But for a moment, Melancholic Smile wanted to dissuade Shi Feng. However, when she looked at the forging designs on the table, she suddenly came to a realization. I'll carry out your orders then, guild leader. To others, the lightstone forging design might be a treasure. However, judging from Shi Feng's behavior, it seemed that they were not valuable in the slightest. Only others did not know this yet. They would be senseless fools if they did not profit off of Overwhelming Smile's greed while they had the chance. A moment later, Melancholic Smile had picked out 3 advanced forging apprentices. Of them, 2 seriously considered defecting to Overwhelming Smile. They only held out for the right price. Melancholic Smile decided to give them this opportunity. In reality, there were many others with the same intentions within the Horizon Alliance. However, to convince others of the lightstone forging design's rarity, she could not allow too many people to learn it at once. An item was as valuable as it was rare. If she did so, the lightstone forging designs would lose their value. As long as these 2 advanced forging apprentices learned how to produce the lightstones, their personal value would immediately skyrocket. In addition to the 2's willingness to defect, Overwhelming Smile would try to poach them at all costs. After all, not only would they deal the Candlelight trading firm a blow, they could also steal 2 of the trading firm's highly valued talents. As Melancholic Smile took care of the lightstone forging design situation, Shi Feng had arrived at his own exclusive forging room. He had set up a private forging room for himself in every candlelight trading firm. Other than himself, no one was allowed into these rooms. He wanted to ensure that he would have access to a forging room at all times. Inside the quiet forging room, Shi Feng carefully retrieved the god crystal from his bag. Translucent crystal ball on the stone table looked simple and ordinary. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary crystal ball. However, Orc King Trezek had sacrificed hundreds of thousands of his subordinates to obtain this treasure. Moreover, this treasure had even managed to kill a Tier 4 Sky Knight, who had learned a forbidden move instantly. The crystal ball's worth was clear. Just what is this thing used for? Shi Feng could not see anything special about the orb despite observing it carefully for a long time. Moreover, the god crystal's information stated that it was only a common item. Aside from that, no other information was displayed. It was also not in an unknown or unappraised state. Is there some hidden information about it? The more Shi Feng thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. There were many amazing items in God's domain that might look ordinary, but in reality contained power that could even shake the heavens. In the past, there had been a player who had purchased a piece of dilapidated armor at a bazaar, only to discover that the armor was actually an epic ranked armor. Such situations often occurred in God's domain. Only after triggering special conditions could one reveal the true value of a treasure. Shi Feng then used omniscient eyes. After more than half a minute had passed, however, there was still no reaction. He could not glean anything more about the crystal ball. Is the level of my identification skill insufficient? Shi Feng muttered in surprise. It can't be. I recall Charlene saying that the omniscient eyes activated using the golden stigmata is the second most powerful identification skill in God's domain. Do I need other items to activate the god crystal's true function? Shi Feng suddenly had the urge to puke blood. After wasting so much effort to steal this item, he could not actually use it. He still needed to fulfill some special requirements, yet he had no clue as to what those requirements were. It was utterly frustrating. Doesn't it look a bit like the dark blue crystal ball I got from the Eternal Courtyard? After the improvement to his brain's activity, Shi Feng's memory had become extraordinary. Thus far, he had not been able to do anything about the dark blue crystal ball. At this moment, seeing as both items were crystal balls and were related to gods, if someone told him that the two items were unrelated, Shi Feng would not believe them. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng left the forging room immediately and rushed towards the bank. Chapter 514, Divine Might. Chapter 514, Divine Might. Inside Overwhelming Smiles Guild residence in White River City. What did you say? Feng Xuanyang abruptly slammed his fist down on the table. Furious, he said, "Those bastards suddenly raised their price? Do they take us for fools?" "Young master, please calm down," the slightly chubby, middle-aged man advised. "They have not raised their prices without reason, but because they have the capital to do so." "Capital? Advanced forging apprentices like them? Overwhelming Smile has no shortage of individuals of their caliber." Feng Xuanyang's brows furrowed, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Although his family was successful, he wasn't the only one competing to become the successor. He had joined Underworld precisely because he needed the organization's help to achieve his goal. Meanwhile, upon discovering God's domain's unique standing through Underworld's inside information, he had immediately snatched the chance and invested in the virtual reality game. As long as he could create a legacy for himself, the matter of becoming his family's successor would be set in stone. He had spent such a large sum of money to poach these people only because he wished to wound the Candlelight trading firm. Due to the ongoing war with Zero Wing, Overwhelming Smile's daily gold expenditure was massive. Hence, all of the money spent on dealing with the Candlelight trading firm right now was his. His liquid funds only amounted to several hundred millions of credits, so he could not squander it. Although advanced forging apprentices were indeed rare with the money he possessed, he could easily hire dozens of advanced forging apprentice NPCs from the Forging Association. It was much easier and cheaper than poaching advanced forging apprentices from the Candlelight trading firm. Not only did he have to offer these people high benefits, but he also had to pay an astronomical compensation fee. Moreover, even when these forgers joined him, they were useless with their lifestyle skills reset to 0. Young Master Feng, the two I mention are somewhat special. Special just because they are special. They dared to raise the price we have agreed upon by 3 times. Do they really consider themselves true forgers? Young Master Feng, although they are not forgers, they have recently learned a rare forging design. They can now produce light stones. A light stone is an item that enables players to grind and level even throughout the night. With it, players will not be limited by time. Moreover, it's quite cheap to produce light stones, so it is a very lucrative product. Meanwhile, among the advanced forging apprentices of the candlelight trading firm, only 3 have learned it. So, naturally, they raise their prices. Light stone? There is actually such a thing? Have you confirmed how they managed to obtain its forging design? When he heard about the light stone's function, Feng Shuanyang immediately realized how massive its value was. If he could obtain the forging designs for them, he would not need to spend money to poach the candlelight trading firm's members. He could simply rely on the light stones to defeat the candlelight trading firm and dominate Star Moon Kingdom's market. The candlelight trading firm is keeping that a secret, so low-ranking members like them have no access to that information. However, I have sent someone to investigate the light stones, though it would seem that the candlelight trading firm only has a limited number of lightstone forging designs. Otherwise, they would not only allow 3 advanced forging apprentices to learn them. Moreover, I have also heard that the 3 forgers of candlelight are not producing the lightstones, focusing on producing the basic strengthened armor kits. It is quite possible that the trading firm is too busy and has decided to allow its advanced forging apprentices to produce the light stones instead. In other words, it is possible that Candlelight only has 3 light stone forging designs. If we can poach 2 of them, it would be a massive blow to the trading firm. You're right. If Candlelight is allowed to produce a large amount of light stones, they will become more difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, man's schemes are inferior to those made in heaven. Melancholic smile, that damnable woman. She actually dared toy with this young master. Now I'll show her what pain means. I don't care what it takes. Poach those 2. We'll be even better off if you can lure the last one as well. When Feng Shuanyang recalled Melancholic Smile's arrogance, he could not help but laugh. Young Master Feng, rest assured, we already have those 2 in the bag. Only, the last one is rather obstinate. His price might be a lot higher than the others. In addition to Candlelight's latest contract, our expenditure this time might exceed 50 million, the middle-aged man said cautiously. After all, this was not a small sum of money. They had to spend 50 million credits just to poach 3 people, with a majority consisting of the compensation fee. Based on his initial estimates, the light stone forging design should be worth nearly 100 gold. If they poached all 3 forgers, they had to pay a compensation fee of 6,000 gold. Just do it. It will be worth it if we can drag all 3 of those forgers to our side, Feng Shuanyang said as he gnashed his teeth. If he could steal both man and forging design, he would have done so in a heartbeat. However, the candlelight trading firm wouldn't be so stupid. Even fools knew how precious one-of-a-kind products were. Such items could significantly increase a shop's competitive edge, following which, the middle-aged man left the meeting room to negotiate with the advanced forging apprentices. Meanwhile, at White River City's bank, Shi Feng had already rented a private warehouse for himself. If a player wished to store a truly precious item in God's domain's banks and wanted no one else to know of it, they had the option of renting a private warehouse and private room. Without the owner's permission, nobody was allowed inside the private warehouse. However, unlike the public warehouse where the daily fee was only several copper coins, renting a private warehouse was not cheap. Inside a small private warehouse, players had 30,000 item slots. Each day's rent was 30 silver, and there was a minimum rental period of 1 month, which would be a total of 9 gold. There was a discount if players rented the warehouse for 3 months, but even then they would still have to spend 25 gold. A medium private warehouse had to 100,000 item slots, and the daily fee was 1 gold coin, renting for 1 month cost 30 gold, while renting for 3 months cost 85 gold. Large private warehouse held up to 500,000 item slots, and the daily fee was 4 gold coins. Renting for 1 month cost 120 gold, while renting for 3 months cost 350 gold. Normally, ordinary players would not rent a private warehouse at all. However, as players reached higher levels, it would become much easier to earn coins. Many players who conducted business would usually rent a private warehouses. Shi Feng had rented 2 large private warehouses without hesitation. Moreover, he had rented both for 3 months. One was for himself, while the other was for the guild. This way, Aqua Rose and the others would not have to worry about spies from other guilds while retrieving items of great importance. Such incidents had not been uncommon in God's domain in the past. There were many guilds that had not rented a private warehouse, and as a result, other guilds had learned some of their secrets. As a precaution, Shi Feng had to rent one for the guild, no matter what. Shi Feng then entered his private warehouse. Rows of cabinets lined the warehouse's interior, neat and orderly. Shi Feng immediately moved all of the items from his public warehouse to his private warehouse. The private warehouse was very human-like, and immediately it intelligently categorized all of the items, saving Shi Feng the trouble of arranging them himself. Shi Feng then opened a cabinet. Inside the cabinet, there was a single dark blue crystal ball. This crystal ball was none other than the one Shi Feng had obtained from the Eternal Courtyard. However, this crystal ball was too powerful. Even with Shi Feng's extremely high resistance, he lost 1,000 HP every second just by coming into contact with it. If ordinary players touched it, they would most likely die on the spot. Death upon touching? Shi Feng recalled the situation when he had obtained the deep blue crystal ball. Suddenly he came to a realization. Wasn't it the same situation when he had stolen the God Crystal from the Orc King? Only, as the God Crystal had not been sealed yet, the Tier 4 Sky Knight had died instantly when he touched it. I wonder if it is possible? Shi Feng was slightly nervous as he took out the God Crystal from his bag. Carefully, he placed it inside the cabinet beside the dark blue crystal ball. He wanted to see just how these 2 crystal balls would react when placed together. The instant Shi Feng placed the God Crystal inside the cabinet, the 2 crystal balls suddenly released a blinding glow, illuminating the private warehouse. The powerful pressure the 2 orbs gave off had caused Shi Feng's body to feel heavy. Divine might? Shi Feng could not help his shock. Right at this moment, the sound of a system notification rang out by his ears. System. Do you wish to remove the seal and merge the 2 crystal balls? Chapter 515, Legendary Item. Chapter 515, Legendary Item. After hearing the system notification, Shi Feng felt both stunned and hesitant. Both the dark blue crystal ball he had obtained from the Eternal Courtyard and the God Crystal he had stolen from the Orc King were extraordinarily precious items. They were even more valuable than an epic item. Yet he was required to merge them. If he agreed, he would lose one of the 2 items. To a reincarnated soul like Shi Feng, epic items were not particularly precious. As long as his team was sufficiently strong, he had plenty of ways to obtain more epic items. However, one could not obtain items above epic rank with strength alone. A certain amount of luck and opportunity were required as well. If he disagreed, he would have to look for some other way to activate the 2 items. Forget it. Let's just go for it. Shi Feng gnashed his teeth as he agreed to the merger. Suddenly, the 2 crystal balls transformed into 2 bubbles of liquid. The crystal ball Shi Feng had obtained from the Eternal Courtyard transformed into a blue liquid, whereas the transparent crystal ball Shi Feng had stolen from the Orc King transformed into golden liquid. The 2 liquids then merged, and as if they tried to devour one another, the newly formed liquid turned blue in one moment and gold in the next. Meanwhile, the divine might exuded by the both grew stronger as more time passed. Is this really a merger? Immersed in the divine might from the 2 liquids, Shi Feng's discomfort was unbearable. After several minutes of resisting each other, the 2 liquids finally became one. The dark blue crystal ball from the Eternal Courtyard had emerged victorious. After merging, the shape of the crystal ball had also changed. Instead of a crystal ball, it was now a dark blue metallic cup. Countless tiny blue runes were engraved around the cup's exterior. There was also a faint purple ring of light flowing around the cup. At this moment, the cup's divine might was far stronger than the one Shi Feng had felt before. "So powerful," Shi Feng exclaimed. He even dared to guarantee that this was the most powerful item he had ever seen. Even the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's breath was far from matching this blue metallic cup. If not for this place being a private warehouse, he would have definitely caused a commotion inside the bank's hall. Meanwhile, any players caught within the blue cup's divine might would find it impossible to move. After all, if even a Tier 1 Blade Saint like himself struggled, Tier 0 players didn't have a prayer. If he could control this blue cup, he would have no problems dealing with even an army of thousands of elite players. Immediately, Shi Feng checked the cup's information. However, just after Shi Feng clicked to check the cup's attributes, he received 5,000 frost damage even with his fingers still a distance away, instantly losing half of his HP. Damn. Isn't this a little too intense? Shi Feng looked at his completely frozen hand, a layer of purple frost covering his entire arm. If his finger had moved even a little closer to the cup, he would most likely have lost his life on the spot. Shi Feng then took a look at the cup's attributes. Holy Grail, legendary item. Legend has it that the Holy Grail belongs to the goddess of life and that it holds the power to bestow eternal life. However, after Ragnarok, the god of war had destroyed the Holy Grail and placed it in the eternal courtyard. The Holy Grail's restoration requires sufficient god's power. Only with an eternal heart can one truly hold the Holy Grail. Activatable skill, Power of Evolution. Sacrifice one's own life force to evolve an item of the player's choice. However, there is a small possibility that the evolution process will fail. An evolved item's quality cannot exceed the fragmented legendary rank. Cooldown: 10 days. By the time Shi Feng finished reading the cup's attributes, his jaw hung to the floor. Legendary item. This was the first time he had ever actually seen one, although the Holy Grail was neither a weapon nor a piece of equipment among the various types of items found in God's domain. Tools such as the Holy Grail were the most difficult to obtain. They were far rarer and more precious than weapons or equipment. Moreover, looking at the Holy Grail's description, it was obvious its rank could still be increased. However, he needed power of God to do so. Items such as the God Crystal should be able to supply it. However, looking at the streams of light overflowing from the Holy Grail, Shi Feng could not help but laugh bitterly. Although he had completely unsealed such an amazing item, he could not touch or control it. Shi Feng had also never heard of an item called the Eternal Heart before. Just how and where was he supposed to obtain one? Fortunately, he could still use the power of evolution. After all, he didn't have to control the Holy Grail to use the skill. He only needed to sacrifice some of his life force. The term life force referred to a player's HP. For all Shi Feng cared, the Holy Grail could have as much of his HP as it wanted. That's not right. Shi Feng thought it over for a moment, feeling that something was amiss. Skill capable of evolving an item such an OP skill should not only require a sacrifice of HP. Even the skill's 10-day cooldown was insignificant. God's domain always followed the rule of equivalent exchange. However, this was obviously not an equivalent exchange. Otherwise, even if the success chance wasn't 100%, having an opportunity to obtain a fragmented legendary item once every 10 days was still astounding. Obviously, Shi Feng wanted to try it. The Holy Grail had a cooldown of 10 days. If he did not activate it now, wouldn't it be a waste? Which item should I evolve? Shi Feng looked through his warehouse and bag, feeling very indecisive. He only had one chance to evolve an item every 10 days. If the item he evolved now had little use to him, he would suffer a huge loss. Should I evolve the 7 Luminaries ring? Shi Feng could not help but stare at the 7 Luminaries ring around his finger. As the replica of a godly relic, it was already frighteningly powerful, even at only epic rank. If the ring were upgraded to fragmented legendary rank, it would be godlike. No. Shi Feng immediately shook his head. If he upgraded the ring to fragmented legendary rank, the equipment requirement would definitely soar. He wouldn't be able to equip the ring. The impact on his current strength would be painful. Moreover, Shi Feng did not doubt that the success rate of evolving an item to fragmented legendary rank would be abysmally low. It would be a huge pity to waste an opportunity to evolve an item. The best choice he could make right now was to evolve a dark gold item to an epic item. With this idea, Shi Feng shifted his gaze to the Purgatory's shadow as a dark gold weapon. If he could promote it to an epic weapon, then it would increase his overall combat power significantly. At that time, even Summer Sunshine would easily suffer defeat at his hands. As the leader of a guild, however, his first and foremost priority was to increase his guild's strength. Currently, his personal strength was sufficient. Even if he became slightly stronger, it would not impact the guild. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed past Shi Feng's eyes. "That's right! How could I forget? There's still the Icarus's heart." Shi Feng laughed. If he evolved Icarus's heart, it would help the guild tremendously. Just the meager 5 points of luck it provided had allowed him to obtain so many Tier 1 set equipment. If he could evolve Icarus's heart further, raising the luck it provided even a little, couldn't he obtain even better items? Although Icarus's heart was already capable of evolving, he needed the souls of Lord-ranked monsters to do so. Even so, based on Shi Feng's estimates, he should only be able to evolve Icarus's heart to dark gold rank at maximum. After all, it was an item he got from a dark gold treasure chest. It was utterly impossible for him to obtain an epic-ranked necklace. "I'll choose you." Shi Feng smiled as he removed Icarus's heart from his neck. He then adjusted the 7 luminaries ring to the aura of water and activated Life Bloom, healing himself. Previously, he had received a significant amount of damage just by approaching the Holy Grail. He would have to touch it again, so he had to heal himself back to full HP. He could not afford to miss any. In a moment, Shi Feng's 10,000 plus HP recovered to full. Shi Feng then tapped on the touchscreen that was very close to the Holy Grail, choosing to use Power of Evolution. The instant his finger collided with the touchscreen, Shi Feng lost 7,000 HP. However, Life Bloom quickly regenerated a significant amount of the missing HP. Only when he recovered to full HP did Shi Feng proceed to select Icarus's heart as the target of evolution. System, are you willing to permanently lose 400 HP to evolve the Icarus's heart? Crap. That's the requirement? Shi Feng could not help but curse. It was actually a permanent loss. No wonder it could allow an item evolve to a maximum of fragmented legendary rank. Chapter 516, Successful Evolution. In God's domain, aside from leveling up, it was extremely difficult for players to obtain permanent attributes. Losing 400 HP, or the equivalent of 20 endurance points, would significantly weaken a player. Even Shi Feng would mourn the attribute loss, let alone other players. However, despite having seen the true side of the power of evolution, Shi Feng still chose to sacrifice 400 HP, albeit begrudgingly. Although 400 HP was precious, it could not beat being able to upgrade the Icarus's heart to epic rank. Moreover, Shi Feng knew of several methods to increase his endurance permanently. He could easily make up for the loss he suffered now. Shi Feng then clicked agree, and suddenly the strength of the Holy Grail's divine might soared. In the next moment, strands of green light flowed from Shi Feng's body and into the Holy Grail. After the Holy Grail absorbed 400 HP from Shi Feng, it fired a purple ray at the Icarus's heart. Immediately, the Icarus's heart released a brilliant golden glow, forcing Shi Feng to shut his eyes. After the golden radiance faded, Shi Feng opened his eyes and looked at the Icarus's heart, discovering that the necklace now emitted a faint purple glow. Was it a success? Shi Feng was somewhat nervous as he examined the necklace's attributes. If it had failed, then he had permanently lost 400 HP for nothing. Moreover, he would also have to wait for 10 days before the next sacrifice. However, after investigating the Icarus's heart's attributes, Shi Feng's tightened fists relaxed as excitement quickly overtook him. That's right. It was a success. Icarus's heart, necklace, mysterious iron rank, can be evolved. Equipment requirement, all attributes 120, level 20, level 80, currently level 30. All attributes plus 18, luck plus 7, additional skill, divine providence, temporarily increases player's luck by 25 points for 30 seconds, cooldown 45 minutes, evolution condition, absorb the life force of 300 players to evolve to secret silver rank, 0-300. After evolving, Icarus's heart's rank had upgraded from bronze to mysterious iron. The luck it provided had increased from 5 points to 7 points. Aside from that, Divine Providence's cooldown had decreased from 1 hour to 45 minutes. This would save Shi Feng a lot of time. However, the best improvement by far was the change to the evolution conditions. Originally, the Icarus's heart required Shi Feng to kill Lord-ranked monsters. Moreover, it required 100 kills. Lords were extremely rare, and Shi Feng would have to waste a lot of time to kill 100. Now that the conditions had been adjusted, Shi Feng only needed to kill 300 players and absorb their life force instead. A lord was very difficult to find, but players crowded the streets. As long as Shi Feng worked hard, he could upgrade Icarus's heart to epic rank very quickly. At that time, he would gain massive profits from opening the Twilight treasure chests. At the thought, Shi Feng could not help but grow restless. If not for the ongoing war with Overwhelming Smile, he would have struggled to find opponents. Now, however, his target was clear. He would use Overwhelming Smile's players as sacrifices for the Icarus's heart. Now that Overwhelming Smile's White River City branch has been defeated, it won't be easy to find large groups of players. I might as well make a trip to Maple City and have a look at the situation there. After some consideration, Shi Feng felt that Maple City was the best location to take action. Overwhelming Smile had already become Maple City's overlord. The Overwhelming Smile members there had nothing to fear within the region of Maple City. It would be far easier for Shi Feng to find targets there than in White River City. Shi Feng then slipped the Icarus's heart over his head and headed for White River City's teleportation hall. Shi Feng very much looked forward to upgrading the Icarus's heart to epic rank. Not even the night in God's domain could hinder Shi Feng's yearning. The sooner he upgraded the necklace to epic rank, the sooner he could obtain better items from the Twilight treasure chests. One could obtain even epic items from the Twilight treasure chests. If he could get his hands on several epic items, he could help the guild tremendously. Naturally, he would upgrade it sooner rather than later. As for the matter regarding the light stones, he fully trusted Melancholic Smile's capabilities. Shi Feng believed that it wouldn't be long before the light stones raked in a massive income. Just as Shi Feng arrived before the teleportation hall, the sound of his communicator rang near his ears. The caller this time was none other than Gentle Snow, who had been busy consolidating her power as the new guild leader of Ouroboros. Although Gentle Snow had chased away her biggest competitor, Cao Chenghua, the resulting internal struggles within Ouroboros had resulted in the first-rate guild falling apart. If Gentle Snow wished to consolidate her power, she would need to spend a lot of time and effort to do so. In addition, a more powerful opponent, the first-rate guild Star Alliance, lurked, waiting to strike. Shi Feng had never thought that Gentle Snow would have the spare time to contact him with the burdens she currently shouldered. Guild leader Black Flame, may I ask if you have the time to speak right now? In the video call, Gentle Snow still wore the calm and elegant smile she usually displayed. She looked like a goddess that was high above mortals. It felt as if she were in control of everything. However, though she appeared completely fine on the surface, her act did not deceive Shi Feng. He could feel that Gentle Snow had grown frailer than before. Seeing a superwoman like Gentle Snow so exhausted, one could just imagine how terrible Ouroboros' current situation was. However, giving the situation some thought, Shi Feng felt that such an outcome was expected. Gentle Snow had just taken control of Ouroboros. The number of people she could trust was limited. Meanwhile, after ruling Ouroboros for so many years, Cao Chenghua would not give up so easily after being kicked out of his position. In addition to a great enemy like the Star Alliance threatening the guild, it would be very difficult for Gentle Snow to cope. Miss Snow, there is no need to mince words. Our guilds are allies, So feel free to speak your mind, Shi Feng spoke candidly. Gentle Snow revealed a bitter smile on her pure and delicate face upon hearing Shi Feng's words. Guild leader Black Flame's senses are as sharp as always. I'll speak openly then. I'm calling about the candlelight trading firm that suddenly appeared on one of Star Moon City's golden lands and the candlelight trading firms in White River City. I can't think of anyone in the entire Star Moon Kingdom other than you who is capable of launching such firms. That's right. I am indeed the founder. Shi Feng did not try to hide it. To begin with, he had no need to do so. He had spoken with Gentle Snow about his plans to establish a lifestyle guild long ago. Back then, he had hoped to utilize Ouroboros's fame to promote his trading firm. Even without Gentle Snow's call today, he had prepared to seek her help to promote the candlelight trading firm at an appropriate time. As a first-rate guild, Ouroboros had a large number of members scattered across Star Moon Kingdom. Practically every major city in Star Moon Kingdom housed the guild's members. There were even branches in other kingdoms. If the guild helped with promotion, the candlelight trading firm's business would flourish. However, the supply of basic strengthened armor kits simply could not meet the demand. Even if Ouroboros promoted the firm right now, it would not significantly increase the firm's income. Hence, Shi Feng had decided to hold off on seeking Gentle Snow's help for the moment. Excellent. This will make things easy. I want to invest into the candlelight trading firm. I don't want a lot of shares. 20% will do. Naturally, I will compensate you appropriately. The compensation will include 30% of Ouroboros's shares, as well as funds, channels, and materials, which will allow the trading firm to develop quickly. What do you think of my offer? Chapter 517. Fate Makes Fools of the People. One had to admit that Gentle Snow's proposal was tempting. Even Zhao Yueru and the elders of Ouroboros standing beside Gentle Snow were shocked by her offer. After all was said and done, Ouroboros was a bona fide first-rate guild and possessed a massive fortune. The guild had only achieved its current status after striving for many years. Although the guild's internal struggles were serious, the guild itself was still frighteningly strong. Second-rate guilds were still no match for it. Yet, just for 20% of the shares of a trading firm, Gentle Snow actually intended to trade 30% of Ouroboros's shares for 20% of the trading firm, in addition to providing various funds and channels. This decision was simply insane. Snow, have you gone mad? You only hold 50% of Ouroboros's shares right now, yet you're actually going to give Black Flame 30%? What will you do if Black Flame joins hands with Cao Chenghua? Zhao Yueru persuaded her friend softly. Although Zhao Yueru trusted Black Flame, 30% of Ouroboros's shares was simply too important. If utilized properly, Gentle Snow could easily persuade more of the guild's elders to her side. That way, Cao Chenghua would not be able to impact the guild so easily. Utilizing the guild's shares to boost Gentle Snow's strength and solidify the guild was far more valuable than obtaining 20% of the candlelight trading firm's shares. That's right, young Madam Snow. You have to consider this carefully. Those shares are the last resort left by young Master for you to keep Cao Chenghua in check. Although Cao Chenghua can no longer play God's domain in the real world, his authority in the company has not been affected in the slightest. If you give those shares to someone else and lose this protective talisman, he can easily join hands with the other shareholders of the company to oppose you. A man nearing his 50s in butler clothing similarly attempted to persuade Gentle Snow. You don't have to say any more. I know what I am doing. Gentle Snow shook her head, waiting for Shi Feng's reply. She was no fool. She knew this was not a worthwhile transaction. Even so, she insisted on conducting such a trade to deepen the relationship between their two guilds. Although she was the guild leader of Ouroboros and one of the major shareholders of the company, neither her authority nor her words were of any use. Unfortunately, although she had tried to nurture plenty of people herself, there were too few capable personnel under her command. It was especially true for experts in God's domain. Cao Chenghua had managed Ouroboros for many years now, so he had previously had the time and resources to nurture plenty of experts. Due to her premature victory over Cao Chenghua in God's domain, he had decisively ordered all of the experts under him to abandon the guild. In addition, Cao Chenghua had also roped in many of the guild's elders and had secretly been transferring personnel out of the guild, gradually splitting Ouroboros in half. If Ouroboros split in half, then the shares she had on hand would be meaningless, hence she might as well use it to pull Zero Wing to her side. Although Zero Wing seemed only to occupy a single city right now, and looked to be inferior to many second-rate guilds, Zero Wing City had the second highest population in Star Moon Kingdom. That was far better than occupying 3 to 5 minor cities with a population of only several 100,000 players. In particular, after seeing Ye Feng's and Violet Cloud's performance, although Zero Wing was still a fledgling guild right now, Gentle Snow had seen Zero Wing's small but sharp fangs. When the time was right, Zero Wing would rip apart all enemies in its way and become Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. At this moment, just the fact that Black Flame had managed to establish a candlelight trading firm on one of Star Moon City's golden lands displayed the man's capabilities and power. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was similarly stunned by Gentle Snow's proposal. He had never expected Gentle Snow to make such a tempting offer. However, Shi Feng still shook his head and said, "Miss Snow, your offer is indeed very tempting. However, please allow me to refuse." "Refuse? Why?" Gentle Snow asked in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening with shock. Her proposal was no different than shoving money at Shi Feng's face. If Zero Wing and Ouroboros joined forces, not only could they make up for each other's deficiencies, but it would also become more convenient for their two guilds on their paths to becoming the overlords of Star Moon Kingdom. She could not fathom why Shi Feng would reject such a proposal. "As I understand it, I know that you hope to deal with Ouroboros' internal problems quickly, but I do not want Zero Wing to get mixed up in the internal struggles of other guilds," Shi Feng explained. "However, I have another proposal that Miss Snow might be interested in." "Another proposal?" Gentle Snow could not help but ask curiously. "It's very simple. Miss Snow simply needs to bring Ouroboros' members into Zero Wing. I can give Miss Snow 15% of Zero Wing's shares." Although Shi Feng's voice was utterly calm, his words were astoundingly shocking. "Are you trying to annex Ouroboros?" Gentle Snow said, slightly indignant. Ouroboros did not belong to her entirely. Originally, it should have been her brother's, only, due to her brother having an accident, Cao Chenghua had taken the opportunity to weasel his way to the top, and all this time she had been thinking of a way to help Ouroboros recover its past glory. So how could she possibly agree to merge Ouroboros and Zero Wing right now? "Is there a difference?" Shi Feng countered. "Ouroboros exists only in name now. Although you have acquired the position of Ouroboros' guild leader, you do not possess the corresponding authority. Sooner or later, Ouroboros will split in half, so why not join Zero Wing instead?" Shi Feng had his own considerations regarding Ouroboros. In reality, Ouroboros was not all that important to him. The only reason he had decided to offer 15% of Zero Wing's shares was solely due to the war goddess herself, Gentle Snow. Everything else meant little to him. In the past, Cao Chenghua had defeated Gentle Snow. With the entire guild pitted against her, it was only natural that she had lost. Aside from Gentle Snow's most trusted followers, not a single person had stood with Gentle Snow. How could she have won? Even if her own abilities were amazing and her strength famed throughout God's domain, the people's aspirations could not be easily swayed just by strength alone. Although Shi Feng had helped Gentle Snow win the competition this time, her fate had not changed much. In this life, she was simply the one standing on the righteousness rather than Cao Chenghua. Even so, the majority of Ouroboros' members were still Cao Chenghua's subordinates. He could just withdraw his men and form his own guild. Only, the price he would have to pay would not be small. However, Cao Chenghua had no other choice. In the end, Ouroboros would disband. What point was there for Gentle Snow to strive so hard? It would be much better for her to take the opportunity, while a small portion of the guild still supported her, to join Zero Wing. Time crawled by. Both sides silently looked at each other. At this moment, complex emotions filled Gentle Snow's heart. She had won the competition, but lost the guild. This sentence fit her situation perfectly. Despite her desperate efforts to preserve the guild, at the end of the day, she could not escape her fate. Fate makes fools of the people, Gentle Snow quietly exclaimed. She then looked at Zhao Yuero and the several guild elders beside her. They were all people whom she trusted the most. By the time Cao Chenghua extracted all of his underlings from Ouroboros, the guild would only exist in name. At that time, it would be very difficult for the guild to continue in Star Moon Kingdom. After all, Ouroboros and the Star Alliance were sworn enemies. Even if Ouroboros only existed in name, the Star Alliance would not let it off the hook. Only when the guild had thoroughly erased Ouroboros from God's domain would it rest. Chapter 518 in Breaking the Balance. Chapter 518 in Breaking the Balance. Translator: Hell's Scythe. Editor: Hell's Scythe. After some time, Gentle Snow released a small sigh. Shi Feng could see the helplessness Gentle Snow struggled with through the screen. However, her reaction was only natural. After all, who would willingly merge the guild they had spent an endless amount of effort to establish with another guild? However, Shi Feng had his own considerations as well. Even if Zero Wing and Ouroboros were allies, the guilds resided in two different cities. And as no one could predict the future, both Zero Wing's upper management and its guild members had to keep up their guard constantly. In order to avoid adding to Zero Wing's worries, the best result would be to annex Ouroboros. It was truly hilarious. A little guild like Zero Wing actually dared to annex a first-rate guild. However, Shi Feng possessed the strength and confidence to succeed. Zero Wing currently possessed many experts. There was also a continuous supply of funds from the Candlelight trading firm, so Zero Wing could afford to annex a gigantic existence like Ouroboros. Moreover, after receiving Ouroboros's trade channels, the Candlelight trading firm could profit further. In addition, after operating in the virtual gaming world for so many years, Ouroboros must have accumulated plenty of old customers who were very rich and willing to spend lots of money in virtual reality games, as well as corporate sponsors. Otherwise, the guild would not have such an impressive income. Zero Wing Workshop was currently still developing their customer base. If the workshop could claim Ouroboros as old customers, it could very quickly earn large sums of credits, unlike the workshop's current state, where it was without a stable income and required Shi Feng to look for a source himself. Guild leader Black Flame. I need some time to consider this matter, Gentle Snow said after calming down. Since Guild leader Black Flame has no intentions of selling the Candlelight trading firm's shares, may I purchase some coins from you? Although there were plenty of people selling their coins on the virtual trade center, the available volume was very small. Moreover, every other guild in the game was also attempting to purchase coins in bulk, making it practically impossible to purchase large sums. Thus, Ouroboros could only rely on its own money-farming teams to cover the guild's daily expenses. Miss Snow, you should know how tight the various guilds are for coins right now. However, if you're only interested in purchasing a small sum, there should be no issues. May I know how much you are looking to buy? Shi Feng asked, although he had spent quite a lot of money already. Both the Starstreak trading firm and the Candlelight trading firm provided him with a significant daily income. He could easily sell 1,000 or 2,000 gold. I don't want much. 5,000 gold will do, Gentle Snow stated after giving the matter some thought. I can transfer 50 million credits for them immediately. With 5,000 gold, she should barely be able to stabilize Ouroboros's current situation. If she established a guild residence and gave the guild members some hope, it would make it more difficult for Cao Chenghua to lure players away. 5,000? Miss Snow? You think too highly of me? Shi Feng smiled bitterly. How about this? I can sell you 2,000 gold at market price. However, I will require Ouroboros's help to purchase a few plots of land in Star Moon Kingdom's top 10 cities, and to promote the Candlelight trading firm. Coin's market value constantly depreciated. Currently, 1 gold coin was worth about 6,000 credits. One could roughly purchase a piece of level 25 mysterious iron equipment or level 20 secret silver equipment with that kind of money. Gentle Snow's offer to purchase 5,000 gold at 50 million credits was far above market value. However, even if she had 50 million credits, she couldn't even purchase 4,000 gold, much less 5,000. Otherwise, those corporate giants would have long since bought up all the available lands in major cities. One could say that coins were at their peak value right now. If one could purchase a good plot of land now, they could earn back the money spent by 10 or even dozens of times. These massive corporations naturally would not hold back from spending their credits. Unfortunately, such a thing was simply not possible. 2,000 gold, Gentle Snow was immediately stunned. Before, she had only mentioned 5,000 gold with the intention of probing Zero Wing's bottom line. Throughout God's domain, there was not a single guild that was capable of revealing 5,000 gold. Yet Shi Feng had just casually mentioned that he would sell her 2,000 gold. 2,000 gold. In order to acquire so much money, she would have to spend several days relentlessly trying to purchase coins and draft the guild's money-farming teams and her confidants. On the other hand, even after purchasing so many golden lands, Shi Feng could still afford to sell 2,000 gold. His financial prowess was unmatched. Is it not enough? Shi Feng pondered for a moment before saying, I can offer you 3,000 gold at most. If it is still not enough, you will have to look for other avenues yourself. Gentle Snow had helped him plenty of times, so he would not kick her while she was down. He would help her to the best of his abilities so long as it was within his capability. Although he had a lot of money, he needed that money to purchase lands and set up shops in other cities. Besides that, he also needed to leave some for the guild in case of emergencies. Thanks. I'll transfer the money to you right away, Gentle Snow said, inwardly feeling overjoyed. With 3,000 gold in addition to the 2,000 gold she currently had on hand, she would have enough to purchase a plot of land and establish Ouroboros's guild residence, as well as maintain the guild's daily expenses. This way, Cao Chenghua would find it far more difficult to tear the guild. After Shi Feng sold 3,000 gold to Gentle Snow through the virtual trade center, he then teleported to Maple City. Maple City was also considered a major city in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. The city had nearly 1 million players. This was also one of the reasons that many people had an optimistic opinion of Overwhelming Smile. Aside from a few small guilds, Overwhelming Smile was the only large guild residing in the city. It had already chased any major competition out of Maple City. One could say that Overwhelming Smile had fortified itself in Maple City. It would be very difficult for other guilds to cause even the slightest bit of trouble here. At this moment, as Shi Feng wandered through Maple City's streets, the majority of the players he saw on his walk consisted of Overwhelming Smile's members. Every one of these Overwhelming Smile members flaunted their arrogance, and players of other guilds could only do their best to avoid standing in the way. Overwhelming Smile has set up a trading firm in Maple City. The shop's name is Overwhelming Trading Firm, and it's in the Central District. The items there are much cheaper than the ones in NPC shops. They also offer plenty of items that are not available in NPC shops. If everyone is interested, please go take a look. Many Overwhelming Smile members loudly promoted the Overwhelming Trading Firm, attracting many players' attention. After all, player-owned shops were far better than NPCs. In particular, none of the NPCs' shops sold whetstones. Normally, they could only purchase such items from forging apprentices. Unlike White River City, Maple City did not possess a Starstreak trading firm that allowed players to purchase many items not normally found in NPC shops. Overwhelming really is the dominant force here. Unfortunately, that will only hold true for now. Shi Feng currently sat under a small outdoor pavilion, sipping wine as he observed the lively streets of Maple City. In a moment, a middle-aged man close to his 40s arrived before Shi Feng. Respectfully, he said, "Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. My name is Liang Chen. Guild Leader Snow has sent me to you. Here is the agreement stating that I will purchase land on your behalf. Please look through it. Thank you for your efforts." Shi Feng received the agreement and gave it a quick glance. After making sure that everything was in order, he signed his name and said, "Let's head to the City Hall and proceed, then." Chapter 519, Silent Massacre. Chapter 519, Silent Massacre. Inside Maple City's City Hall. At this moment, Liang Chen, the person whom Gentle Snow had delegated to assist Shi Feng in purchasing land, was utterly stupefied. Without hesitation, Shi Feng had purchased a plot of land located in the central district of the city that cost over 2,000 gold. Immediately after, he established a luxury shop for 1,000 gold. In total, Shi Feng had spent over 3,000 gold in a span of just a few breaths. Liang Chen was someone whom Gentle Snow trusted absolutely, so she had already shared her knowledge regarding Shi Feng. Hence, Liang Chen knew that Shi Feng had sold Gentle Snow 3,000 gold not long ago. Otherwise, he would not have exposed the fact that he already had enough reputation in Maple City to become a baron. Although Maple City was not as good as White River City, the number of players who had reached the reputation of a baron was still extremely low. There should only be 2 or 3 such players throughout Maple City right now. Previously, Shi Feng had spent 3,000 gold. Now he had spent over 3,000 gold once again. This level of wealth far surpassed Ouroboros. With such financial prowess, who could possibly challenge Zero Wing in a war of attrition? Only now did Liang Chen finally realize why Overwhelming Smile, a guild that had managed to dominate Maple City, had failed to defeat Zero Wing, and why Zero Wing was publicly acknowledged as White River City's #1 guild. The other first-rate guild's upper managers believed in their hearts that, although it was no match for Zero Wing in White River City, particularly in terms of the number of experts each guild possessed, Overwhelming Smile would still emerge victorious. After all, Overwhelming Smile possessed ample funds, whereas Zero Wing was a guild with no background or capital at all. At most, Zero Wing could only hold out for a bit longer. However, now that Liang Chen re-examined the situation, even 3 Overwhelming Smiles would not be enough to defeat Zero Wing. It seems the sky in Maple City will change soon. Liang Chen inwardly sighed. After learning more about God's domain, the various guilds had obtained a general understanding of its rules. If a guild wanted to become an overlord in the game, they required 3 things: experts, financial prowess, consisting mainly of coins, and member count. Among these 3 points, member count was the least important, as it was very easy to increase a guild's population. As long as a guild possessed sufficient financial prowess, they could increase their member count indefinitely. God's Domain was different from past virtual reality games where member count was a guild's top priority. In past virtual reality games, the differences between each individual player were simply too small. In these games, numbers equaled power. If one person was not enough, then they could just send a group. If a group was not enough, then they could send 100 players. Sooner or later, they were bound to exhaust their enemies to death. Unfortunately, God's Domain was different. A single top-tier expert could single-handedly dominate an entire region. Moreover, unlike in past virtual reality games, the top-tier experts of God's Domain were not easily produced. In the past, one could easily become a top-tier expert if they had sufficiently powerful equipment. Now, however, players needed sufficiently powerful combat techniques to qualify as a top-tier expert. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile was far behind Zero Wing regarding both experts and financial prowess. The result of the confrontation between the 2 guilds was already self-evident. In reality, so long as Overwhelming Smile hurriedly established their trade and earned large sums of money through it, they would have a fighting chance. Only, now that Shi Feng had arrived, how could Overwhelming Smile contend with Star Moon Kingdom's chief forger with its few lifestyle players? Moreover, the Candlelight trading firm possessed 3 bona fide forgers. They were several times more powerful than advanced forging apprentices. The Candlelight trading firm also possessed the tactical weapon known as the Basic Strength and Armor Kits. Simply put, Overwhelming Smile stood no chance of victory whatsoever. After Shi Feng obtained some information regarding Maple City from Liang Chen, he hurried towards the city's teleportation hall. From the information Liang Chen had given him, Shi Feng basically knew all of Overwhelming Smile's elite members' preferred grinding locations. He could use this chance to sacrifice these players to the Icarus's heart. Guild's elite members were different from ordinary players. When night arrived, Ordinary players would usually return to their respective cities to rest or log out of the game, whereas elite players would continue leveling out in the fields. Because of their equipment or combat techniques, elite players had no reason to fear the monsters at night. Only, their leveling speed would slow somewhat this time of day. Even so, it was much better than others who could not level up at all. Even if their leveling speed were slower at night, they would gradually widen the gap between themselves and other players. As a result, the levels of guild elite members were usually a lot higher than ordinary players. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile's main grinding location was the Dragon Ridge. Dragon Ridge was a level 25 to 30 leveling area. The monsters inside consisted of dragon men. Dragon men were born with thick scales and had inherited the unparalleled strength of dragons. They were natural-born warriors. Moreover, as they were a small branch of the dragon race, dragon men also had an innate love for collecting treasures. Hence, dragon men had significantly higher drop rates. There were also many quests available in Dragon Ridge that required players to deal with the dragon men. So many players loved to level here. However, Overwhelming Smile monopolized the high resource areas within Dragon Ridge. So, other players could only complete some kill quests for dragon men in areas with low monster populations. Shortly after Shi Feng teleported to Dragon Ridge and was in the midst of searching for Overwhelming Smile members, Melancholic Smile suddenly contacted him. "Guild leader, I've completed the task you gave me." Sure enough, they tried to steal all 3 advanced forging apprentices who have learned the light stone forging design regardless of cost. In the end, all 3 defected, Melancholic Smile said excitedly. With all 3 advanced forging apprentices poached, that meant the firm had received the compensation for 3 light stone forging designs. They had earned nearly 50 million credits just like that. As for the loss of the 3 advanced forging apprentices, Melancholic Smile was utterly unaffected. After the candlelight trading firm had developed itself, the benefits it provided its members were extremely good. The firm's forgers also received an unlimited supply of materials. As long as they worked hard, they could earn a lot of money. Hence, many forging apprentices had arrived to apply to the firm. Among them, there was no lack of intermediate forging apprentices. As long as the firm nurtured them a little, it would have another batch of advanced forging apprentices in no time. Although Overwhelming Smile had successfully stolen many players from the candlelight trading firm, the firm's advanced forging apprentice count had not decreased since its establishment. On the contrary, they had accumulated more forgers. Good. Shi Feng similarly smiled. With this sum and what he received from Gentle Snow, he could soon carry out his expert training plan. Right. How many light stones have been produced so far? I have secretly recruited dozens of advanced forging apprentices in other cities, and they are frantically producing light stones in their respective cities' forging associations. They are still unfamiliar with the production process at the moment, so their production is somewhat slow. Even so, we already have several hundred stones. In 1 or 2 days, we should accumulate up to 20,000 pieces, Melancholic Smile said confidently. At that time, Candlelight will become a household name. I guarantee that Candlelight will become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Melancholic Smile had spoken these words not out of arrogance, but because the Lightstone's value was simply immeasurable. Both elite players and ordinary players could afford them. Considering the number of players producing the Lightstones right now, they could supply several cities' worth of players. After Melancholic Smile finished her report, Shi Feng had stealthily arrived at the inner region of Dragon Ridge. At this moment, one could see lights flickering occasionally through the dark and quiet forest, coupled with the sounds of explosions. The cause of these phenomena was none other than Overwhelming Smile's elite players grinding dragon men. These Overwhelming Smile elites were very organized, forming groups of 20. The team of 100 took turns battling the dragon men army. They fought with great efficiency. While one group fought, the others would rest and remain vigilant of their surroundings, preventing other monsters from ambushing them. You guys will be it. Shi Feng smiled. Chapter 520, Expert Hidden in the Dark. Chapter 520, Expert Hidden in the Dark. Overwhelming Smile's 100-man team currently grinded a dragonman nest in shifts. in the Dragon Ridge. Dragonmen nests were considered treasure lands. One could find various treasure chests inside these nests. Moreover, at least one boss guarded every nest. These bosses were usually chieftain and lord rank, but rarely the latter. Nests were also high resource areas, and they were suitable locations for elite teams to level up and upgrade their equipment. This 100-man team from Overwhelming Smile had not noticed Shi Feng's slow approach at all. However, when Shi Feng was roughly 100 yards away from the team, he suddenly stopped. Why is he here? Shi Feng was confused when he saw the thinly built man standing at the forefront of Overwhelming Smile's team. Shi Feng's equipment and attributes far surpassed current players of God's domain. Moreover, with a powerful identification skill like the omniscient eyes, his vision was naturally superior to ordinary players. Even during at night, his vision was not significantly affected. Meanwhile, the thinly built man he saw was none other than Warwolf, a true top-tier expert he had met several times before. At this moment, Warwolf was already a level 27 Tier 1 shield warrior. His equipment had also undergone major changes. Currently, he wore nothing but level 25 Dark Gold ranked items, and his HP was close to 7,000. Compared to Zero Wing's Chief MT, Kola, Warwolf was only slightly inferior. However, the most significant change about the man would have to be the guild emblem on his chest. Shi Feng had once attempted to recruit Warwolf to Zero Wing. However, the latter had expressed his dislike of being bound by a guild. So Shi Feng had given up. Yet now, not only had Warwolf joined a guild, but the guild he had joined was also Overwhelming Smile. How could this not shock Shi Feng? No wonder Overwhelming Smile's dungeon raiding progress in Maple City is so fast. It turns out that they have his help. Shi Feng came to a realization. He had personally witnessed how skilled Warwolf was. With the help of the Tier 1 shield warrior, Overwhelming Smile would not need long to clear a team dungeon. However, Shi Feng could not figure out just how Overwhelming Smile had managed to persuade Warwolf. On this 100-man elite team, aside from Warwolf, Shi Feng could also see several more experts. These people were clearly different from the elite members of Overwhelming Smile. A decisive aura surrounded their bodies, and in terms of attacking and dodging, they were obviously a cut above Overwhelming Smile's elite members. Several of these experts had even reached the level of a true expert. No matter which guild they joined, they would be their guild's top combatants. Regarding combat techniques and experience, none of these people were less than Ouroboros's soaring snake. Overwhelming Smile really knows how to hide its secrets. Fortunately, I discovered this ahead of time. If these people gradually accumulate their power in the dark, they will become a vicious threat to Zero Wing in the future. After watching for some time, Shi Feng discovered that there were 7 true experts in this 100-man team. Including Warwolf, there were 8. Not even Zero Wing possessed so many true experts. Although the 7 others were inferior to Warwolf, they were most likely stronger than Kola and the 5 demon generals. Only Flying Shadow of the 5 demon generals was close to being a match for these 7 experts. If it really came down to a battle, if Flying Shadow did not possess the advantage in attributes, he would not last against any of these experts. The only ones who could contend with these 7 people were Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, and Violet Cloud. Of course, regarding growth potential, Kola alone was already far above these 7 people, not to mention Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud, who had the potential to reach God tier. In God's domain, every peerless expert capable of reaching God tier was an extraordinary existence. Experts who had only touched on the refinement realm stood no chance against them. Furthermore, these experts' combat techniques resembled Warwolf's. It was clear that they had only achieved the skill they had today after training with Warwolf for many years. Meanwhile, Kola, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, and the others were only ordinary people. In the past, they had to rely on themselves and undergo countless trials and errors to attain what they had. The number of experts in God's domain is limitless. I really can't afford to take things lightly. After seeing these experts, Shi Feng suddenly felt that he was too negligent. The world's population was massive. Adding to the fact that this was an era of technology and humanity as a whole focused on physical fitness, there were countless capable people throughout the world. Even though he had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past, he had only seen a small fraction of God's domain. He was just a frog at the bottom of a well. There were still plenty of secrets about God's domain that a minor character like him was not qualified to see. Take Warwolf, for example. In the past, Shi Feng had never once heard of the man before, yet the strength Warwolf displayed was already so powerful. He definitely had a high chance of becoming a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in the future. Meanwhile, this was only Star Moon Kingdom. There were hundreds of kingdoms and empires in God's domain, and kingdoms held the fewest experts. One could just imagine how many experts and secrets there were in God's domain that he was still unaware of. It seems that I'll have to proceed with the experts' training plan quickly. Although Shi Feng had wanted to train Fire Dance and the others, pushing them into the refinement realm to become true top-tier experts as soon as possible, he was simply too busy to do so. He also did not have the appropriate facilities or supplies. He had told Fire Dance and the others to train by themselves for now. Seeing that Warwolf and his team ventured deeper into the Dragonman's nest, Shi Feng did not rush to take action. Instead, he followed after the team secretly, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It was not because Shi Feng was incapable of killing these players. Rather, he hoped to take care of these experts in one go. It was especially true for Warwolf. Before, although Warwolf was not his friend, they had not been enemies either. Now that Warwolf had joined Overwhelming Smile, however, that meant that Warwolf stood against Zero Wing. Naturally, Shi Feng could not let him go. However, Shi Feng was only one man. Facing a team of 100 players, if these elites focused on escaping with their lives, how could Shi Feng possibly kill every one of them? Not to mention, there were 8 top-tier experts in their midst. Among them, there was also a thorny existence like Warwolf. If Warwolf and the 7 other experts cooperated to deal with him, even Shi Feng would face the threat of death. Hence, Shi Feng was not in a hurry to attack. First and foremost, a good hunter required patience. A hunter also needed to have a firm grasp of timing. The first ambush was particularly important. Shi Feng had long since become familiar with ambushing his enemies. Unfortunately, the terrain was simply too spacious. Forests also covered the surrounding environment, making it easy for players to escape and hide their trails. Naturally, Shi Feng could not act rashly and prematurely expose himself. Moreover, time was on his side at the moment. It was already nighttime in God's domain, and players' vision significantly weakened during this time of day. If Shi Feng hid under the cover of darkness, it would be even more difficult to discover him. In addition, Shi Feng was currently level 30. He was much higher leveled than the monsters inside the Dragonman's nest, so it would not be easy for monsters to detect him. Time passed slowly, and Shi Feng followed Warwolf's team as they pushed deeper into the nest. With nothing better to do, Shi Feng opened Twilight treasure chests whenever Divine Providence was ready. After the Icarus's heart had evolved, the luck attribute it provided had significantly increased. Upon activating Divine Providence, Shi Feng's luck could reach a maximum of 32 points. That was 7 points higher than before. With each use of Divine Providence, Shi Feng could open up to 9 treasure chests, and among these 9 treasure chests, there was a very high probability of Shi Feng obtaining 1 or 2 pieces of Tier 1 set equipment. After Shi Feng had tailed Warwolf's team for close to 4 hours, he had completed the Hurricane set equipment, the Tier 1 set equipment for swordsmen, as expected of a godly tool. I've only gone through half of the treasure chests, and already I've completed a set of Tier 1 set equipment. If I can upgrade the Icarus's heart to epic rank and open up the remaining Twilight treasure chests, I might complete the Tier 1 set equipment for all classes. Shi Feng grew excited as he smiled at the brand new Hurricane set equipment inside his bag. As a Tier 1 set equipment for swordsmen, the Hurricane set was only inferior to an epic set equipment. It was far superior to the level 20 dark gold ranked Dragonclaw set equipment he currently wore. Moreover, unlike the Dragonclaw set, the Hurricane set specifically catered to swordsmen.